society. We are citizens of countries of all the world. And, as it says in the Talmud, Yesh Chochma b'Goyim, there is value in non-Jewish culture. Certainly there are things which are antithetical to Jewish values, but it's up to us. If we're going to swim in this sea, we have to understand how to negotiate the currents appropriately. And so he articulated a philosophy in which Jews could be fully engaged and involved in society around them, participating in the intellectual activities of the society around them, the cultural activities, the economic activities, in every way possible, and yet still remaining true to Torah values. It represents a kind of strategic retreat intellectually, because we're leaving the ghetto now. The ghetto is all over. We have to live with other people, we have to communicate with them. But nevertheless, that is the philosophy that every Orthodox Jew, certainly in America, has to adhere to. That is ultimately what we do. And we've been doing it now successfully for close to 200 years, largely because he was the one who created this philosophy. Okay, I'll pause for a couple of questions, and we have one more really crucial thing. Yes, please. Absolutely. That's one of the other connotations. It means just, like that's the one I use with my kids all the time. Derech Eretz means be polite. It can also mean, for example, it goes without saying. It says actually elsewhere in the Torah, in the Talmud, Derech Eretz Kadma de Torah. Being polite comes even before Torah. Which, otherwise we should remember that. Precisely. The Yeshiva University is a direct intellectual inheritor of Rav Hirsch's philosophy. Well, I'll stand by it. Okay, yes.
Unsurprising, Professor, you didn't even mention the word in reference between the so-called neo-orthodoxy and you also mentioned that for some cipher, and you didn't mention the neolo movement in Europe. I have to add to it the German influence in not the neo-orthodox. We did never use that word neo-orthodox. It is only American way to using this word. Our orthodoxy was the real Bandera Shumai, deeply, but the German influence was so heavy. We learned the Bereshis am Anfangen. We did not accept the Yiddish in the high orthodoxy from Carpats to down south towards west. Beyond the Carpats, Ukraine and other, then they start the Yiddish. But as far as neurology concerned, and second, in the middle of Europe, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, at that time Serbia, they do not accept Reform Judaism whatsoever. We had only one shul, like here in New York, in Temple Manala. When we moved it, settling a little bit further up, only one shul. But in that shul, you cannot go without kapla. No woman of the Torah. So,
what you're saying
with this no means,
these are very, very
believe me or not, it's as high level as today American Orthodoxy.
I'm trying to keep my remarks exclusive to Germany. The neo-log movement is, of course, extremely important, in Hungary in particular. But I'm trying to focus exclusively on Rav Hirsch. And with 9 minutes left,
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Your experience and your knowledge is overwhelmingly important. I'm going to skip through a few slides, but basically this is the first major contribution of Rav Hirsch, was that creation of that philosophy, Torah in Derech Eretz, and how it has been developed over the centuries. In terms of nomenclature, it's a very good value, a very good statement. I try to avoid it, but Rav Hirsch's philosophy is generally known as neo-orthodox, meaning new orthodox. It's somehow contrasted with old orthodox, and occasionally it's referred to as modern orthodox. I don't think those terms are especially useful. I think there's a lot of accretions of connotations, not necessarily positive, that distort the historical trends, so I'm going to try to avoid those. Neo-log, by the way, is something much more associated with Hungary, It's a completely different trajectory of development. Now, the second major, I mentioned Hirsch as a thinker and as a fighter. So we talked about the thought, now we're going to talk about the fight for a few minutes. The Jewish communities of the 19th century and earlier were basically feudal in nature. We were still in the old corporate method where the Jewish community was one community in every municipality. And they had an official leader, an official rabbi, a landis rabbiner, and he was actually in many places, many principalities, actually paid by the state. Rav Hirsch, when he was in Oldenburg, for example, his salary was paid by the municipality of Oldenburg from a Jew tax that was collected from all Jews in town. And he complained to the state saying, I'm supposed to get more money. And they're saying, well, we have trouble collecting the tax. He says, well, is it possible to raise my salary? My family's going. He says, really, they told him, we'd rather not have a rabbi at all. So it was not necessarily to his benefit that he got a government job because, it's hard to pressure the government to actually pay out what they were supposed to pay. At any rate, this structure was really medieval in origin. It goes back a long way where Jews lived in very well organized kehilot. Let me give you an example of the structure, and it may look familiar to you. Basically, the self-governing communities of the Jews, and this could describe Sephardic communities, Ashkenazi communities, 9th century, 13th century is very similar, and it even describes most synagogues today, which adopt the same structure. There will be a group called the Tuvei Ha'ir, which means the good people of the city. Typically male, typically wealthier, and typically supporting the community with their charitable donations, and they form the functional equivalent to the board of directors of the community, not just a shul, but the entire geographic locality. Under them would be a parnas, a president, who would serve for a number of years and would be elected typically from among the Tuvei Ha'ir, and he is invariably a he, would supervise a number of groups called chevras, or committees, we would say. There would be the Chevra Kadisha is the most important one. I'm going to show you something about them in a second, but you'd also have a Chevra Shas for people who want to study Talmud, Chevras Lina to take care of people who are traveling, Chevras Yason for orphans. This is one of the things that kept the Jews through their long exile, is that, in a time when kings were illiterate, and there was no such thing as public services for the aged, the infirm, the sick, the widow, and so on, we had all these things built into our community. And then, so this is the part, a larger community would have many, many chevros, a smaller community would have just a few. Then there would be the Beit Din, which would be in the shul, the equivalent of the rabbi, and they would have a group of people called the Gaba'im, which mean the enforcers, who would be charged with the task of making sure that people conform to the dictates of the Beit Din. This structure pertained to every Jewish community in Germany up until Rav Hirsch's time. Joe? Yes. Sure. Pay the tax to them. Exactly. These terms, Gemeinde, Kahal, Kehillah, are all synonymous for how the Jews organize themselves. Very, very functional organization, and synagogues typically use it today. The big difference is, though, that you can leave a synagogue, you can go to another one, or even not join at all. But in the pre-modern Kehillah, that was it. You were in there, they would assess your taxes, you would pay them. If you didn't pay them, they had the option of corporal punishment, and in very rare cases, even capital punishment. I'm going to pause you for a second, Joe. But wait, I got to pause it. I want to stay on time, and it's really important that I talk about this one. So I'm going to skip past what they did. Here's Moses. So Moses here. This is a picture of. It's a very it's an authentic picture of Moses. I like this picture because a lot of people tell me I have a striking resemblance. Okay. So here's what Rav Hirsch did, which was extremely important and controversial. Rav Hirsch said, when he was in Frankfurt, which is most important stelle, his most important position, he discovered that the community was so left-leaning, and he was constantly under pressure to compromise what was behind the firebreak, to to say, we have to change this part of the synagogue. Let's just remove the second Yom Furqan. Let's do all these various things. And he was constantly under pressure that he ultimately, in 1876, petitioned the Prussian government, and it was unprecedented, to create a second Jewish community in the town of Frankfurt am Main. This was called the Austritt, or the secession, which was highly controversial. Obviously, it meant that he was separating from the Jewish community, which on face value represents a contradiction to the basic Mishnaic dictum, Al tifrosh min tzibor. Don't separate from the community. We're a minority already. You want to splinter us and fragment us like this? And Rav Hirsch did not take this step lightly. But he felt that, Eis lasos Hashem. It's too late. The community is going in a direction which is untenable for the purity of our traditional Judaism, and the only way to deal with it is to beat a strategic retreat, just like he did intellectually, and he said we must organize ourselves separately. So this Austritt was approved, and so for the first time, you actually had a split in the Jewish community between what was now formally the Orthodox, or Neo-Orthodox, is the term used for them, and the liberal community. And this is a very, very fateful decision. We still feel the impact of it today. Depending on where you are on the scale, there's a very great hesitancy with non-Orthodox elements of the community, particularly formal religious organizations. Very complex decision. On the one hand, you want to preserve the purity of your ideology, and to a certain degree, you can only do that if you do not compromise and say we are not going to change and we will separate. But on the other hand, we're a small people and we want to have achdus. Finding the balance between that separation for the sake of purity of ideology and joining the entire Jewish world is a very, very difficult one to maintain. Like, for example, we had just last week Shabbat across Miami, and if you looked in the back page at how many synagogues participated, and you wonder how many Orthodox synagogues are not represented there, how many are, and what kind of decisions go into whether you're included in something which is, functioning very par, like supporting federation, which in turn gives millions of dollars to Orthodox day schools. So this decision of Rav Hirsch's ultimately preserved in a modern European environment the integrity of Torah values, but at great cost. And we are still today trying to negotiate exactly how we are to deal with those things. Let me just conclude, because I want to stay on time and I'll take questions afterward. So the legacy, to sum up, there are two major signal contributions of Rav Hirsch that I can say without exaggeration that we are all Hirschians today. We are all really inheritors of his thought in our own daily lives. On the one level, there is this concept of engaging in modernity. We are, after all, here speaking English. This is the vernacular language. We are very involved in the society that we live in, but at the same time, we maintain our adherence to Torah values and practices, despite the fact that we're living in the 21st century. That is ultimately a Hirschian ideal, to try and negotiate both of these things, to move between the skilla of assimilation and the charybdis of insulation. That's really what Hirsch taught. Secondly, he was bold enough to take a step very dramatically to say that we are prepared to separate from Judaism, from the Jewish world as a whole, rather than separate from the Torah. And although that has grave consequences in terms of the unity of the Jewish people as a tiny minority in the larger world, nevertheless, it does guarantee that there will be enclaves where the Torah Judaism will be practiced according to the tradition of our ancestors. With that, I want to thank you so much for your indulgence and attention. I'll wrap it up, but I'll stick around for some questions. Thank you very much. Jack and Shelley, appreciate it. We took up a few minutes with the introduction, so I'm going to speak faster. to make sure that we cover all the material. I just want to say a couple of words of thanks myself, and then we'll get straight to the material. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kahila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. You know, academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. We can talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home, so at least I can come here and do these things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home. Okay. At any rate, special thanks tonight to several people. First of all, I want to thank Joe and Zohara Weiss, who I think were the strongest supporters of this class. They really set the tone for what should happen here, and I think you've noticed a few improvements. First of all, at the end of tonight's lecture, no one will have to turn the chairs around for examining tomorrow. And second of all, we have my lovely daughter Eliza, who's greeting you at the front to give out materials and so on. And Mr. Rodriguez, one of our students at Touro College South, who is going to be videotaping it. And in case I didn't make it clear to you earlier, we're going to be putting these lectures entirely on the web as a service to the Jewish people. Just available for free, no charge, just like they are here. And we think this will be something that will enrich the Jewish people in a small way, but I think it's the right thing to do. Also, I want to thank my friend Stephen Mills, aka Meatloaf, who has been a great supporter of the technical aspects of this project, and he's helped with a lot of the search engine optimization that we've done. One last thing, we do have a donation page that will help offset the costs. The shul has been very generous purchasing the camera and the projector and the screen and things like that, so we can make these lectures possible. We'd like to give that money back to the shul, so when you visit the website, which is very hard to remember, it's www.jewishhistorylectures.org, and if you click on .com, it will still work because I bought both domains. Then you'll be taken to a link where you can donate directly to the shul, and it'll be earmarked for the cost of this class and for its expansion. I think that's great. We have two sponsors for this week's lecture. The lectures happen whether we get sponsorships or not, but obviously we'd like to get more of them. Mr. and Mrs. Menachem Sternbaum and Susan Levinson and an anonymous donor have underwritten the costs of this week's lecture. We figured out for this semester it would cost approximately $265 to pay for everything we bought per lecture. So we're asking for $200 to sponsor the lecture. So whatever you want to give, if you want to give, is wonderful, and we're very appreciative. Okay, I think that's it for the general introductions. I think I've met almost all of you, but for those of you who don't know me, my background is I'm a historian. I received my PhD from the University of Toronto in 1995, and it coincided with my sort of discovery of Judaism together with my wife. And so I mixed my graduate career and my postgraduate career, bouncing around between the Hebrew University and Or Samea and the Oxford University and the Chai Society and Harvard and a few other really great schools, Cornell. And so I've had really a wonderful experience in some of the top universities of the world, Baruch Hashem, and I've also had the experience of learning Torah full time. And both these things really come together in my teaching, I think, and I really try to strive for the high rigor of academia that I've experienced in the Ivy League, and at the same time the Varmkeit and the brand of Torah that I received in yeshiva, and I'm hoping I can communicate some of that to you tonight. The class is going to be essentially a survey of modern Jewish history, like a first-year undergraduate survey. It is pitched to a little bit higher level because so many of the people in this audience are very well educated and are very well read, but it's still generic enough that if you have no idea what the topic is on, you should come away with some useful information. The approach is going to be biographical, just like last semester. Well, I will use people, sometimes famous, as today, sometimes not so famous, to illustrate the general trends of Jewish history and the forces that shape the Jewish world. Since I am primarily specialized in where west of Poland and any time before, let's say, 1648, I'd like you to please not ask any hard questions, because it's not my real area of expertise, but that's basically it. Okay, so are we ready for a quick joke, and then we'll talk about Rabbi Yosef Karo? Okay, so Rabbi Yosef Karo, he's known as the Mechaber in the yeshiva world, the author. The author, meaning he is the ultimate composer of a book for the generations. And that book, of course, is none other than the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, which is the code of Jewish law that has become universally accepted in the Jewish world as the sine qua non statement of Jewish normative behavior. In that context, I'd like to tell you a joke about somewhat antinomian behavior. And it's a joke that involves a fictional rabbi that has no relationship to this shul at all, of course. But the joke goes like this. This rabbi, for years and years, he's been devotedly serving his congregation. But all his life, he's been tortured by the question in his mind, what does pork really taste like? And he has, like, on Yom Kippur in particular, he has this terrible temptation. He just can't get rid of it. He decides he has to exorcise this terrible demon from himself, and he's going to follow the advice of the Gemara, dress in dark clothes, and go to a faraway neighborhood where he will, exercise his will and hopefully not have this demon torture him anymore. He goes way out into, like, West End or someplace like that, and he finds a Chinese restaurant. He goes into the very back in the dark place, and he's wearing, a baseball cap. I don't know if you've been walking around the beach lately, but at this time of year, there are all these people who come straight from Brooklyn with, the full black cops and things like that, but they're wearing a baseball cap. So it's like they're in disguise. Nobody knows. You would never. So, anyways, he's sitting in the back, he's wearing a baseball cap, and he says to the waitress the story. He doesn't say, but the rabbi part, he says, I want you to give me your best pork dish. She says, okay, no problem. She walks away. He's sitting there, he's feeling so good about himself. And of course, in walks the presidium and the board members for a late dinner. Of course, not associated with this shul or anything in this neighborhood, but the presidium walk in and they see the rabbi in the back of the room. He's trying to hide under his hat. And they walk up to him and they say, Rabbi, what are you doing here? And just as they're talking to him, the waitress comes with the best pork dish on the menu, and of course, you guessed it, it's a suckling pig. A huge pig. Can you, move the camera over here when I tell you? Thank you. People will think everyone's like, anyway, it's a big suckling pig. And everyone's speechless, and the rabbi finally says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a piece of fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Okay, the start of the joke was better than the end. But let's go straight to the show. His dates are 1488 to 1575. Rabbi Yosef Karo, sometimes spelled with a C. It's the same person, obviously. He was born in Spain, possibly in Portugal, and he certainly suffered the deleterious effects of the Spanish and the Portuguese expulsion, which we discussed last semester in great detail. He was most famous as a halachist, but he has tremendous potential.
Hi, Rabbi. What's up, man?
I just awoke. How are you?
Try to describe how these two factors
I just awoke.
came together to create the unique personality that's found in the Shulchan Aruch itself.
How are you?
As I mentioned, his main claim to fame is that he is the author of this.
Excellent. What's new?
Do you have a good sleep?
Yeah, thankfully.
Where they were allowed to remain for several years, and then they were expelled once again.
Can you use Google Translator, please?
Where he went from place to place.
I'm working on something right now, so I got to focus on it.
So it was really very much a family affair the way that he
Can you
studied
please
Torah.
Translator?
He was married 3 times, and he had 7 known children. 3,
please.
unfortunately, predeceased him. Here's an interesting.
Thank you.
This is a Yishuv era postage stamp. We have no idea if this picture, which is the iconic image of
I show every night your
it
stream.
actually looks like him,
Thank
but
you.
that's sort of a picture of the Rambam that you see over and over again. It's sort of like everyone's agreed that must
Apologies,
be
I cannot talk more.
he had
Period. I am working
close
project.
associations with many other rabbis of the period, and in fact, one of his daughters married the son of the famous Arizal, Rabbi Isaac Luria of Tzfat, and we'll speak about their association in greater detail. He also had some interesting influences from Shlomo Mofo, who was a fascinating character. Perhaps we'll spend more time speaking about him in greater detail in a later class, perhaps 2 semesters from now. Shlomo Mofo was also of Spanish origin. He was a converso who, like Uriel da Costa that we spoke about a few weeks ago, decided to return to Judaism. But whereas Uriel da Costa, was never completely comfortable.
Is it okay when I came in 20 minutes again?
You can come whenever you want.
Okay. I'm helping you. I save my helping other persons.
Thank you so much.
So he really flipped out.
Yes. Okay, I thank you.
Absolutely.
He had difficulty associating with the
Bye.
because they thought he was all just too radical. He circumcised himself when he was in his 20s. If you couldn't find a mohel who would do it, that's fairly extreme behavior. He had various negative relations with the Jewish community because he insisted that they should radicalize and they should take greater steps towards accelerating the pace of messianic clock. And ultimately, he got into trouble with the state and he was burned at the stake in 1532. This is actually his highly stylized signature that gives you a sense of what must be going on in his head if that's how he puts his John Hancock there. Rabbi Caro, however, was really quite impressed with the purity of motivation and intention of Shlomo Mofo, and among the many positive things he said about him was that after seeing his death, he prayed that he himself would come to a similar end. So Caro wished to die a martyr's death like Shlomo Mofo. He did not receive that privilege, and there's not much to say about that. Rabbi Caro's fame really extends from the period of time that he spent in Tzfat, where he moved when he was 48. He had already been working on his magnum opus, which I'm going to discuss in a moment, the Beit Yosef, very unusual circle of rabbis that were involved in this particular northern Israel city. There were a few factors that brought together some highly unique rabbis, including the Arizal that I mentioned earlier, his student Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Ramak, and Yosef Caro, among others. And Yosef Teitzak, who was also the teacher of Shlomo Mofo, was there at the time. There was, perhaps I should say, one of the most significant elements was the Abramson rule of history at work once again. Thank you so much. Sorry against it. Money. There was suddenly Jewish money in the region. The Rothschilds had specifically secured a parcel of land in northern Israel that would make it possible for Jews to settle there and to pursue their scholarship. Because, in Ein Kemach, Ein Torah, if there is no flour, there is no Torah. Suddenly, in Tzfat, there was a small, tiny area where Jewish scholars were especially valued and could pursue their studies. And he came into this region with a significant amount of authority based on his previous works, and his authority grew even greater. Yes, please. Yeah, we got money back then earlier. And if I'm wrong, you'll never know until I put this on the web and I cut this whole discussion out. But I'm pretty sure it was the Rothschilds. Maybe Montefiore, it's too early. Montefiore. Yeah, I think it is Rothschild. Okay. Let's go on to the next question. Okay. Now let's talk about the Beit Yosef. This is the book that really, among Sfardim in particular, he's more known for the Beit Yosef than he is for the Shulchan Aruch. And among those who learn halacha deeply, gain a much deeper respect for the Beit Yosef than for the Shulchan Aruch, which is much more popularly known. The Beit Yosef is essentially an encyclopedic commentary on the most current code of the time, the Torah. And in the next few slides, I'll take you through the process of codification and why it was so significant to have a commentary like the Beit Yosef. Basically, one of the things that plagued the commentators in their creation of codes is that it was simply too onerous to explain all of their thought processes. So it was much easier for a codifier to simply say, this is the halacha, please don't bother me anymore. And in later generations, when the author's personal status was no longer quite as well regarded, or if someone wrote a competing code, then no one could really sort out which code was appropriately followed. What the Beit Yosef did was it delved into the reasoning of the Torah. That's what I'll show you in just a second. And he brought all of the relevant passages from the Talmud to support the decision of the Torah. In other words, he completely explained, he dug in an archaeological fashion, and he discovered what was the reasoning of the Torah for arguing a particular position. He then went on to do the same thing, by the way, for Maimonides in a commentary called the Kesef Mishnah. And by writing this commentary, the Beit Yosef, he demonstrated that he had absolute control over the meaning of the text as written by the Torah. It was the ultimate critical analysis of a halachic code, and it was a phenomenal act of scholarship that undoubtedly provided him with tremendous appropriate regard. It took him 20 years to write it. It took him far less time to write the Shulchan Aruch itself, which is much more well known.
Welcome, Zoot. How you, pimp? Zoot, how? What is going on? What?
What's going on with that?
What do you mean?
No, the ponytail.
Yeah, I just have long hair, so I've got it in a bun.
When was the last time you cut your hair?
It was like a year, basically.
Okay.
How are you?
Okay, I guess.
Okay, what's going on?
No, just the world not functioning the way I want it to.
Okay.
Like, I feel like that's every human in existence.
Okay. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Did you know that you have an invitation? Did you know that you had an invitation?
Yeah. I can't see the invitation. No, you sent it the wrong one. Rabbi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Are you proud of that shot?
Yep.
Oh. That's in this. Oh no. You ready for an amazing shot? Oh no. Oh zoot.
Oh,
Zoot. Zoot. I could really change things here. And I did. I was easily looking at being down one hole. And now I'm up one hole.
so, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I've done a bit of research into this, and the American Psychiatric Association made it really easy for to diagnose depression and anxiety,
Okay.
and they did this for two obvious reasons. Because it benefits the pharmaceutical company when you have a lot of people that have depression and anxiety symptoms. Those are the easiest people to. Those are the easiest mental health conditions to get people on medication.
Yeah. I'm in agreement with you.
Do you think that's a problem?
Yeah.
I've been diagnosed with both, and I've been on SSRIs, and SSRIs really fucked me out.
They kill your libido.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's hard to get an erection with them.
But it's hard for me to calm.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I should have said that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why you had such a problem with that girl in the adult bookstore? Is that why?
A lot of girls, I can't calm when I'm with a girl.
Well, is it because of SSRIs?
Yeah.
This would be the greatest shot I've ever had on this hole. Oh man, dude, it's so hard to hit a long shot on this hole.
It might be, but I don't know if I had sex before I was on SSRI.
How don't you know?
Can't remember when I got on them. I'm pretty sure I had sex before I got on, and I wasn't able to come then. But I was very young. I was 19 when I started using SSRIs up until I was 25, 26 now. So nearly 7 years. It wasn't an adult book store, it was an adult movie theater.
Whatever. Did you know that they make an SSRI that allows you to come easier?
Really?
Yeah, it's called it starts with a V.
Benzo?
No. I forget the name of it, but
So
you could probably find it with ChatGPT.
that is Grok.
All right, well, Grok sucks cock. Did you know that you just lost?
Yep.
Do you want to be
Hey,
interviewed?
Rabbi, you want to do IQ test real quick?
Nope.
Just a quick question.
Nope.
What do a dog and a cat have in common?
This isn't an IQ test.
Check.
This isn't an IQ test.
It's a sub-test in the IQ test called similarities.
I mean, there's a lot. They're mammals. They have 4 legs. They have tongues. They have 2 eyes. They have mouths. They have ears. They have tails. They have hearts. They have rib cages. They have fur. They eat. They drink. What a shot.
You have taken an IQ test before.
Is that's the IQ test? That is all you had to do? Good shot.
Well, I knew you taking an IQ. You know how I know?
Because I'm sexy and have a big dick.
Because you gave a lot of answers.
Okay, that's cool.
Which means that you were trying to also get points for vocabulary as well. Because you know how this works.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily. That isn't an IQ test, though.
Well, the actual answer is like give the most abstract answer, and the most abstract answer is actually they're both house pets.
No, they're not. There are feral dogs and there are feral cats. That's an incorrect answer. Everything that I name is, in general, a characteristic of dogs and cats. But the fact that dogs are pets or cats are pets is not true. There's a significant population of dogs and cats that do not have owners that live in a feral environment.
Most of feral children.
There are.
Probably not so much where we in America. How many feral children do you think there are?
Well, do you count foster children? I wouldn't, because they have like some type of structure. You mean people who just live in the woods completely? I bet you there are some. In the United States, how many feral children do I think there are? Probably in like the South. There are probably some kids who ran away from home and their parents either don't care or weren't paying attention or something, or maybe they just were foster kids and they ran away and they're just living. Especially if you were like 15, 16, 17, if you count that, then there's a significant population of just people who are living off the land, basically.
Hi, Rabbi.
Hello.
15.
Hey, Loshi.
Yeah.
Rabbi is a good human.
Thank you.
It is a friendly person.
Thank you. Dankeschön.
Bitte schön.
Feral would mean just raised without
He helping other persons for him for hunger of the world.
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
Yo, pimp.
You might be able to. You might be able to come back.
I know. What are your thoughts on that?
You got one of the holes that I struggle.
Rabbi, I'm coming later. I making advertisement for you live stream.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I thank you. Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, I fucked up. Dude, I fucked up.
Okay, have a good time.
You too. Zoot.
Oh no.
That's okay. That hurt me. Get up. Get up. Hit my ball. Okay, it's like literally all I have to do is score. Oh. That was a big shot.
Rabbi, if I start making money again, I'll go to California.
Okay. How you gonna make money?
It's just been trading, I guess. But I also like.
Isn't that risky?
Yeah, it is.
Zoot, I'm gonna come back, and it's gonna be a very good comeback. I'm not gonna win, but I'm gonna tie for the win. Or I should say I'm not gonna
It is risky, but
outright win.
I'm not. I'm not going for millions. I'm trying to play like conservative, but I'm trading.
Don't you always say that?
No,
You
I
al-
usually go balls deep in something, and like fucking like 50k deep, fucking get a 3x, and then I wake up the next morning and it's 20k, and I'm just like, what the fuck did I do?
Did you know that I made one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game? Are you gonna do stand-up comedy in a week and a half?
Yeah, I'm not ready this week.
You're not ready this week, but you would have been ready last week if you would have gone.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Mentally, I'm just not there.
Okay. This one that we're gonna play, you can you get 50 for the red, 20 for the white, 10 for the black, but you can get anything you want. You don't have to get your own color.
What happens if you cock it, right?
You have to get in anything right now, any color, and then you get 50 points, more than 50.
No! How bad was that?
It was common. That happens. No.
If I hit the red, I'm just going to help you, so I'm going to go for the black. But the black, I'm going to get you down.
That's correct.
We're going to tie. So you're going to, eventually, you're going to have to hit the red, which is going to help me. That was a great shot.
Thanks, big dog.
You just helped me. You just helped me.
Are you sure about that?
Yep. You might have not just helped me though. I can't put it there, which makes it challenging. But it's not in position that really helps you too much. Okay, that wasn't bad.
See that white one? Watch this move. Ooh. That's a miss. Great shot, Zoot. This is a risky move, Zoot. I wouldn't do that. I would just hit the white ones in there easier. I told you that was a risky move. And you just allowed me to win the game. Thank you.
Why did you poke it up?
Because I would have to hit the ball twice to pocket.
You got a high score.
Did I get a high score?
You got the highest score ever.
No.
Yeah, you already got the highest score that you can get.
No.
The highest score you can get would be 170.
In this version, it would be 180. Because you could have 110, and then get a 50, and then get a 20.
But never 110, get a 50, then get a 20. Yeah. Oh, Rabbi, you are done.
So you've never beaten me in this game, and you're not going to beat me in this game.
I bet you
I don't know.
Check when we're playing doubles against Rabbi.
Yeah, maybe then. But you didn't beat me. I won the game for us.
40 was on your team.
Yeah, so I beat you. That was a tough win.
Fucking hell, you've been playing good. How do I win? Unless I hit the red, I can't win.
You see that white one on the right in the corner?
How'd you do that?
Because I'm dirty as fuck.
Fucking hell. That's not fair.
Well, what do you
We're
want?
playing to a win.
Alright, you want same rules and everything?
Yeah.
Alright, once you win, I need a break.
That was the worst. I had the worst break. You love me?
Yep.
Took so long.
Yeah, I've got to delete your old account because I keep sending it there out of habit.
Yeah, I'm never going back on that account.
Okay.
My stats on that account suck.
Your stats on that account are good.
I don't think I've won a game of golf on this account, actually. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
It's kind of not fair that I get a shit break, and then you got the easiest fucking shots of your life.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You know, the only way I can win is if I sink the red.
You can't even win that way. Alright, this is not an easy shot. Oh, wait, maybe. So, do you know what the dragon attack is?
No. Fuck off.
You just got swept.
Yeah, I break. Give you the easiest fucking break of a lifetime, and then, yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? I just win.
But I want you to break first. Why is it always me doing the break? Why
You don't have
break?
to. You could have just put it in the. You could have just put it in the pocket, and then you don't have to break.
What do you mean?
If you just automatically put it in the pocket, then I have to break. See that white one in the corner? Oh, I missed. Dude, no matter how well you play, though, I'm going to destroy you.
Fuck. No, I'm just bad. It's not even I'm getting bad breaks. I'm just bad. Rabbi, you're not even good.
I'm sick, dog. Look at this shot. Did you see that? I bounced it off the wall, dude. Do you see how good I am? This is a tough shot. Did you just quit?
No, you won.
Oh, no way. I did win. Wow. All right, you won.
How do you know? Oh,
Dude, all you have to do is win. Okay, I'm going first. Are you proud of that shot?
yeah.
Why? This is a tough shot. Ooh. Now's your chance to clean up, Zoot. You f***ed up. Major fuck up. That's a miss. Dude, you had... Oh, no way. Such a fortunate shot.
I think I know.
That's a miss.
You understand the mistake.
Get in. Yes.
Well, does it still count?
Nope. And it takes away 20 points from you.
What?
You heard me.
Does it?
Yep, it puts one of the white ones back on the board. Dude, this is hard.
Go for the red.
Nope.
Okay, now you have like the most impossible shot.
Nope.
No, right now.
Okay, you want me to go for the red?
Yep.
Oh, what a big miss. What a big miss.
Do I go for red?
Of course.
What's my best move here?
To make a shot. Not that one.
Fuck.
And the red one goes back, son.
Yeah, but it's hard for you to get it in.
No, that's easy. Fuck.
Oh my god, I got the easiest shot ever.
That's a miss.
Yep. Oh, did I make life easy for you?
Yep. Dog.
I have no...
Miss. Oh, fudge. Big shot for Zoot. Big shot for Zoot. And he missed.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
If there was like an unknown neurodivergency condition that affected 6% of people, but it was like really difficult to get diagnosed, and it's like 5 times more common in autism. Why do you think that is?
Because it doesn't really affect people in a major way, or at least it's not noticeable to them. Or perhaps it's not noticeable. Or perhaps it's not noticeable to them. Zoot, you know you're done. Do you know what the? All right, Zoot. One more game, and then I need a break.
But it does affect people.
Okay. If you don't want to break, just hit it into the corner, and it won't hurt you at all. Just hit it into. Are you seeing this?
Well, there'd be like levels to it, right? There's levels to every neurodivergency where it affects people more than others.
Everything's a spectrum, Zoot.
Yeah.
Oh no! I just hit it in, and I just lost 20 points.
So some people might have it mildly, some people might have it moderately, some people might have it severely.
Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, are you gonna win? Yo, dog, you got 60. Dude. Dude. You just made it difficult to win. It's not like I'm not going to. I'm going to come back and just look you straight in the face, breathe hot air on your mouth. What do you want?
I want to change the world.
All right, Zoot, start streaming your life, baby.
That's not a bad idea, but that requires a lot of financial resource.
Yes, it does. You've got that right. No.
And there's a lot of people in my life that I want to keep private.
Okay.
So they're protected.
Okay. For the win, Zoot. Oh, no. Zoot. Get in, get in, get in. And you lost points, son. And you gave me an easy shot. And I missed.
I don't think I can win now.
Yeah, you can.
How can I win?
Take all the balls. Or the disc.
Set up goals.
They're discs. Whatever, make them all.
10, 6, 70, 90. I can win.
Well, then do it. That was a miss.
If you
Dude.
for me. I can win. I can win. I don't fuck up and win. Oh, no. They need the easiest victory ever.
Dude, thanks for the win. All right. Come back in an hour, dude.
Okay. Maybe not.
You're not coming back.
If I don't fall asleep.
Sounds like a plan, big dog.
I feel it like I don't feel like I'm gonna fall asleep. It might be 2 hours. I don't know. I'll see you today.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan, Stan.
It's now August 1st.
That's tight. What's it like next month?
Next month.
Word, dog.
Let me check. That's it.
Peace.
It's the same as last month, just a little bit colder.
Okay. Going to tell them I am in a concentrated son of the master of its gun on its foot. Bird shrimp about the Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Bird shrimp about my sorry, my bad.
Any questions about the video, Yosef, yet? Okay, so let's go to the actual process of codification. And I apologize, some of these slides were already presented in the Maimonides lecture. I hope you've totally forgotten them, so they won't look too. The Talmud is a very difficult document to work with in terms of practical halakha, practical law. The primary reason is because the information is scattered throughout 20 odd volumes of text, written without a single punctuation mark, and with very, very difficult arcane language that is simply, unless you have years of training, it's very difficult to learn even how to read a single page of the Talmud. And so, and the fact is that the halakhic discussions are not found in an organizational pattern that we would associate with Western thinking, meaning there are no, this chapter is going to deal entirely with marriage. This chapter is going to deal entirely with divorce. Marriage and divorce are scattered throughout the entire Talmud. And you can miss a really important passage unless you have learned the entire book. It's a very, very difficult book to work with that way. And so that's why there was so much emphasis on the person of the Talmid Chacham, the wise student, who was someone who had swum in the depths of the Torah, of the Talmud, and was able to remember that, oh yeah, way over in volume 17, there's a reference to this that I have to access. By the way, as a small parenthetical note, this is dramatically changing in our time because of the power of the personal computer and the internet. The things that used to make a person well regarded as a scholar was a prodigious memory and an ability to recall, oh yes, this happens over in volume 17. But nowadays, sitting at home on my computer, in my pajamas, I can type in a keyword and I can find every single time it's mentioned in the entire corpus of Jewish literature, not only the Talmud. So it's changing the definition of what is scholarship in the Jewish world. At any rate, the material is organized in a way that's very difficult to access, and so it naturally lends itself to codification. If you want to actually apply the Talmud as a way of life, you have to create a code which essentially organizes all of the halachot in an organized fashion so you can study it from beginning to end. The early codes developed from the so-called Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the mitzvot. There's a passage in the Talmud that refers to the number of mitzvot in the entire Torah as being 613. Tariyat mitzvot. It's a well-known idea that so many people had carried around with them, but no one really bothered actually trying to count them until you get to the high Middle Ages, when you have a few rabbis who begin to say, let's count them up. In particular, Moshe ben Yaakov Akusi, who was a rabbi from France, he wrote a book called Sefer Mitzvot HaGadol, the Big Book of Mitzvot, or Smag, Sefer Mitzvot HaGadol, in which he listed them all, just the commandments, just what we're supposed to do, not how we're supposed to do them. And he listed them in positive and in negative commandments. Thou shalt and thou shalt not. So that was useful. And that spurred a sort of mini industry in codifying, because many people said, wait a second, I never count commandment number 148 as a commandment. That's just a custom. You don't have to worry about that. It's just a custom. And other people said, no, this is a real halacha. This is a law from Torah, from Moshe at Sinai. So there were competing Monei HaMitzvot. They were all arguing for slightly different variations of what were actually in the mitzvot. Furthermore, they were currently not relevant in our day with the absence of the temple. A tremendous amount of halachot dealing with the maintenance of ritual purity, which we have only in small areas like in washing Natilat Yadayim or in visiting the mikvah, but it's really quite a bit more extensive in the Talmud. And all the laws of the sacrifices, the laws of the structure of the temple, and so on. So what do we do with these laws if we're no longer, or at this point, not having a temple in existence? Still, they're part of the 613. Maimonides created the greatest code of the era in his Mishnah Torah, and I won't take too much time to speak about that because we did speak about it at an entire lecture a little while ago, in which he wrote a completely comprehensive code that covers the temple period, it covers the Messianic period, it covers all kinds of things like laws of opinions, how you should think, not how you should act. And his particular code fell under extremely harsh criticism for several reasons, one of which was he did not have the Kesef Mishnah at the time. He did not provide all of the sources, did not provide the back and forth of why he decided to take one position versus another. Okay, I've talked a lot. I should pause for a question. Yes, Joe.
Wasn't there a discrepancy between 613 and 614?
Maimonides or Fackenheim? I'm not familiar with that. I know that the Ramban took issue with some of them, and he wrote a commentary on his Sefer HaMitzvot. But I'm not familiar. I am familiar with this concept from a modern philosopher that I actually had the privilege to study with when I was at the University of Toronto, Emil Fackenheim, who argued very effectively, I think, in a literary way, but not quite as effective theologically, that there exists a 614th commandment. So nowadays, there is one more commandment, and that commandment is, quote unquote, not to give Hitler any posthumous victories. In other words, he says there is a commanding voice of Auschwitz that corresponds to the commanding voice of Sinai. So it's not exactly, a frum kind of thought, but we can certainly appreciate, he was a survivor himself, we can appreciate the motivation for that kind of thinking. So, good question. Any other questions? Arguments? So let's go on then. Maimonidean controversy, as we discussed a few weeks ago, ended in tremendous tragedy as Maimonides' books were burned by Jews, and then shortly thereafter, the French government actually burned the Talmud as well. And his books remain somewhat controversial in some circles even to this day. So now let's turn to the Torah, which is the book upon which Rabbi Yosef Karo made his signal contribution. The Torah is another code that departed from Maimonides' strategy altogether. Maimonides organized all of the laws of the Torah in 14 books, which he called the Yad HaChazaka, the strong hand, Yad meaning Yud and Dalet, 14. And as I mentioned, it covered everything. It covered the laws, before when we had the temple, the laws of Messiah, and so on, and a lot of things that we simply don't deal with today. So it was quite a massive book to work your way through. The Torah, Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher in the 14th century went for a much more modest proposal. He said, let's just get right the things that we do today. And he decided to omit anything that did not deal with behavior. There's no laws of the temple and so on. He named it after the 4 rows of the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, the Arba'a Tuvim, the 4 rows, and the 4 distinct sections proved to be the organizational framework that all future codes of Jewish law would adopt. And they are, the first section is Orach Chaim, or the way of life. And this section, which is typically widely studied in yeshiva today, deals primarily with what people do in the normal course of their day and in the holiday cycle. So it begins with, how you're supposed to wake up in the morning, how you're supposed to dress yourself in the morning, how long it should take you, Elisa, to get out of bed in the morning. It's right there, first halacha. We're going to have to spend some time talking about that one. So, the teenager, so... Anyways, getting out of bed in the morning, things like that. Then the laws of prayer, the laws of saying blessings, and there's a whole section on the laws of Shabbat. And basically, Orach Chaim is what the average Jew needs to know to live an observant lifestyle. That one section. It's been commented upon many, many times, including 2 very famous commentaries that are widely in use today. The Mishnah Brura by the Chafetz Chaim is a commentary on Orach Chaim. And the Aruch HaShulchan, not to be confused with the Shulchan Aruch, is also a 19th century commentary on it. The second section of the Torah, and by the way, if Orach Chaim is for regular Jews, and learned Jews, but regularly learned Jews, the next level up is called Yoredeh. Let's go down to the bottom here. This is like rabbinical level 1. If you want to be a rabbi, in most yeshivot, you must master this section, Yoredeh, which deals primarily with ritual law in the areas of keeping kosher and in the laws of sexuality. In other words, it's a little bit more complicated. You have to understand the whole issues of mixtures of milk and meat and the issue of what makes a cow kosher or not kosher and so on, and the laws of regular family life. And so typically in yeshivot, Yoredeh is studied by rabbinical students, and then they have an examination on it. If they pass that examination, then they receive the smicha with the title Yoreh, meaning can he teach? Yes, he can teach. Yoreh. That's assuming that he already knows Orach Chaim. You can't get to Yoredeh without knowing Orach Chaim. Then the next 2 levels are reserved for much higher level of smicha. Then we have Eben HaEzer, which deals with marriage and divorce law, and strange laws like levirate marriage, if a man dies childless, and the attachment of his widow to the brother-in-law, all those kinds of things. And finally, Choshen Mishpat, which deals with monetary law. The main reason why monetary law is considered the highest is because with ritual law, if you get a question, is this chicken kosher, you can always sort of back out and say, you better consider it treif, not kosher. And then, you may have caused someone a financial loss in the case of the chicken, but, it's not the worst thing that could happen. If you make a decision in monetary law, however, that's wrong, you'll be taking money out of one person's pocket and putting it into another, so you're an accessory to theft in that regard. So Choshen Mishpat is considered a much more onerous level of smicha, and the title person who passes that level is called Yadin, which means, can he judge? Yes, he can judge. So this is the way the Torah organized all of Jewish law, and you'll notice that it is quite comprehensive, but it's also quite limited to the kind of things that we enjoy in this diaspora existence, not in a messianic future or anything like that. This system of numbering organization is completely different from the Mishnah Torah, and in fact, the Mishnah Torah's numbering system was totally abandoned after the Torah wrote his commentary. But Beis Yosef is the commentary on the Torah explaining why he made all of his decisions the way he did. Okay. I should pause for questions. It's been about 30 minutes since I told the joke. I think maybe I should think of a joke. Does anyone have a good joke? Joke? You know, is it a joke that I can tell people? No joke. Okay, so I'm hoping that one will appear in my head shortly. Actually, did I tell you the joke about the anti-alcohol campaign in the Soviet Union?
Yeah.
Not yet. Okay, good. So this is a good joke. I'll tell you this one. I think I did, but I'm glad you forgot. So here's the joke. It's a joke I actually heard first in Ukrainian when I was studying it. It's much funnier in Ukrainian, but I'll try it in English anyways. That in the late 90s, as the late 80s, when the Soviet Union was collapsing, they had a serious problem with alcoholism. People were drinking a lot of vodka. People were drinking whiskey, horilka, and they were even drinking homemade moonshine, which they called samahon, which means self-cooked. And it was very dangerous. You know, it could be poisonous. You could go blind from it. It was terrible. So Gorbachev, and this is true, he started a massive anti-alcohol campaign. And he tried to promote, you know, more. What's the word for anti-alcoholism? Abstinence. Sobriety, that's another word. Temperance. Temperance is the word. He wanted to promote temperance like this. He gets on a plane and he takes a whole bunch of journalists with him and he goes to a construction factory in Siberia and he wants to speak to average Russians. And he brings the journalists with him right there into the factory floor and there's a conveyor belt and he picks some Russian worker. He goes up and says to him, Ivan, tell me, do you think a person can have a drink and then go to work in the morning? And Ivan looks at him and says, well, Mikhail Sergeyevich, yes, I think it's possible. So he says, Ivan, do you think a person could have 3 shots of horilka and go to work in the morning? He says, Mr. President, yes, I think it's possible. He says to him, Ivan, do you think a person can have 10 shots of samahon and still go to work in the morning? He says, you see, I'm working. So I usually use that joke to tie up. Question?
You mentioned spot, and one of the biggest spot in the Kabbalah, I think, is the Baal Shem Tov, and it was, well, I know the Baal Shem Tov wanted to spread Torah throughout Europe to more people. Would this be a good person, meaning the idea of organizing these thoughts in this type of way so it could be more accessible to everyday users?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's a very profound question. Jumping ahead just for a second, and it's so appropriate you should mention the Baal Shem Tov because, you know, the joke goes, it's a joke, it's a stereotype, but it still has a kernel of truth to it. The Chassid says, why do I need a sefer? I have a Rebbe. What do I need a book for? I have a rabbi to tell me what to do. And the Misnaged, you know, the Lithuanian Jews, they're known for their superior fashion sense and their good looks. They say, what do I need a Rebbe for? I have a sefer. What do I need a teacher for? I don't have to ask any human being. I'll just look at a book, I'll decide for myself. And that's like a cultural orientation between the two groups. When the tour, it's not so much on the Beis Yosef, but when he wrote the Shulchan Aruch, if you think about it for a second, essentially he's disenfranchising an entire rabbinical industry because the mastery of halakha is no longer dependent, not to the same degree that it was in the Maimonides, but still quite so for his era, is no longer dependent on someone who's mastered the entire Talmud. You just have to have someone who has enough Hebrew skills to be able to navigate the section headings to the Shulchan Aruch, and at least theoretically, he can tell you, or she can tell you, what the halacha is. And this is a big shift in the democratization of Judaism that definitely is characteristic of the Baal Shem Tov. So there's a very unique parallel there. I have one more kind of point I don't want to forget, but I'll bring it up when I talk about the Smicha controversy. Yes, please.
We are in the Shula from Orach. I like to have a cool sentence to mention the country Kitzur.
Sure. Okay.
This is much closer to the general.
Sure. So it's jumping ahead a little bit, but again, since you're right, the Torah deals with these four large areas, and the Shulchan Aruch also uses these four large areas. But the vast majority of a person's life does not have to deal with kosher mishpat, and hopefully you only have to deal with Evan HaEzer minimally, like getting married once, let's say, and that's it, and hopefully you don't have to return to it too often. But you will always need Orach Chaim and Yoreh Deah. So certain amounts of Yoreh Deah. So a Hungarian rabbi named Gottfried in the mid-19th century wrote a one-volume version called the Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, the short one. Well, it was published in Hebrew in one. Now, if you buy the English translation, it comes in like 7, I think. And for a while, there was an English translation in 3. It's not so short, but it's called the Short Shulchan Aruch. And basically, it's an abbreviated version of Orach Chaim with a little bit of Yoreh Deah. Like, for example, in Yoreh Deah, the laws of honoring parents are found in Yoreh Deah. So if you only study Orach Chaim, you're going to totally miss that really crucial section. Okay, thank you. My pleasure. Yes. Oh, another hard question. Okay. Yes. Yes. The text of the Torah is not the same as the text of the Shulchan Aruch, but he totally took over the numbering system, and like a layman's guess would be maybe 30% of his language. The Torah, absolutely. The Torah was written. Rabbi Yosef Kala wrote the commentary on the Torah. He wrote a commentary on the Rambam, and he said, "That's it. I'm writing my own halakha." And he wrote the Shulchan Aruch at this point, which is I'm going to talk about it in 1 second. But it is descended from the Torah, and if you really want to be oh no, it's a straight lineage. Torah, Beit Yosef, Shulchan Aruch, Kitzur Shulchan Aruch, Mishnah Brura, Orach Chaim, they're all in one straight line. Maimonides is in a different row. Everybody else is following in lots. Now, the context of this, you understand, it's a very wild time intellectually for Jews, especially in Spain. And one of the developments that's going on is the possibility of the renewal of Smicha. Smicha is ordination in English. The term means to lean upon or to rely upon, and it comes from the original Smicha when Moshe gave Smicha to Yoshua. Moses gave to Joshua, he put his hands on his head, and he said, "Okay, you're the next leader of the Jewish people after I'm gone." This laying on of hands, the Christian term, was practiced for many, many generations, well into the Temple period, and that's how the rabbis were ordained for the Sanhedrin, the grand court of Jerusalem. However, after the exile from Jerusalem in the 1st century, Smicha was lost. The chain of transmission of who was authorized to give Smicha to a student was completely lost. And so for 1,500 years, Smicha had gone to waste. In fact, when we call a person a rabbi today, it does not mean the same thing as it would have meant back in the ancient period. A rabbi accomplished a certain level of learning, but it does not, let's say, to compare to, let's say, a Christian priest, it does not confer some kind of special magical power. Not all rabbis believe that, I remember once, this is a little bit of a tangent. It's a good story, though. It's the famous air conditioner story. It's a good story. So this is a true story. I'll tell you quickly. One day before Pesach, the air conditioning system went out in our house, and it was really busted. And the repairman said it was going to cost like $3,000 to replace it. So I go to shul the next morning, and not this shul, it was when I was working in another neighborhood. And the rabbi says to me, "So how's it going, Gil?" I say, "Oh, Rabbi, it's going terrible." I tell him the air conditioner busted, and I have to spend $3,000 for the air conditioner. And the rabbi said, "Mazel tov." So I went home, I had breakfast. So I asked her, she asked, "Who was at shul? What did they say?" Nothing, it's always but she says, so I told her that, I told the rabbi about the air conditioning, and he wished me a mazel tov. She said, "Why did you wish me a mazel tov?" I said, "I don't know." She says, "Why didn't you ask me?" I was afraid of the rabbi. So she says, "Go back and talk to the rabbi." So I went back, talked to the rabbi, and I said, "Rabbi, remember this morning, why did you wish me mazel tov that my air conditioning broke?" And I said, "Oh, it's very simple. We have a basic idea in the Talmud, in the second Rosh Hashanah, that your income is decided by Rosh Hashanah. Whatever money you're going to make in the rest of the year, it's decided that day. Obviously, what happened is you made too much money. And therefore, some of it has to be taken away." That in itself was hard to believe. But I said, "Okay, but then if that's the case, why a mazel tov?" And then he said to me, very wise, he said, because we have a tradition in the Kabbalah that the fastest way to get rid of that kind of excess income is through marriage. So mazel tov, you got to get rid of your excess income by getting a new air conditioner and not through paying. It helps a little bit. Okay, there was a certain Rabbi Yaakov Rav in Safed who said, he relied on a rather obscure reading of Maimonides to say, "You know what? If we have the world's greatest rabbis concentrated in the land of Israel, and all these great rabbis agree with one another, which is a very difficult thing to achieve, and they appoint one of their membership as a real rabbi with smicha, then smicha restarts." In other words, he wanted to resurrect the smicha that had the power of the Sanhedrin 1,500 years earlier. And sure enough, in Tzfat, you had this unusual circle of individuals, and it truly is, it was an exceptional group of people. The Arizal, who founded really, much more even than the Baal Shem Tov, founded the entire Hasidic movement only a couple hundred years later. The Ramak, author of the Tomer Devorah, phenomenal work of soaring genius. And Rabbi Yosef Karo, he was not the least of them. And so Rabbi Yaakov Rav said, "This is it. We have the Kehillah here. Let's do it." And they pitched in. They all agreed, and they appointed Rabbi Rav as the first rabbi with smicha in modern times. Yes. Chief rabbi? It's a good question. I'm pretty sure, off the top of my head, it comes from the French Revolution, because when Napoleon, ironically, he also reestablished the Sanhedrin, and we'll talk about it in a couple of weeks actually. But he reestablished a kind of Sanhedrin, and he wanted to organize the Jewish people in France along the same system of organization as the consistoire, the consistory of the French Catholics, with a hierarchy of deacons and priests and so on, all the way up to an archbishop. So he set the same setting for the Jews, giving them their own organization with a chief rabbi, state-appointed chief rabbi. And I may be wrong, but I believe that system was emulated in England and in Germany and even in Israel as a structure. Of course, when you have countries like Israel, no one pays attention anyways, and everybody has their own chief rabbis. But whenever you involve money, and the idea of, like, if you want to be a rabbi in this country, you have to be licensed, you have to be associated with the official synagogue, then it makes a big difference. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I don't think you have chief rabbis in the Arab world at all. No, seriously. I mean, there are Jews in the Arab world. Okay, sorry, Steve, did you have a question? Oh, Judith. The Mediterranean basin.
because there's subsidies such as so yes, they initiated this. I know it's
Yeah. Well, I think France is pre-World War II. That really is 1804. But I think that system was emulated to much of Europe. Okay, excellent question. Okay, so what happens is, now Rabbi Beirab also, once he is ordained, the first real rabbi, the real smicha, he of course ordains all the people who ordained him. So we now have about 5 or 6 rabbis with real smicha who are now ordaining their students. And Rabbi Yosef Karo himself, of course, was ordained, and he passed it along to several of his students. But there are several passing literary references that indicate that, maybe he didn't take it so terribly seriously himself. He went along with it, but you don't see a great deal of enthusiasm for it on Rabbi Karo's part. Nevertheless, this relates directly to the Shulchan Aruch, which I'll get to as soon as answer Ms. Abrams' brilliant question.
Now, whenever I bring this up, it always ends up sparking a debate in the comments. So, just to be clear, I'm not talking about TRT. Obviously, there's a place for that if you have a deficiency. I'm talking about guys who take tests so they can get jacked in the gym purely for aesthetic reasons. They're two completely different things. And so, when Brian Cullen brought up Hulk Hogan's passing on the
Excellent
fighter
question. Do you think the other great rabbis agreed? No, absolutely not. And they did not. And what made it especially painful is that one of the chief critics, Rabbi Yaakov Beirab, ordained him, and still he rebelled against him. I can't remember his name. I can't remember. No, I did not. But yeah, it was not at all universally accepted. Basically, it kind of fell flat after about 2 generations. I don't think there's anyone today who can actually claim to have received smicha back from Rabbi Yaakov Beirab. Not get enough traction in the outside world. It's true you had a tremendous concentration of genius in this one little tiny town in northern Israel, and what they said had huge shockwaves, sent huge shockwaves spread to this world, but not enough to really last past one person. Let us turn now to the actual work for which most people know what is the Shulchan Aruch. At this time, when he's getting to the Shulchan Aruch, his main work really is the Beit Yosef, the commentary on the Torah, and to a certain degree the Kesef Mishnah, his commentary on Maimonides. And everyone knows that there is one person on the planet who knows the halakha inside out from all the various perspectives, and he said, okay, now it's time for me to just list my conclusions. Again, the way the Beit Yosef works is it's a back and forth. It's you know why the Torah says this? It's because of this position in this Gemara and this passage over in this Gemara, and with this lots of analysis. The Shulchan Aruch is just the bottom line. It's just this kind of chicken is not kosher, and this kind of chicken is kosher. And that makes it much, much smaller as a work and much more manageable. But as I mentioned, we used the same structure as the Torah, so it really was found widespread adoption. One small detail, however, troubled particularly the Jews of Europe, and that was the Shulchan Aruch. When he felt uncertain about a position, he took it to his Beit Din. And what I mean by his Beit Din, or what scholars mean by his Beit Din, is 3 key opinions, I believe. Rabbi Yosef Al-Klasi of North Africa, Provence, and the Rambam, of course, of Spain. And between those 3 opinions, whichever way it went, this is the one, that's the position he would take. Since 2 of those rabbis were Sephardic, and of course Rabbi Yosef Karo was also Sephardic, the Shulchan Aruch definitely tilts Sephardic. Whenever there's a difference between Ashkenazic and Sephardic practice, it definitely tilts towards Sephardic practice. And one of the major sets of opinions that he basically ignored were the Tosafos of Europe at that time. The Ashkenazi scholars, 12th to the 15th century, and they hardly feature in his work. So many Ashkenazim felt resentful and felt that they were disenfranchised by this great work of scholarship. They were, however, mollified with the work of this man, Rabbi Moshe Israel. This, unlike many of the other portraits, is probably more of an actual youngster named Rabbi Yosef Karo was a senior scholar. He was so amazed by the Shulchan Aruch and by the erudition, long and poignant to that work, a long tribute to it by appending Ashkenazic customs. And so, whereas the Shulchan Aruch is known as the set table, the Mappa, his commentary is called the table cloth. So we're covering the Shulchan Aruch. And it serves several functions. Basically, it Ashkenazifies, it makes more Ashkenazic the Shulchan Aruch by describing dissenting opinion of European custom. But from time to time, he disagrees with the Shulchan Aruch openly as well, just on logical grounds or on source text, not necessarily on customary errors. One of the brilliant aspects of his work, however, and I've yet to discover whether this was his intent or whether it was the publisher's intent, but the way they presented it was genius. Instead of producing two separate books, or let's say the Shulchan Aruch in the center and then the Mappa around it, they actually interleave the text so that they use two different fonts. And you get the same work, the Shulchan Aruch printed in traditional Assyrian block print, and the Ramah written in Rashi-style cursive, right there in the same sentence. And it feels like two people having a conversation. When you read them together, the Shulchan Aruch will begin a sentence, the Mappa will add a few comments, and then the sentence will pick up again by the Shulchan Aruch, and it feels like a unitary whole that brings together Ashkenazic and Sephardic custom. Together with the Mappa, the Shulchan Aruch became universally accepted, and dissent virtually disappeared. And that's why it has become, to this day, the most widely accepted code in Jewish history. The legacy of the Shulchan Aruch, in terms of the Smicha, before I go on, one of the criticisms of the Shulchan Aruch at the time was that perhaps he wrote this relatively easy code because this was a way of disseminating the authority of the rabbis of Tzfat. This was a way of describing that this is the ultimate code for the Jewish people forever. It didn't work out that way, but it was a kind of democratization of Judaism, specifically in this position. Now, one last thing that's very important to mention that ties this all together. The Shulchan Aruch, Joseph Karo, was also a profound Kabbalist. He wrote very little works of a Kabbalistic nature themselves, but quite often he introduces the Zohar as a source text in his writing, indicating that the Zohar for him, of course the essential Kabbalistic work that was discovered in the 13th century, indicating that this has a phenomenal import to its thinking. And in fact, as he confided to his students and possibly even wrote an autobiography, there's some controversy over the actual authorship of it, he claimed not to have figured out the halacha, not to have deduced it from the text, but rather he was visited nightly by a spiritual being called a Magid, who would relate to him everything he was supposed to write the next morning. Now, there's a lot of debate over whether or not this was actually his position or it was ascribed to him by others, but there was no doubt that he was deeply influenced by Kabbalistic thinking, and his work, although we tend to think of halacha as being fairly dry, straightforward, legalistic, I mean, it is law, it's legalistic, but in reality, it is infused throughout with the deeper sentiments of the mystical tradition. He brought these things together in a most amazing way, and particularly when you add the work of the Ramah, making it more of an Ashkenazic style work, the Shulchan Aruch leaves his legacy on all Jewish practice. He died at age 87 and was buried in Tzfat, and one of the eulogies spoken over him at that point referred to the pasuk he had sung on tribe 11, Rosho Kesed Paz, his head is a fine gold, and the word for gold is Paz, spelled 87 in Hebrew gematria, the age at which he died, and left a phenomenal legacy to the Jewish people.
Believe it or not, that actually made me feel
Thank you
kind of
very
sad.
much
I mean,
for your
this guy
attention
has
and
a wife and
indulgence.
3 kids, and
If
he's
you're on
only
the
just
mailing
realizing that
list,
the decisions he's made in some
if
instances
you're on the mailing
continues to
list,
make
when I've got this loaded to the web properly, maybe Steve will help you with that, then you'll be able to review this and critique it with your friends. Have an excellent evening.
My point is that he spent years bragging about taking everything under the sun, doubling and tripling the doses, joking about it in front of Rogan to make him laugh and to get his approval. But now at the age of 42, he's finally realizing that he's
tonight's lecture is on a topic that's very dear to me. I think it's going to be one that you'll find fascinating as well. I have some personal stories to share with you about the tremendous Ramchal and his impact on my life personally, and hopefully on yours if you've never encountered him. I hope this will be an adequate introduction to his life and thought. I want to thank all of you for your kind wishes regarding my father. Thank God he's doing much better. The surgery went very well, although he's in his 80s and the recovery is a slow and difficult process. So, we had some trouble with him getting out of the anesthesia, and then after that, some problem with, all the organs working right after the part of his colon. But thank God he's doing much better. In fact, today they moved him from a district hospital in Timmins, about 50 miles away, to my hometown where my mother is visiting my easier because she doesn't drive. And it's really cold up there. When we were there, it was 24 degrees below zero. And if you're wondering whether that's Celsius or Fahrenheit, why? It's really, really cold. It's cold to breathe at 24 degrees below. And that's before the wind chill factor, which makes it about negative 700. Incredible. My family comes from a very remote part of Canada in northern Ontario. Just to give you a sense of it, the signs in the hospital where my father was treated are in English, French, and English. And I actually brought back some pamphlets from the hospital. I forgot to bring with me tonight, but it's a fascinating place to live in many ways. I'm very grateful to Coach Borough that the surgery went well. I'm also very grateful to all of you for showing your support. I apologize that I couldn't be here in person last week to give a lecture on Nicholas Hammond, which I thought was such a fantastic topic. I encourage all of you to visit the website and view the video there. They did make a video while I was up there. Alexander, my son, came up and interrupted quite a little bit, but it's still, I think it's got great material, and I encourage you to view it because it's a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. Print out of it? No, I haven't got a transcript, but this week's lecture is sponsored by the Young Israel, and that's just a nice way of saying no one else stepped forward to sponsor this week's lecture. It gives me a tremendous amount of personal pleasure when I know that my efforts with these lectures help support the shul. So if anyone wants to step forward to sponsor future lectures, we have some of the dates are covered, and I'm very pleased about that. We're asking for $200 to sponsor a lecture because it's really cost a nice screen and a camera and a projector and things like that. But the lectures happen anyways, and as I like to think, just being here is a sponsorship. It means a lot to me that you're here and you enjoy the classes and so on. Okay, so today's topic is the Great Ramchal. And I have to tell a joke to introduce Ramchal. He is, without a doubt, the premier author of the tradition of Mussar, which we spoke about several months ago when we looked at the Tobos of the Babos, which is also a very classic text in this tradition. But without a doubt, the Ramchal's Mesilat Yesharim is the preeminent text studied in Mussar Yeshivot today. And in this context, the only real Mussar joke that I know that's clean, that I can repeat in this context, is one that I know I told you when we spoke about the Tobos of the Babos. So, if you don't mind, because this is going onto the internet, laugh anyways, if you remember the punchline. It goes like this. So the Mussar, of course, there are many different schools of Mussar, but the most commonly known one emphasizes rigorous self-analysis and an unyielding commitment to determining the truth about your personality, warts and all, to quote Cromwell. The idea of knowing all your dark spots, to do like a cheshbon nefesh, a self-analysis, and to be able to work on your weaknesses in an absolutely merciless manner. So Musar is characterized as a kind of a harsh, cold, analytical, and sometimes even masochistic approach to self-defense. And that's why we Litvaks really enjoy it so much. So the joke goes like, but Hasidim, they don't have the same tradition. They have, Hasidus has a totally different approach, and there are many different Hasidic approaches as well. But in general, Hasidus is much more, uplifting, and there are Musar schools like this as well. I don't want to overgeneralize, but they don't resonate with Musar in the same way. So the joke goes like this: a Chassid wants to know what's up with Musar. What's the big deal about Musar? How come everybody's talking about Musar all the time? So this Chassid goes to a Musar yeshiva, and he wants to see what do people learn in a Musar yeshiva. And he goes in the room and he sees there's one person sitting in one corner, and he's reading Masilat Yesharim, and he's kind of like wiping his brow, and you can see that he's really fetching over, and he's really upset with himself. And he looks over in another corner, and he sees someone's reading Chovos Levavos, and he's beating his breast, and he's feeling terrible. So he says, look, I'll try it. So he goes over, he gets a book off the wall, and he sees the first guy saying, Oi, in Yiddish, Ich bin garnished. I am nothing. And he sees the other guy over there saying, Ich bin ganz garnished. I'm entirely nothing. Okay? So he picks up the Sefer, he starts reading something. I'm also arrogant. I have no humility. He's going on and on. He says, Ich bin garnished. Ich bin ganz garnished. Ich bin garnished von garnished. Thank you for laughing. That was very charitable. Appreciate it. So the Ramchal, the name is an acronym for Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. His years are 1707 to 1746. As you can see, it's a very truncated life. He died before the age of 40, which is generally understood as Misa Mishuna, as an unnatural death. And this is something that is unfortunately characteristic of great students of Kabbalah. When you look throughout the ages, you see that some of the greatest exemplars of Kabbalistic wisdom also died unnatural and early deaths. And this is certainly true of the Ramchal in the context of his Kabbalistic studies, which are really quite profound. He was an exemplar of three main areas of Jewish research, and ironically, he is known to three quite disparate communities for entirely different contributions to Jewish knowledge. First of all, and perhaps the most generic, he is a preeminent Jewish theologian. And one of his greatest works, which I've shown the cover of here, Derech Hashem, The Way of Hashem, is basically an 18th century Vade Mekom, or a kind of in Hebrew, a kolbo, everything is in there, which basically answers all of the questions of Jewish faith in one small volume. And this is really quite an achievement. For example, if you look at some very, very basic Jewish philosophical questions, like what happens after we die, if you go to the Talmud, you'll find a range of answers. And it's very difficult to kind of negotiate, well, which one is it? They're mutually exclusive, apparently. And you need someone who kind of digests it all and says, well, this is what we believe happens to people after they die. And it's true, there are these other statements and other opinions, and here's clarity on what those mean in the context of the larger picture. Why is it that the righteous suffer and the wicked flourish? These are basic theological questions. If you go to the book of Job, which is perhaps the locus classicus for these questions, it's very difficult to tease out just a straight answer from that book. Even if you skip to the end and you go to the conclusion, it's very hard to figure it out. So in Derech Hashem, he goes through all of these basic questions, and essentially, most believing Jews believe the way the Ramchal said it down. even if you want to disagree with Jewish belief, you basically disagree with the Ramchal, because he is the theologian who kind of organized everything for us in a contemporary manner that we consider absolutely normal. In fact, when you read Derech Hashem today, it almost seems like it's, well, of course, that's what Judaism is. Not so clear in the 18th century. It basically set the standard for many Jewish theological beliefs. That's kind of something that affected all Jews across the spectrum. He is also extremely well known for his Kabbalistic work, and that's perhaps his preeminent contribution to the Hasidic work. Modern Hasidic movements of the Bechtian variety and onward are very, very much indebted to the Ramchal's work in Kabbalah, particularly his his 138 openings of wisdom, which is a classic that I can't even begin to understand, but is very widely quoted in the Hasidic world as one of the essential primers of Kabbalah. He is most well known, I think, in general, but certainly in the Lithuanian world, as the author of great works of Musar. The Mesilat Yesharim is one that I have a tremendous attachment to, and I'd like to spend more time talking about in a few minutes. And finally, so far we've covered, a generic Jewish theology primer, and then we looked at Kabbalah and Hasidim, and then we looked at Musar and the Litvak. The last group left are the Maskilim, the Enlightenment Jews of the 18th and 19th century in particular, who were modernizing and westernizing Judaism and the Jewish culture, and they looked to the Ramchal as one of the preeminent early stylists of modern Hebrew, because besides his Kabbalistic works, his works on Talmudic logic, his works on theology, and his works on Musar, he also wrote love stories. Basically, Italian love stories in modern Hebrew. And he was a playwright composing these things. This is something I never learned in yeshiva, I have to tell you. Now, later authors, and I don't think they're wrong, I don't want to exaggerate this, but later authors argue that these love stories, even though they fit certainly within the tradition of 18th century Italian love stories, they are very much Kabbalistic allegories. It seems very out of character for him to write something. Maybe when we were talking about Shmuel and Grella, we can go into different interpretations. But not being very well familiar with them myself, it's hard for me to make an informed statement, but I have a feeling that's probably the case. And I think you'll agree with me as I go through the presentation on his life and works. Okay, so that's who the Ramchal was. Let's get straight to his biography. But should I pause for some questions first? Arguments, discussion? Sorry? He was born in Padua. You have absolutely anticipated my very first slide. Second slide. Yes. He was first published, I believe, in 1787, and he died in 1746. Some of the early Rabbi Shneur Zalman's grandson, well, that's a small detail. I don't want to go into that. Maybe I'll come back to it later. Okay, so let's talk about his family background. He came from a very famous family in Italy, originally from Germany. The name Luzzatto is probably derived from the town named Lienz in the German protectorate. And that name Luzzatto actually resonated deeply throughout Italian history. There were many, many descendants of the Ramchal, either direct or from the family line, that made great contributions to Jewish thought. Some of them have acronyms of their own, the Shadal, for example, in the 19th century. And there were 20th century Luzzattos who were also active in fields like translation, and culture, and archaeology, and so on. There are also a great number of Luzzattos who left Judaism altogether and were quite prominent in Italian society as well. Whether or not they're aware of their connection to the Ramchal, nevertheless, the family resonated throughout Italian history for several centuries. He was educated at his birthplace, Padua, which was a very well-known university town. This is a photograph of the world's first operating theater in the University of Padua, where they would perform surgeries here, and all the students would be amazing pieces of architecture and look down. And this is the environment in which the Ramchal was raised. His parents had a very enlightened Western sort of attitude to learning in general, and they gave him a very rigorous religious and secular education. He was a child prodigy. He composed his first work at the age of 14 and published his first work at the age of 20. He was known to be very well versed in classical languages such as Greek and Latin, and their literatures as well, reading Homer and so on. And you can see the resonance of that in his Hebrew writing in particular. And there's some evidence that he had significant scientific knowledge from the 18th century. There's no evidence that he actually attended classes at the University of Padua, but as I will demonstrate shortly, a lot of his friends were university students and created a certain entourage of people who were very much associated with the exciting world of learning in this 18th century university. Specifically, he attracted to them a number of young men who are called by scholars now Padua. We'll look at a few of them briefly a little later on, but these appear to be, we don't know too much about their background, but these appear to be young Jewish men of at least middle-class means who have the wherewithal to attend the university. And the University of Padua was also open to these young men, which is also saying something, because colleges here in the States were still using numerous clauses at that time and for some time afterwards as well.
Okay.
The level of their attachment to Judaism should be examined. They were probably more like what we would associate with 18th century Baalei Tshuva, meaning they're like newcomers to Judaism. Now, what do I mean by that? What we know about 18th century Judaism, a lot of it comes from the research of Professor Ruderman, is that there's basically, unlike in America, where a Jew can simply disappear into the mainstream and can simply choose not to affiliate, not to. In the 18th century, you still had to belong to some club. You were either in the Jewish club or the Christian club. They jumped over it. But that didn't mean that just because you were in the Jewish club, you had to follow all the rules. There was a certain level of what was considered societally mandatory, especially public displays of irreligion would not be looked upon with favor. But on the other hand, private attitudinal shifts or private lapses of observance would be considered pretty much typical. You would have what we might call today, let's say, nominal orthodox. In that there's only one shul. This is well before the advent of the conservative reform movements. There's only one shul in town, or of the various shuls, all basically orthodox. And, you have to show up at shul sometime because your mother expects you to, your father expects you to. How are you going to get a shidduch anyways? That sort of thing. But ultimately, these are people who are not necessarily burning with the enthusiasm for Torah, the age of Torah. They come to university, they're very excited by the whole world of learning as a whole, and then they come into contact with this genius, this young man who at 20 years old has already attracted a large number of significant followers who want to learn Judaism from him. And they're turned on by what he's doing, and they begin to shift specifically in one direction, which turns out to be disastrous personally for the Ramchal, and that is theurgic Kabbalah. If you recall, we spoke 2 weeks ago about the Shabbat Tzvi. Kabbalah basically comes in two flavors in this context. One is theoretical Kabbalah, which is mystical thoughts on the nature of the soul, the structure of the universe, kind of like blueprints and trying to understand the way the universe works. And then there is theurgic Kabbalah, which is activist Kabbalah, where the practitioners attempt to affect the change in the universe through their studies or their behavior. So theoretical Kabbalah is still in the gray area where people can study it under certain limitations. Theurgic Kabbalah, though, was definitely taboo, especially after the deficit of Shabbat Tzvi. Trying to force the arrival of the Messiah, for example, or to, use incantations and spells and the like to bring about some sort of positive repercussion for the Jews politically, socially, economically. This was very much frowned upon because of the disaster of Shavuot. And it seems that the Padua Circle began to move in that direction, and this would eventually create tremendous controversy. Just want to give you, I decided to organize this class a little differently after I wrote the lecture. This circle established a code of conduct, which is translated here. It's like everyone who joined this circle had to take on this nether, vow. This study will not be regarded as a private tikkun of the members. And I'll explain what that means. It's mainly separated in three words. But, well, believe me, don't you? This is a typo. It's amazing what I can say. Nor will it be an atonement not only dedicated to the tikkun of the whole Shekhinah and all of this. What these terms mean, you probably heard the term tikkun olam, preparing the world, and often this is used in a social action context, like eating the homeless and things like that. In its original Kabbalistic sense, tikkun is some kind of positive activity, study, prayer, mindfulness, that is meant to kind of repair the rift in the world created by the Kabbalistic separation of Kadosh Baruch Hu, one aspect of God, and the Shekhinah, which is another aspect of God. I don't really know what I'm talking about. Why should it be any different right now? So, the tikkun could be anything like, you see it in prayer books today. For example, one of the most common places in an Ashkenazi non-Hasidic prayer book is immediately before Psuke de Zimra, there's a little passage that says, Hare ani mukhan muzuman, behold, I am prepared and ready, to say these prayers in order to bring about the unity, the bring together, the Holy One was blessed, and the indwelling presence. And that's a tikkun. Now, the Padua Circle would spend hours doing these tikkun. And the whole point of these tikkunim were designed to somehow not be an atonement for their own sins. They're trying to do it in the Shem Shemayim for the Jewish people and the universe as a whole. In other words, trying to bring about the time of the Messiah, trying to bring us to that moment of perfection when the Messiah will arrive. And this got them into a lot of trouble. One of the things that I'll share with you is a little premature, but in one of his, we have his correspondence. Scholars, especially Isaiah of Jerusalem, has published a lot of the private papers of the Ramchal, which were discovered many years later. And we have his correspondence with his teacher. And even his teacher, we'll speak about in a second, was constantly telling the Ramchal, lay low a little bit. Cool it. You are getting yourself in trouble with these weird Kabbalistic things. And Ramchal responds tellingly at one point, but Rabbi, I really have cut back. I am only doing tikkunim no more than once every 15 minutes. You can imagine, he's walking around saying these, just stopping and saying, every 15 minutes. What kind of plane is he on? What kind of sensitivity to the spiritual universe around him? So anyways, what happened with the Padua Circle was in 1727, they had a remarkable turning point in this direction of spiritual Kabbalah when the Ramchal first recorded a visitation from a Maggid. And you'll perhaps recall 4 weeks ago, we discussed by Yosef Karo, the Maggid is a mystical figure, some kind of angel that in the Jewish tradition you will visit a scholar or a very pious person and relate some kind of ineffable wisdom that cannot otherwise be gained. One of the amazing things about the role of the Maggid in the life of Rabbi Yosef Karo is that we tend to think of halakha, of Jewish law, as being very rational and analytical, full of something you can dissect and analyze. Tanarut, the code of Jewish law, under the influence of the Maggid, coming to him at night in the visitation and telling him what to write. So the connection of Kabbalah and halakha is actually very, very intimate. At any rate, at the tender age of 20 years old, tells all of the circle what has happened to them. And they are fired up and they're so enthusiastic about it, they believe that they are really going to get closer to the time of Mashiach. This is the first of many visitations of the Maggid to the Ramchal. One of his students, a medical student named Yussi Gord, who followed the Ramchal through his travels, recorded the Ramchal's vision and circulated it. Tishby argues that this may even have been intentional on Ramchal's part. He wanted people to know outside of his circle. I don't know how to determine the validity of that statement, but at any rate, it came to the attention of a local rabbi, one of the elders of the community of Padua, Rabbi Moshe Hagiz. And Rabbi Hagiz was enraged because he felt that the influence of Shabtai Tzvi some 90 years earlier had finally reached, actually a little bit less than about 75 years earlier, had finally reached into the holy city of Padua. And he called the Ramchal to task and he demanded that he appear before a Beit Din and renounce all of the teachings of Shabtai Tzvi that evidently he had been pursuing, and to cease and desist from all his Kabbalistic activity. He wanted to put the Ramchal into cherem, into a situation of a ban because of his irreligious and irresponsible use of Kabbalah at such an early age. In many ways, now that I think about it, it sounds a little bit like, Lahavdil, Socrates in Athens. Like the Athenians worry about Socrates' influence on youth and things like that. That's an interesting parallel. By the way, this is a new portrait of Socrates. Yes, relax. Questions? No? Any questions or arguments? Okay, so what ends up happening? Rabbi Hagiz brings him down for a Beit Din, for a court of law to discuss what's going on with the situation. His teacher, and he grew out of his teachers very early because he was a child prodigy, Rabbi Yeshayahu Bassan, came to the defense of Ramchal. And before the Beit Din testified that he really is a very, very pious person, that he's extremely learned, and he has years with detailed arguments over what exactly the Ramchal was doing with his time, and ultimately the compromise was reached when the Ramchal was forced to turn over all of his writings to his teacher, was not to pursue any more Kabbalistic publications, and especially no more Kabbalistic teachings in public until he reached the age of 40 and until he resided in the land of Israel. Only then was the Moshe Hagiz satisfied that the Ramchal would cease and desist from his activity. Yes, Zahara.
Believing that the book is true, believing that his stories are true. I don't know everything that he's told Joe Rogan, but I know this.
That's an excellent question. I haven't thought about an answer, but off the top of my head, next week we're going to talk about Rabbi Yisrael Ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov. And there's definitely a very strong economic component to the separation between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim. And so, standing on one foot, I would like to argue that perhaps the influence of Shabtai Tzvi was very, very profound in so many ways. And I think there's a fear that if a Sabbatean synagogue starts up, or even a breakaway minyan that follows the teaching of Shabtai Tzvi, that upsets the economic apple cart. And all of the established powers that be lose their effective control over especially the tax income that comes on Jewish products. There's a heavy tax called korobka that's associated with kosher meat, kosher Shabbos candles, things like that. Nowadays, kosher meat is exactly the same price as regular meat, as everybody knows. There's no more tax on it. But so I'm just it could also be there's an economic incentive as well, wanting to maintain control over the economic community. And let me just add one more point that I think is valuable. I was really surprised after the Shabbatai Tzvi lecture. I got a lot of comments back, both in person and emails and things like that. What really came out of it, and I never really thought about it this way, Shabbatai Tzvi definitely was a heretic. He was off the rails entirely. He was not practicing, correct Judaism. But on the other hand, we can vilify him, or we can view him as a brilliant scholar, which even his detractors admitted to, who was mentally disturbed. And that creates a whole different approach to understanding Shabbatai Tzvi. And I believe that that's the approach that the ROTHSCHILD himself took, as we shall see momentarily.
So it's a outline for how special operations work on the mountain. The other problem that it does is it basically supersizes these comments to such a degree that overshadows their comments.
Hasidic Kamea, Kabbalistic Kamea. Kamea is in English an amulet, and we have a strong tradition of amulet making in Judaism. It goes all the way back to the Talmud, and even in the Mishnah, there's references to these kinds of, which are essentially small-time theurgic Kabbalistic devices. Like, if you go to a Jewish bookstore, chances are by the cash register, they'll have these little laminated mail, which are like little prayers for Parnassa or for a shidduch or something like that. And you put them in your wallet, or you put them in your baby's crib or something like that. And it goes back a long, long way. I even have a spooky Kabbalistic story I can tell you myself. I just wonder if I should tell it. But I have the camera around, I'll probably tell you later. Yes, last question.
What's the name of the book? Scars and Stripes. Show it to me.
No, actually, the Talmud distinguishes between real kameot that work and fake kameot that don't work. Well, the Talmud has a very pragmatic measurement if it works. And there's a huge discussion in the Talmud about it usually is for healing. Usually amulets are for healing one thing or another. And in fact, I don't want to jump ahead too much into next week's lecture, but the founder of the Hasidic movement is known as the Baal Shem Tov, right? The master of the good name. That's because amulet makers were known as Baal Shem, masters of the name. And there were so many of them that when he came along, they called him, he's the Baal Shem Tov. He's the good amulet maker. His amulets, Taka, are very good. So it has a long tradition. And maybe you've seen, the mezuzah that people wear around their neck, which has no basis in halakha. In fact, it's a difficult thing to wear. You can't go to a bathroom. Nevertheless, that's an old style amulet. And I'm not casting any asparagus at amulets here, because I have some spooky stories, I'll tell you. Okay, so anyways, 1730, the Ramchal is 23 years old. He's been constrained not to teach Kabbalah publicly, and only when he reaches the age of 40, which is considered the age of adolescence for most people. He has to be married, which is also a sign of stability, and only then will he be able to teach Kabbalah. Now, the criticisms were that he was too young, obviously, and also unmarried. So one of the first things he does is sets about to get a shidduch. I mean, he's only 23 years old. Doesn't even have a parnassa yet. And he finds a young woman named Tzipora. Isaiah Tishby, in his work, he makes a great deal of the idea that he specifically wanted to marry someone named Tzipora, because his name was Moshe, and Moshe's wife was Tzipora. And in fact, the Ramchal wrote his own ketubah, which we have a copy of now. And the ketubah does make a lot of allusions to the original Moshe and Tzipora. And one of the arguments that Professor Tishby makes, which I think is very difficult to disagree with, is that the Padua circle felt that they were really on the brink of messianic times. And they felt that members of that circle if they only performed the tikkunim correctly, could actually be zocheh, could have the merit of being some kind of incarnation of their original. There's no question that in this model, as Professor Tishby puts it, the Ramchal saw himself as the Moshe of his generation. With humility. I don't want to make him sound like a lunatic, because he was absolutely brilliant. I hope to share with you some of his brilliance in his thoughts shortly. One of the members was going to be Eliyahu Hanavi, the one who was revealed who is the Mashiach, and a third member was, in fact, possibly Mashiach ben Yosef, one of the Messianic figures. And it's really rich and heady stuff. It's hard to imagine this group of young men sitting around doing these spiritual exercises, reaching for great heights and development and so on. And if it weren't for the fact that the Ramchal produced such phenomenal scholarship, you'd like to cast it aside, but you simply can't do it in his writings. What happened to the Ramchal after this is, within a couple of years, he left Padua, and he was hoping to find a more conducive atmosphere to his research and study. He moved to Frankfurt first, but Rabbi Moshe Hagiz had anticipated it and had already sent word ahead to Frankfurt that the local authorities should investigate this young man because he was very controversial. So he was brought to Beit Din a second time in Frankfurt. Once again, his teacher had to come forward and had to defend him. And once again, the Ramchal was supposed to had to turn over all the writings that he had completed since then, and he had to leave Frankfurt without his manuscripts and so on. He continued on finally to Amsterdam, where he finally received some respite. Because Amsterdam, as we discussed a couple of weeks ago, several weeks ago, was a very free-thinking town and allowed many, many different, ways of approaching Judaism and so on. And so only in Amsterdam did he have the wherewithal and the peace of mind to be able to write. And it is in Amsterdam that he composed most of his greatest works. That said, there still was his followers from the Padua circle. Many of them did travel to Amsterdam with him, and there was continued activity of the nature that I have described. Now, I want to go to his Musar now, so we can get to the things that are really more mainstream in terms of understanding the Ramchal. This is, without a doubt, his most famous work. It's called Mesilat Yesharim, The Path of the Just, and it has been reprinted perhaps 200 times since it first appeared in 1743. The author completed it in 1736, shortly before he passed away. And it has received words of praise from the great luminaries of the Jewish tradition. The Vilna Gaon said that there are only 3 words that are out of place in the entire book. I'm very curious to know which 3 words those were. And he said that if the Ramchal was alive in his time, they were separated. Well, actually, the Ramchal died in 1747, and the Vilna Gaon was born in 1720, so they were almost contemporaries. The Vilna Gaon says he would have walked from Lithuania, from Vilna, all the way to Padua to study with him. He still haven't had the opportunity. And it is a truly brilliant work. The opening of this text is as follows. I have written this work not to teach people what they do not know, but to remind them of what is already known and quite familiar to them. Which is not like a real attention grabber. You say, well, why am I buying this book? But the fact is, it is a book that deepens its value with each subsequent reading. In this context, I'd like to tell you a little personal story. I first encountered Mesilat Yesharim when I was about 25 years old, and I went to study in Yerushalayim in Yeshiva Sor Sameach. And I read it once, and I was overwhelmed. It was so fantastic. It's essentially a book on how to become perfect. It's a book on how to It's a book about how to make yourself ready to receive divine inspiration. It's an amazing statement. And so I said, you know what? Based on the teaching in the Jerusalem Talmud, I said to myself, I am going to read this book 101 times. So I really absorb it into my being. I read it 6 times before I gave up. The reason I gave up is because when I got to the 3rd level, I'll show you all the 10 levels in a moment, I got to the third level. Every time I hit the third level, I said, this is impossible. The first level, okay. The second level, I see it. The third level, you have to be an alien to be able to do this. So I set it aside for about 20 years. And then my eldest daughter, Rafaela, who's coming here in a couple of weeks for the dinner, and guess who's coming tomorrow is my second daughter, Denise. Great. So my eldest daughter said she wanted to learn it, so I said, oh, fine, okay, I know that. We started learning it together. And you know what? I saw that the third level was not so hard. You know, when I made it to my 40s, it's not like I got it down, like I knew it, but it just didn't seem so alien and so far from my grasp. Now, level 6, on the other hand, is still really hard. I probably won't get to level 6, understanding it until I'm in my 60s. But all of a sudden, I realized that those 6 times reading it really did make a huge impression on me. And I have been trying, in my own little way, to inch along from Mesilat Yesharim myself. And so now I got back on track. I think I'm up to reading number 13 now. It's very hard. You can ask me again in 20 years where I am. These are the 10 levels. And this is basically what the book is about. I think you do need to know Hebrew properly to understand it well, because as soon as you translate to change in the text. Yeah, but that's true of any language. But there are excellent translations in English, in Spanish, French, Russian, to classic. And it's definitely worthwhile studying it in any language. So these are the 10 levels that the Mesilat Yesharim describes on the road to human purification. It's based on a passage from the Talmud that Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair says that, you know, if you master this, then you will achieve this. When you achieve that, you will achieve a third thing, and so on. There are 3 groups of them. The first group is defining your purpose in the living. What's the point of your life? Just, he says, you have to take a minute and figure out why you are alive. And you don't have to reflect on this. I think the vast majority of people I encounter have not actually done this. Most people just kind of go through life looking around at what their peer group does and then just sort of trying to sort of keep up and be normal. But if you really want to lead that introspective life, a life of the mind, a life of the spirit, you should spend some time thinking about why are you here? Not only generally as a human being or as a group, but you yourself, your individual faculty, your goals, what do you hope to achieve after 120 years? What do you want your ancestors to say about you? Have you played bridge well? What do you want them to say? What is it? Very, very powerful chapter. And again, I'm not telling you any chidushim. It's nothing like there's no pianos falling out of the sky here. This is something everybody should do. But very few people stop and do. Then the second level is all about tzidkut, about becoming a tzaddik. As the Ramchal says, not everybody can achieve the third level, which is becoming a chassid, but he says everybody should become a tzaddik. It's kind of funny if you use the term nowadays. The tzaddik is a very high level, but nevertheless the Ramchal says that's minimum requirement. Everybody has to become a tzaddik. In order to become a tzaddik, you have to get through 3 basic character traits, and I'll describe them briefly to you. The first is you have to master restraint, which is translated, that's not an exact translation, the word in Hebrew means caution. Right? If you look at the buses in Israel, they have these big signs by the back wheels. Don't put your foot under the big tire. Because we're supposed to be careful. See, Hebrew means basically identify those and stop doing them. That's it. Now, it takes a lot of art, a lot of kunst to be able to do it. But look at your life carefully. It demands a lot of introspection. And see, what are you doing? Why do you keep making those same mistakes? Why do you keep messing up with people in this way or not succeeding in business that way? What is it that you're doing that's hurting you? And then stop doing it. That's simple, but that's a high level. It's right on my radar. We know, I mean, everybody here, what do they say in America? You can never have too much parking or enough. We all have trouble with these things. And see, Zehut is just the level of being able to restrain yourself and not doing things that are harmful. And once you've got that level one down, the second level is Zehut, which means like zeal or alacrity, to jump to do something. I've translated that here as discipline. And it refers to you can identify those things that will bring you closer to your goals and get up and do them. Well, the first level is not doing things that harm you. The second level is sit at home and you can vegetate and you can watch television, or you can go into a class, or you can be with friends and have conversation. It takes energy to be able to get up and move yourself to do it, but that's the second level. That's Zehut. So Zehut is staying away from things that harm you. Zehut is going after things that are good for you. I know it sounds so basic, but for those of you, I suspect most of you have had children. I hope I want you to get this. It's so important. Stay away from things that hurt you and go after things that are good for you. That's really basic, but it's so true. No one can disagree with it. The third level, and this is where I got stuck, is the Kiyut. She translates as, which is really translated as cleanliness. I translated as circumspection for your context. And that means basically, okay, you stopped doing things that harm you. You started doing things that are good for you. Now you have to look at doing those things properly. For example, he says in this chapter, you know what's wrong to steal. So nobody is so low, so common as to reach into someone else's pocket and take out their money. We're not talking about that. That's already in your business. Don't reach into someone else's pocket and take their money. But have you ever called someone too late at night and woken them? That's stealing their sleep. Have you ever annoyed someone with a long conversation when they were busy? That's stealing their time. Look at every single aspect of your life and try to imagine, am I stealing in a different way? Am I stealing at a finer level? And he looks at just a few characteristics. He looks at theft, he looks at lust, and he looks at arrogance, for example. And he gives you a magnifying glass analysis of how you can still be doing this even though you're not doing the true gesture itself. The example that I like to give my students is if you walk into a messy room, so the very first thing you have to do is you have to get rid of the obstacles on the floor. And I know this because I have 3 sons. Go into the bedroom. The first thing you got to do is you got to pick up all the clothes and the toys off the floor. You're going to trip over them. You have to get rid of those things first. Second, that's like Zehut, getting rid of the bad things. Then, Zehut, you have to file them away in their appropriate places. The dirty laundry goes into the hamper. The toys go into the toy baskets. That's the result. Organizing your life goes away. Then, Kiyut, cleanliness is the really tough job. Now you've got to get out the mop and the pail, and you've got to actually get down and scrub the floor. It may be organized after Kiyut as a result, but it's not clean until you get down and really examine it. So that's just the first 3 levels. If you can master those, then you have reached the level of itself. Again, I emphasize just because I now understand the 3rd level doesn't mean I got it. I'm still a little bit number 1, number 2 maybe. But the fact that now it sort of makes sense to me gives me great encouragement. The next 6 levels, highest, are just mind-blowing. And have totally transformed the way I look at myself and the world around me. And in fact, this very class here is directly a result of some things that I read, specifically in the level of Tahara. It made a tremendous impression on me that made me say, I should be doing this kind of book. So it's a great book that I strongly encourage you to study. Phenomenal influence on me and I think on the entire world. Okay, questions, please. Yes, these are not really good translations. These are the literal Hebrew words, and I'm writing a book on this right now. So when my book is completed, I buy 7 copies. And these are my translations because of the contextual information in each chapter. Yes.
Very interesting. Therefore,
Your peers were so low
Rabbi Nachman was
you almost
very,
got
very
recycled
similar
your peers.
after about
So
200
quit saying things
and
that you want to be true that are.
the lifespan is exactly
People
the
are going
same.
to find out
39 years old, very
shot
sick,
at a range
and
smoke.
they do tremendous as far as the work things are concerned. Unreal, and I cannot describe.
I absolutely agree. I think the connection with Rabbi Nachman is very good because Rabbi Nachman also a great controversy. And how much these people achieve in such short lifespans is totally amazing. Okay, let me just jump to, I'm out of sequence here. In Hebrew literature, he was also, oh yes, was Abraham.
You went to ranger school. You spent a very small time in active duty. In a short amount of time, you did some things. So just talk about that. But there's no need to say.
Well, he was criticized for that. His detractors argued that he was heavily influenced by Shabbatai Tzvi. And actually, let me point out in this context that, again, we have his correspondence with his teacher. So we know a lot of the private background. And it's clear he was reading the teachings of Shabbatai Tzvi. And he was reading the writings of Gaza and so on. And what he would say to his teacher when he says, you got to stop that, you got to get rid of it, he would say, I keep the kernel and discard the husk. Very dangerous attitude. Certainly it's something that maybe only a Ramchal could do. But he says, you know what? There are things of value, even in the writings of Shabbatai Tzvi. I'm reading them. And what doesn't make sense, I toss away, but what does make sense, I keep. And that can get him in a lot of hot water. Please continue your question.
We had several deployments that I've known as a Green Beret, several deployments before that as a Ranger.
That's an excellent question. And
here he is trying to.
it's an excellent question. I mean, the fact is, the controversy was very well known. That people knew about how he was hounded for the criticism of his Sabbatean attitudes. I don't think the Jewish world believed them. I think that most people assumed that he was, straight as an arrow in every respect. And I believe that's probably because of the tremendous immediate popularity of his books. As soon as they came out, they were so clear and so authoritative and so difficult to disagree with that people accepted him and simply forgot about the criticism. It's only up to, historians who have nothing better to do with their time to dig up the kind of heartbreaking stuff. Yes,
There was something else. The reason why they jumped out at me is one.
Absolutely. It is a basic staple of the Beit Yaakov school of movement. I don't know, but at that time, I'm unaware of that. Don't forget, there's no organized education for women until the early 20th century. There is informal education of women, but only basically to the 4th grade level, and only exceptional individual women, usually if they come from rabbinical families, will receive anything more extensive than that. So there is a lot of debate in the 1840s as to what place Mesilat Yesharim belongs in the yeshiva curriculum, but there's no debate in the 1840s as to what place women deserve in the yeshiva curriculum. But nevertheless, the Beit Yaakov in particular adapted a lot of elements of the yeshiva curriculum to women's education, and the Ramchal was a core text. Although rarely is studied from beginning to end. Only small portions are taken out, which is unfortunate. It really should be studied in its entirety.
Yes, approach to drivers having phones. Actually, these drivers are civilian people like us. We need to move a ton of food, ammo out here. We hire semi-drivers, right? And if you're semi-drivers out in the countryside, which is what these guys are, they know where to get gas. They know where to stop to get food. If something breaks down, they're going to call mechanics.
No, definitely. I think you're absolutely right. The backdrop of Shabbatai Tzvi is Okay, just a moment on the Hebrew literature that he wrote, which I'm not as well familiar with haven't read anything of the original, but apparently he wrote his first work was called Maaseh Shimshon, which is a book on logic. He wrote several other books on logic, specifically Talmudic logic, like for example. And he wrote these two stories, Migdal Oz and Yeshar Tehillah, which are both love stories, which reflect, according to scholars who study these things, some Kabbalistic ideas and his personal experience with persecution. I forgot to mention one little detail that I think comes from the question you've been asking as well. A fascinating aspect of Mesilat Yesharim. I'm just curious, how many of you here have read Mesilat Yesharim? Okay, well, now I have a treat for you. Have you read the new version of Mesilat Yesharim? Oh, yeah. Do we have the new version is like this. When the Soviet Union fell in the early 90s, scholars got into the archives there, and they found all kinds of Judaic treasures. And one of the things they found was a manuscript copy of the variant version of Mesilat Yesharim in the ROTHSCHILD's own hand. He basically wrote two versions of it, like he did actually with several of his books. The one version that we have today is called the thematic version. And it's basically the ROTHSCHILD talking and us listening. The didactic, straightforward narrative from author to reader. The version that was never published until, I think, 1999 by Machon Opek, and that's the cover they showed there, is a dialogue version, which is actually a drama, and it has a lot of affinity with plays. As children went to school together, and then their lives diverged. He, spiritual individuals, and the other guy, although he went to yeshiva and he learned Talmud and he got into business and things like that, he just never had enthusiasm for Judaism. I'm thinking of the Hollywood Circle members before they came to Ravel. And then by chance they meet up. They're probably sometime in their 20s when they meet up, and the kind of more moderate guy says to the more spiritually moving guy, I always wonder, what do you guys do with your day all the time? I like when they ask rabbis, what do you do all the time? What do you do with your day all the time? I mean, you're spending all the time learning, saying to and so on, and they have a debate that goes over about 300 pages. And in the beginning of the debate, it's got a lot of drama to it, a lot of juice to it. In the beginning of the debate, the more moderate guy, he sounds like the more rational, and he sounds like he knows it all, and he sounds like he's saying, you guys are just like fanatics. But by the time you get through about 50 pages, you see how shallow his life really is, and how the other person is living a deep inner spiritual life, and eventually, they come to terms covering the same material as the Mesilat Yesharim. Okay, let's. No, that's actually the Mesilat Yesharim, the one that I showed you here, and we talked about the 10 levels. It's written in two versions. Okay. Other writings, well, we don't have time to talk about them. Let's talk about his legacy. He prepared to leave Amsterdam at the age of 38, to go to Israel, and to begin a career that was truncated when he was 23 years old in Padua, and begin teaching Kabbalah publicly. He took his wife Zipporah and children, traveled to Tiberia, traveled to Jerusalem and Israel, and he was there for only a few months before he died of a plague that was sweeping through the land of time. And he's buried today in Tiberia. So his career, his trajectory was meteoric in perspective, and like a great meteor, it shed a tremendous amount of light over a wide, expansive territory of the Jewish mindset, and his influence on Jews theologically, in terms of Musar, in terms of Kabbalah, is so profound that it's still felt today. And I'm glad to have had the opportunity to share with you my personal encounter with Kabbalah, and I hope that you all take advantage of this trauma to perhaps explore some of his writings yourself. Thank you once again for your indulgence.
I had to go down to who was hurt, how many was hurt, and this is a story about how your checks were done.
Hope you're doing well. This isn't the usual video. As those of you who are in the suicide community generally know, I'm in Canada right now. My father is scheduled for an operation tomorrow morning, so I'm up to support him. And I felt really badly that we will miss the lecture on Richard Hamlin, who's the fascinating character. I didn't want to push it off next week because next week we're talking about Kyle, who's absolutely fascinating individual. I really don't want to sacrifice anyone on the list of scheduled lectures. So I thought I would prepare a little bit and include our remarks on Richard Hamlin on this video presentation. I'm not sure how long I'm going to speak. No one's going to get questions. I brought a copy of the memoirs up with me on the plane, and I read them over once again, fascinating. And I made my little PowerPoint notes here. So in the meantime, here we are up in Iroquois Falls, which is quite far north. We're about 150 miles south of the southernmost region of the range of polar bears. I grew up here, and my mother and father still live here. It's incredibly cold, 21 degrees below 0 Celsius the other day. And that would translate into something like about 12 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. It's really cold. It's fascinating for Alexander. He's never seen snow before. He's up here to support my mother and father and myself.
At this point in the story, it's very long. They actually fell on an IED.
But it's interesting because he's never seen snow before in his life. He had a lot of misconceptions about it. He thought that if you walk on a snowbank, it would lift you up. And he's learning a few basic rules, like for example, you put your gloves on last, put everything else on, then you put your gloves on. But we're having a pretty good time. And those of you who are viewing this the link through the email that I send out to class members, you can see a few private emails of Alexander, for example, discovering the toboggan and discovering that you have to actually scrape the frost off the windshield. So here we are in the falls, and I'm really hoping that everything will go well with the surgery and Monday will be great. Okay, let's see. Oh, thanks to GC, because this lecture is sponsored by her. I really appreciate it, Judy. Thank you so much. And now we're going to talk about Richard Hamlin for Okay, so Richard Hamlin is our topic tonight. She was an upper middle class woman born in 1646. She passed away in 1724, and she lived, I think, not unremarkable life by standards of her gender and social time. But what makes her life so fascinating for us in the 21st century is the fact that she decided to commit to writing. And in a series of 7 books, which are known collectively as her memoirs, we actually have a woman of the 17th century, particularly a Yiddish woman writing a Jewish woman writing in Yiddish. It's exceptionally rare. We really have a very special document that tells us so much about our society, our class, the time, and so on. I'll talk about the values of the documents next to that. The memoirs themselves were written between 1690 and 1719. And of course, they cover a period all the way up from 1648. Some of our earliest memories are mentioned there. Wake up the history about 1648. She comes, her name, Rico, means little fortunate one, or little happy one. Glück in German means happy, fortunate, lucky. It's often pronounced Glück in Yiddish, or Glück. It's the same word, Glück. and the little L at the end is a diminutive meaning of happy one. Hamel is the smallish city that she lived in for most of her life. She was married to a man named Chaim of Hamel, hence the Duke of Hamel. At this point, Jews were not regularly using last names. That would only develop later as the modern European states would begin to assign people last names, and quite often these names were simply absorbed from their lineage. For example, my own name, Abramson, chances are that at the time that my ancestor was first required to choose last name. Any questions about that? My ancestor was first required to choose a name. His father was probably named Avram, and since he was the name Avram. Sometimes there were bribes involved in choosing names. For example, a name like Rosenthal or Rosenthal, things like that. You might have to pay for those. You might have to be on a higher social club to get that. Sometimes they came from professions like Shofet, or shoemaker, things like that. And sometimes they were punitive, especially in Austria. Jews would get names like Zwiebel, or my favorite, Katzenello, which means cat's elbow. And that was often because he fell out of favor with the authorities. But anyway, her last name, she really didn't use one, but they knew her as Rupert of Hamelin. She was actually born in nearby Hamburg, where her father had a prominent position. He was the Parnas, who was the president of the Jewish community there. And at the age of 2, one of her earliest memories is that she was forced with her family and all the Jews of Hamburg to flee to Altona because they were expelled from Hamburg at that time. After a short period of time, they were allowed to return back to Hamburg, but they never received formal right of residence at the time, which meant that their existence there was basically year to year at the whim of the municipal authorities. And she describes the humiliation that they went through of not being allowed to erect their own permanent synagogue. They had to conduct their prayers in small shtiblachs, informal prayer houses in homes. And whenever these would be discovered, then they would be immediately shut down, and the Jews would have to walk the 10 kilometers or so to Altona for formal Shabbos services. They weren't allowed to have even informal ones in there. This is one of the interesting things about the Wickers memoirs, is that you get a little bit of a sense of the tenuous nature of this thousand Jews in Europe. And I want to talk about that explicitly, but first, this is where I normally pause for questions.
Untruthful about the check getting hurt. Now he's untruthful about having issues with the medevac.
Okay, go. So, she received as a child a very good secular and Jewish education. Although one of the things that she lamented for most of her life was the fact that she never learned French. It's fascinating that later you see as she moves in high society, high Jewish society, she's expected to know French. So I'm hanging off the side in French. Not at all a language that was open to all Jews at the time. Yiddish was the popular, and business language might have been conducted in German or Polish, whatever has been done in the streets. But French was the language of high culture, and Jewish French was considered somehow culture. She does tell a fascinating story of a friend of hers who had a young daughter, and the friend was a Jewish businessman, and he was holding pledges against loans, a kind of a pawnbroking industry, which Luther was also involved in, and was very common at that time. And a certain nobleman conspired to go back to retrieve his pledge and then to run out of the house without paying, and then have the Jew come and try to collect the money that was originally loaned to the petty nobleman. So while the nobleman with his friend was waiting in the anteroom, and they had asked the Jew to go get the pledge so that they could redeem it, of course they had no intention of redeeming it. They were talking about this with one another in French, not realizing that the Jew's 8-year-old daughter playing the piano was in fact fluent in French because her father had given her lessons. And when her father came down, the daughter began singing in Yiddish, "Oh no, don't give them the pledge." And then he realized, of course, what was going on, and he demanded the money first before giving back the pledge. So, little remarks in this story as an example of one more reason why I really have to know French. At any rate, here comes my son in to search us what's going on. You want to step into the camera and say hello? No? Okay. I have several weapons. Sure. All right. She did receive a good Jewish and secular education. There's literary evidence from the memoirs that she could read Hebrew, and of course she was fluent in Yiddish. So, and she was quite familiar with a lot of halacha, especially business halacha, which she referred to from time to time in her business dealings. And she was quite conversant with Muslim literature, which she quotes frequently in these memoirs.
Professor, I have a question.
Oh my gosh.
Would you like peanut butter and jelly in your breakfast sandwich, or would you like just a cream?
Okay. You should probably ask me this question when I wrote better and jelly would be fine.
Thank you very much.
All right, okay. No more questions, please, before I finish. The coffee is very good, though. Thank you. All right, now she was.
I learned it from those Jones O'Hara Weiss.
So he describes
Jones O'Hara Weiss. You want to mention that? Okay, good.
Go you guys!
Okay. Okay, all right. Let's do this lecture. Okay, this is my whole professional. All right. So, she was betrothed, engaged at age 12 to Chaim, and then married to him 2 years later. Quite a long age process, which was apparently very common at the time. She would eventually bear him 13 children, a remarkable 12 of them would survive to adulthood. Little kind of missed the first part of the lecture. Poppy seeds, okay? So, make these my lunches for tomorrow.
This guy's so good.
Okay, go.
I love it. He does it so good.
So that takes care of the three that they were talking about.
Anyway, she was married to Chaim for 30 years, and then she was widowed at age 54. I'll speak a little bit about her life after widowhood, which is also quite fascinating. But at this time, let's look at the memoirs themselves and their value. So first of all, as I mentioned, there are 7 books. They date from 1690 to 1790. Her stated purpose for writing these memoirs was to inform children, grandchildren, and other descendants of the nature of their lineage. She wanted to convey the sense of what kind of people they came from. So it has a strong genealogical trend within it. Implicitly, there's a phenomenal amount of Musa in the text, meaning she's giving them exhortation as to how they should introduce our latest sponsor, that they absorb some of the fundamental lessons of life that she absorbed from her parents, from her husband, and from the school of monks that she endured. She denies this. She actually has a very appealing, self-deprecating manner where she speaks of herself as a sinner, and she speaks of herself as having wronged many people and so on. But in reality, she is very conscious of the Muslim literature, and she gives a lot of it in the text. We are not well served by the editors. The first published version of Nuclear Memoirs came out in 1896, and a few other editions in German translations, Yiddish,
They'll try and
Hebrew and later
they've
English
outfitted
translation
numerous
came out,
names without
but
lanes
almost all of them
specifies the lanes to their
remove so
specifications.
much of
Because
the
the lanes are
instrumentation that you gives over,
colors names
feeling that
and
represents
shape
excessive
castings.
moralizing of self. And I think that's an unfortunate omission. I
By the way,
would have liked
not to
more
discuss
to know about
on the
what
customer
was valued on a religious and ethical level. And I could have skipped a lot of the other stuff myself. But at any rate, the common English translation is available today omits much of it and is not apologetic about its employment. Later, after the death of her husband, Chaim, she would state that the last two books in particular were written to drive away thoughts of alcohol. It was a cathartic, therapeutic activity that she engaged in.
Bag holsters, pepper spray, handcuffs, flashlight holsters, and various canine. The organized case allows for
Now, it's a fascinating text from a historian of last. That is, when historians pick up a book like this and say, well, what are we going to do with this? On one level, this is just one woman's life as she describes it to her children. And changed the world in these dramatic and overt manners. They were not in the memoirs themselves, and no one would have remembered her. The audience was just the each had no larger literary ambitions besides that small poetry of readers. Although we do get a sense from her memoir of the reflections of larger historical currents. I'll tell you a little bit about some of the things that she says about Chantal Chier and the Humanistic rebellion and so on. So we sense how these made an impact on the class and so on. But I think the most important value you can get from this book is that it gives us just a snapshot of how representative it is of her work in the text. Okay, sorry about that distraction. The memory in these panels from okay, so what is our value? What value can we get from this memoir of Liberal Time? I'd like to say something in the book. Through the book, there are two words that stand out. Two words that are clearly the most commonly word used in the entire text. The first one is Reichshaller, and the second one is betrothal. The first word, the most common word in the memoir of the kind of grasp it, with the exception of the word the, is the word Reichshaller, which is money difference. It's about money. It's about love. Discussion of money. Who is worth how much, and who's married to who has how much, and how much money you can make this way, and how much money you can make that way, and how much money you can lost. Game money is deeply, deeply important with it, and it's a major theme of it. The second word, which is closely related to this word, is Miracle spends the vast majority of her memoir talking about making money, saving money, protecting money, and marrying her kids off, hopefully to people with money. Now, I think it would be a misjudgment to say that that's all that she was about. But I would think that as recently as these are things that are performing most in her mind and expressing in her heart. She's definitely a very pious woman. There's a lot of deeply pious sentiments, and I'd like to return to that later. But there's no question that this is a very bourgeois memoir about the quotidian necessity of keeping food on the table. Sometimes under very dire circumstances, at other times, perhaps in the realm of more luxurious fare, but nevertheless, it's a lot about money and a lot about connections to people with money. We never even learned, for example, the names of all of her children, and even those ones that we know their names, we only get passing reference to them, usually A, when she's about to betroth them to someone, or B, if they get very, very sick, or C, if there's something interesting about them either dealing with business or with learning. She does have a few sons seem to show significant promise in learning, and so she has some interesting asides on their scholars. Nevertheless, it's really all about money and connections to money. That's certainly the most prominent theme that runs throughout the book. And that says something about her class and gender, and I think it would be fair to say that this is an honest memoir, and it's probably true of most Jews today too. And most people today are very concerned about these very basic things. She's extremely dedicated as a wife and a mother. She wants to make sure that her children have the wherewithal to maintain their lifestyle in security and prevent attacks to generation. Now, in terms of the value of the book, I'm going to break this down into a few areas where we see special value and really a sense of things from this perspective. First of all, the book is extremely useful to illustrate the status of Jews in late 17th and 18th century Germany. I mentioned earlier the right of residence, which was an ongoing issue in the book. The privileges of being able to live in a particular region, to establish synagogues in a particular region, to do business in certain ways, in certain professions, and so on. Secondly, very, very significant is the issue of safe passage. Traveling from one region to another, even a distance of 20 miles, was life-threatening. There are all kinds of stories that she relates of, carriages being impounded, and then the Jewish owners being tortured until they paid ransom. And this is from official government personages. At other times, there are bandits, and Luca, for example, describes how she had to travel in disguise so that she would not be seen as a Jewish woman. Passage over sea with pirates. It's incredible dangers flying the kind of trade that we associate with Israel. She was, by the way, a merchant in gold and jewelry in particular. Later, she diversified into other fields as well, but gold and jewelry was the main currency. Related to this, for example, is the weak nature of the ROTHSCHILD in which they live, meaning the laws of society cannot be relied upon to protect the Jews, and also as would be expected. She tells one absolutely terrifying story about a Jewish neighbor who didn't come home one night, and the wife is looking for him, and for where he is supposed to be. And, the story comes out, it's long and complicated, but basically, they tricked a non-Jewish maid from another non-Jewish home, into confessing that her masculine mistress had murdered the Jew, stolen his money, and had buried him under a threshold of their front door. And all the townspeople, the Jewish townspeople in Netherlands are very upset, and they go to the local police constabulary, and the attitude of the police is, well, you have some evidence, you have the testimony of this non-Jewish lady. We're not about to go digging up people's front, I'm not about to go digging up people's living room floors on the basis of your say-so. Curious. And but the Jews are adamant that they believe that that's where the other Jew is buried. And the constabulary says, okay, fine, we'll do this, but if it turns out that you're wrong, then it's going to go hard on the entire Jewish community. Which is an absurd, ridiculous statement, but nevertheless, that was the kind of situation the Jews lived in. As it turned out, they dug up the floor of this person's home, they found the dead body there. The non-Jewish culprits were punished for this crime, and the Jewish community was there's also occasional references in Luca Hamlet's book to the relationship with the Jews from Poland, the so-called Ostjuden, or Eastern Jews, who were looked on with some disdain by the German Jews You get that sense from memories of the memoirs as well. There's certainly considered much more shady characters by these and I think it's rather fascinating. This is new to me. The relationship with the Sephardi communities in Germany, who maintain themselves at some distance. They quite often had slightly better residence privileges and so on than the local Jews. Okay, that's good. What are you doing? I'm giving a lecture, okay? You know, I know it doesn't seem like a lecture, but... Okay. The Sephardi, especially fascinating in this context, I think, was when the Shabbatite speed difficulty we spoke about last week occurred in northern Germany. Whenever a letter arrived from Smyrna, maybe from Gaza or someone else who was associated with the Shabbatite speed movement, the Sephardi would invite the entire community to their shul, and everyone would be, the Sephardi in particular, would be dressed in green, and they would read the letter with great pomp and circumstance, and everyone was very excited about it. Luca's own father-in-law sold everything that he had and placed everything in non-perishable goods. He stored much of it with Luca for 3 years, waiting for the news of the arrival of the Messiah. So definitely, Shabbatite speed made an impact on the Jews of Germany as well. We also get a sense from Israel of the devastation brought by the clandestine rebellion of 1648-49, when so many refugees came to northern Germany that Luca's father put them up in their home and she gave up her bed around 10 of them staying in their home. Second thing of value in Luca's memoirs is the status of women. It's fascinating because Luca never in her memoirs mentions any disadvantage to her status as a woman. Clearly, she understands there's a division of labor, and her task is to produce children basically every 3 years. But she is an active partner in her husband Chaim's business, and she prides herself on being his most prominent advisor. And then, once Chaim passes away, she quite naturally steps into the shoes as the president and CEO of the business. She's not like any more of those set up dialogue. You set up the smoke right now. I'm serious, okay? I'm a little upset. You're kind of very hard time. Okay. She's quite successful in business too. She undertakes all of the same responsibilities that Chaim owned, including the international travel. At the same time, rearing the 8 unmarried children that she still has at home, and working towards their betrothals. That's something she even takes into her business one of her sons who doesn't seem to be able to have a head for it, and she employs him as a junior partner. So she clearly is very, very competent in the business world, and she does not refer anywhere in her memoirs to any kind of disability that stems from the fact that she is a woman. She also mentions in this context some interesting stories, primarily that happen with various rabbis. There's an undercurrent of, on the one hand, piety and respect for rabbinical wisdom and learning in general, but a certain amount of disdain for the rabbis that she knows in particular. And they're viewed as sometimes even as charlatans, and the Beit Din is considered a flawed instrument of justice, but it's considered a Chilul Hashem, a profanation of the divine name for Jews who have a dispute to take it to a secular court, and nevertheless they put up with it. She has some amusing stories that cast some aspersion on local rabbis. I think the most fascinating story that she tells, and this is one that perhaps she is at some disadvantage, maybe not so much because she's a woman, but because of her class, where she sends one of her brighter sons, Joseph, off to study with a particular rabbi, who's a Polish rabbi. And there's for 6 months at a time, and the rabbi asks if he can be paid in advance. So it doesn't matter to her; she pays him in advance instead of and then she gets a letter from her son indicating that the Jews of that particular town are being hard pressed by the local authorities, and have come up with thousands of dollars in ransom, and he's begging her for more money. And she shows it to one of her other sons. This doesn't seem quite right, and so she sends one of her other sons over there, and they speak to the young boy, and it turns out that this rabbi was fleecing her son for money, even so far as to cut off the silver buttons on his coat, and with the older brother, they removed the son from that particular holy chosen yeshiva. So she perhaps was at some disadvantage there, but again, this is more of a class probably. Another area of value of the memoirs is in its description of religious rituals and folk culture as well. There's so many fascinating little tales that fit into it. Maisa Shahaya type stories, things that happen type stories. I'll only refer to one of them because there's so many fascinating details to it. Apparently, a young woman died in childbirth. She was buried, and then she appeared to one of her friends in a dream, saying that her grave was dug up and her tachlitim were stolen. Her burial cloths were stolen. It seems that burial cloths, which were normally made out of cotton or from wealthy people or linen, were of significant value, enough to actually rob the grave. At any rate, there was a hue and cry in the Jewish community, and ultimately they ended up exhuming the body, finding that in fact the tachlitim were stolen. And then the second part of this spooky story is that when the women got together to sew new tachlitim, new burial shrouds for the deceased, one of the women looked up and saw an apparition of the young woman sitting together with them as they prepared these burial cloths. So the whole story contains so many elements of dreams and mystical experiences and so on. These are the kinds of things that people refer to frequently in the memoirs. There's also, finally, fascinating information, I believe, in the German folk, because she reports several stories that parables and teachings on that have no known Jewish source to me, and in fact, I would be highly surprised if in fact they do have Jewish origins. So, for example, she tells one story, and this is meant kind of like as a Musser story for her children. It's got kind of a bizarre twist to it. That a certain nobleman was sent away by his father with a huge amount of money and told to find true friends. And so he went away to the islands, came back later, and his father, the king, said to himself, "How did you do? I'm with friends." And he said, "Oh, I found hundreds of true friends." And so the king said, "How did you get those true friends? Hundreds of them is an amazing number." And he says, "Well, I used to give these lavish dinner parties, and I invited all these people, and I gave them all kinds of gifts, and they all became my true friends." And the king said, "You stupid guy, those are not true friends. If you want to know who is a true friend, here's the part. What you got to do is you have to slaughter a calf and put it in a big sack, and then carry it to all of your true friends and tell them that you have murdered someone and need their help hiding the body. Then you'll see who your true friend is." So that's what the guy does. He carries a sack and goes to all these true friends. None of his true friends will actually help him hide the body until finally he goes to his valet, his personal butler, and the personal butler doesn't want to do it, but he's afraid that he'll be implicated, so he ends up helping him out. And so the prince goes to the father and says, "Well, you were right, Dad. I only found one true friend, and that was the valet." And the king says, "You didn't even find one true friend. He's only half a true friend because he didn't want to help you in the first place." So the king says, "So what should I do?" He says, "Well, first of all, you should beat all of the other
Yeah, so we
people
talk about
so that they will fear you and then keep the
when you
value.
watch an action
It's a bizarre story, but these are the kinds of stories that Lucas will reveal in her discussions with her children as things that have a certain moral truism, and even though they may not be at the Jewish source, they still have a valuable lesson to learn. Another one that I really fascinating as well is a father bird is carrying one of his young across a raging river. And my child, if I carry you over this river, will you care for me in my own? And the bird says, "Oh yes, Father, I promise I'll care for you." And the father says, "Liar," and drops into the river. This happens several times. Again, it doesn't seem like a particularly Jewish story. But anyway, it happens several times until finally he's taking one of his chicks over and he says that he has a question. Will you take care of my old promise? And the baby bird says, "Father, I cannot promise that. But what I can promise you is that I will take care of my children as well as you have." And with that, the father was satisfied. And somehow I feel the connection to that story. After losing her husband, she remained single for about 14 years, and then she was convinced by her children to a very wealthy individual at the Parnassus, the community of Metz, a very large community. She was not inclined to do it at first. She describes her hesitancy, but ultimately she decides that she will in fact marry him. Their betrothal occurs in secret because there is another status of Jewish Jews. There's this huge tax on Jews leaving the town of Hamburg, where she was living. And so she wants to clear out all of her business dealings and debts and so on before she moves to Metz to be with her new husband. She's married to him for a couple of years. She gives him a lot of her own money, which is to be returned to her and to her descendants at the end of the marriage. And then he promptly goes bankrupt and he loses a tremendous amount of money and he places her in near bankruptcy herself. And then he dies. So all of a sudden, after marrying this individual, Yuka finds herself in very straitened circumstances that she had not found herself in. Actually, no. Nevertheless, she struggles mightily and is able to succeed in her business and to regain her footing. But ultimately, she is invited into the home of one of her daughters, who happens to marry into another very wealthy family. And it's an interesting kind of statement about Richel's life as well, which I think is especially evident on these. The mother of her son-in-law, Frau Jakob. And throughout the first 5 books of her memoirs, she's always referred to as the wealthy Frau Jakob, or the rich Frau Jakob. It's like part of her name, which is the most important thing about her. And she has significant dispute with Frau Jakob. When her daughter is engaged to Frau Jakob's son, she receives a letter indicating that Frau Jakob's son is not at all the way he has been portrayed, and that he's not a worthwhile match. And she goes back and forth in correspondence with Frau Jakob for quite some time, with pushing off the wedding and trying to come to some terms about, why don't you bring the son over here so we can check him out? And Frau Jakob says, no, you bring your daughter over to us, and then we'll let you meet our son, and it's a huge da-da-da about this marriage. And Rico clearly has a lot of reservations about it. But in the end, ironically, there's Frau Jakob, and for some reason, they grin and keep her with tremendous respect and honors, and she lives out the last of her days in tremendous comfort. She eventually passes away in 1725. So to return in conclusion to the criticisms of his remains, certainly it does display a constant view of bourgeois values. There's a lot in there which is really all about the lifestyle and all about the betrothal and its relations to lifestyle. But this is the way people have to live. Money is an essential requirement for human existence, and Luther is just being rather honest about what's important. And I think it would be unfair of us to judge her, particularly in a work that was semi-private. It was really intended only for her descendants to pass some kind of judgment. Had she known that millions of people would be reading her book in the next few centuries, perhaps she would have changed her tone, perhaps she would have modulated it. We don't know. But even saying that, there's a phenomenal amount of Musar and basic human piety. For example, even though right scholars are very important, it's clear that Luther is scrupulously honest. Even when she has extremely straitened circumstances, she describes the pain that she goes through in order to pay off each and every debt. And the pride that she feels when she has no debts left whatsoever, that she has in fact returned everyone there to, is very clear and is honest and equal. So we can certainly identify with those positive values of honesty in business that Luther refers to. In fact, one of the highest words of praise that she can offer to her ancestors was a phrase that repeats over and over again. He was respected by Jew and Gentile alike. Meaning that, my father-in-law, cousins, brothers, they're all respected because of their honesty and business. And I think that's something that says great things about her. She herself was deeply pious, as I mentioned. She wished to retire in the land of Israel, and in fact, it was her children who talked her out of it to have her get married once again. And it's clear that she has a very strong, deeply religious sense for her. She refers often to going to the synagogue, reciting psalms, and so forth. Her legacy is of inestimable value for students of the 17th century, students of Jewish history, students of GUINNESS history, some degree students of Jewish history, German history. She went on to have many significant descendants throughout the 19th century, including the great poet Heinrich Heine was a descendant of her. And Joyce and reading the memoir in front of us a little bit about what life is like there. I'm especially grateful that you could sit through this whole video. And I'm really looking forward to speaking to all of you in person.
Travis hadn't read the book, and he's like, no way he said that. I took a picture of that because I'm reading for him. I took a picture of it and sent it to him. I was like, it's in the book. It's like, I'm going to get the book. I was like, yeah, you should. Much more people would read the book and be more upset about it. So, again, just like the medevac thing, it wasn't an issue, but he wanted to make it an issue so he could go on this rant about injustices and what he thinks, what he thinks right. And if you ever see him, doing a podcast, he's always like, fuck combat.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how do we get started?
Again,
already 7 seconds late.
like he's using a fake story to drive home a point. And just make that point with a real story.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. I can understand the position of the Rob trying to shush the people in the back there. Wait a second, 2 of the people in the back are my offspring. Girl, stop talking. Send everyone up here. Yes, today's a special day because we have down my famous second daughter, Denise Malka, and she's just come back from Israel for a short visit. And the aura in our home has changed. It's been elevated by her presence. I've learned a lot of things about her seminary experience. She's looking forward to going back to the year. She's not coming back every day. So I told her dinner next Sunday. I thank you all for your kind wishes regarding my father. And without any more, I'm happy to report that today he had to go to Travis's place. I'm maybe a lot easier, I think, on my mother, primary caregivers. And I was asked to go back and my father is a kvetcher. And my father, he's not a kvetcher. He doesn't change. He's not a kvetcher. That's what he does. He has a persona of himself that he wants to be, but he wasn't. Tonight's topic is Israel ben Eliezer, the Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Hasidic movement. And it's a fascinating topic. It's very, very contemporary. A lot of the issues we'll discuss today are quite relevant to our contemporary Jewish world and our local community as well, because of what's strong presence in this neighborhood. I think we'll learn a little bit about the intellectual and the economic origins of the Hasidic movement. That will be a useful discussion. I'm also grateful to report that since last week, when I indicated that we need some sponsors to help pay the shul back for all the equipment they purchased for this lecture series, we immediately got 3 sponsors, and that's very gratifying. Again, just coming here tonight, this sponsorship would be fingernails or something. So it's really great that you made your way over to this class. I appreciate your presence here. But if you want to sponsor the lectures, we offer them for $200 a lecture. That's actually a little bit less than the cost of all the equipment, but that's the price of the opportunity. We certainly encourage that. It's fully tax deductible. Of course, it just goes straight to the shul. That's it. Thank you to our anonymous donor. If you're here, thank you in person. If you're not, thank you virtually, because the lectures are now on the internet. So I should start with a little bit of a joke, and it's getting harder and harder. I think this may be the 22nd lecture I've given here, and I really only have a dozen jokes to recycle them. So I've either had to make up new ones or find new ones. This particular joke, I don't often tell it because I think that it can be misunderstood and it can exploit a certain stereotype of the Jewish people that I think is less than salubrious and maybe one that I'd rather want to avoid. But I think in the context, maybe it will work anyways. So the joke goes like this. This is set on a train in Tsarist Russia, and a Jew is sitting on the train, and he's going a long distance, and he's eating his lunch. And a non-Jewish peasant comes up and sits in the chair opposite him. They have the chairs facing each other. He says to him, "You're a Jew, right?" And he says, "Yes, I am." He says, "I'm very curious. You Jews are all so intelligent. You excel in so many areas of activity. What is your secret?" You really gotta tell me. Here comes his No, I don't believe you. There's gotta be some special thing that you do to make yourself so smart. And he starts using the Yiddish expression, "Talking about China, keep on letting it go." He's like, no, I really got what's the secret? So finally, the Jew says, okay, listen, I'll tell you. It's the herring. It's the herring. We eat a certain special herring. You know this truck right now. There's a special herring that we eat that, really bulks up our intelligence. And it's the herring. What can I say? The guy says, really? Yeah, it's the herring. Okay. And so the guy says, well, do you have him? And he says, it's my lunch. I'm not giving you my herring. It's my lunch. He says, I got to have some of that herring. The Jew says, I'm going to an important business meeting. I have to eat my herring, so I'll be ready for that meeting. He says, no. I'll give you 10 rubles for your herring sandwich. 10 rubles? No, I can't do it. Finally, he talks to him 25 rubles, and just to get him off his back, he gives him the herring sandwich for 25 rubles. The non-Jew is very excited. He unwraps it from plastic bite, and he's chewing. And he says to the Jewish guy, who says, "You see, it's working already." Right? Maybe not the most appropriate joke. Maybe we'll edit that out, but because it casts some asparagus at certain stereotypes of Jews. But at any rate, let's talk. It is basically an 18th century religious revival. It is, ironically, the first religious movement that strove to challenge the status quo and created, in many ways, a rather different form of Judaism that had been practiced heretofore. It was a dramatically vibrant movement that drew in literally thousands of followers within its first few decades, and now is arguably the largest single demographic element in the Orthodox world. I can't quantify that. I don't have any statistics to support it, Rabbi Wein says in one of his videos, and it's probably true, that at least the plurality of Jews, if not the majority of Orthodox Jews, are Hasidic. So it stands to reason we should understand something about this. The origins are in southern Poland and western Ukraine, and I'll give you a few maps later to see exactly where it begins. And it's more than anything else a populist movement. It is a grassroots movement that, at least in the 18th century and early 19th century, spoke to the masses where they lived and was supported by the masses not only intellectually, religiously, but also economically. And we'll discuss the economic aspect of the origins of Hasidism in a few moments. In many ways, it is very innovative. A lot of new traditions, like, for example, shuckling or movement during prayer is essentially a Hasidic innovation, which has swept the Orthodox world. It's very hard to find a real cult of Litvak who doesn't shuckle when he davens. That is one of thousands of Hasidic innovations. In some cases, it's even antinomian, meaning it has bent halakha to a point that many non-Hasidim would feel that it's broken. We'll discuss those as well in the course of the next 50 odd minutes. But at its base, it is a movement that was a reaction to a traditional reified Judaism. Feel that Judaism had become stale and brittle and lifeless, and the Hasidic movement infused new life into traditional Judaic practices and beliefs and even learning styles that gave it new chiyus, new life that allowed it to proceed dramatically into the 19th and 20th centuries. So let's first of all look at the term chassid. Of course, the term is in Tanakh. It occurs throughout the Bible, and it's difficult to pin down precisely what it means. We use the term pious as kind of a placeholder translation, but that's not really clear. I would like to suggest that the term chesed can be understood as a form of doing more than is required. Meaning, you can do someone the right thing, and then you can do them a chesed. Chesed is like kindness, it's extra, it's beyond it. And this, I think, is a fair characteristic of the movement that we're going to be discussing today. The term chassid has been applied to many individuals and groups over the centuries, long before the advent of Hasidism. David HaMelech refers to himself as a chassid, for example, in Tehillim. And there was a very important 13th century German movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, the Hasidim of Germany, which has no relationship whatsoever to the 18th century Polish Hasidic movement. But in this context, it seems to make a lot of sense that chassid means doing more than is required. I'll give you one example. The commandment in the Torah is that a male may not, or a male Jew may not destroy the corners of his face, which is understood through the Talmudic tradition to mean you may not take a straight edge razor and shave the corners of your head like this. Corners in Hebrew, of course, is peyot, not to be confused with peyote, something else on the head, but peyot or peyos. And so Litvaks, or traditional non-Hasidic Jews, will not shave the sides of their heads. Using scissors, on the other hand, is perfectly legitimate. That's not called hashkata, or destruction of the corners. And so therefore, Litvaks don't grow pale. However, the Hasidim felt this custom where they said, look, if we can't cut them with scissors, we are not going to cut them at all. We're going to let them go long. We're going to be flaming. We don't care who it is. It's kind of like, can't cut them with a razor. If I can't shave them with a razor, I'm not going to shave them at all. So it's not like it's an avera, a sin to trim with scissors, but they won't trim at all. It's like going beyond what is required. We see this in many different examples of Hasidic practice. It is a rebellion specifically against the traditional Judaism, which had its intellectual center in Lithuania, specifically in the town of Vilnius, Vilna, which is known as the Yerushalayim Talita, the Jerusalem of Lithuania, the home of the Vilna Gaon, whose life spanned from 1720 to 1797. Although his reaction to Hasidism in particular we won't be discussing it in great detail today, but was decidedly negative. And so the Hasidic movement is kind of an expression of a center-periphery tension, where the center, the intellectual center, was in Lithuania, and Hasidism developed away on the outskirts. To a large degree, this has to do with the difficulty that the Ukrainian and Polish Jews had in feeling enfranchised in Judaism as a whole. You step back for a second. I'll have a small quiz. I don't think this will take very long. There are three ways to establish status in Jewish Europe. What are those three ways that you can get status? Okay. So everybody got money, right? That's the aim of the world. And you either inherit money, you make money, but if you have money, you've got status, right? What are the other two ways? Education, learning, very good, additional learning. And the third way, I did this with my undergraduates today. It took them about 10 minutes. Maybe not 10, 4 minutes. But it took them a long time to figure it out. Obviously, this room is filled with very experienced people who know about status in the Jewish world. And you put it in the right order. So now here's the thing. If you don't have yichus, you don't have lineage, you don't come from a famous family, and you don't have money never, then the only way to get status is through learning. And so Judaism as a culture developed a meritocracy, particularly the Lithuanian expression of Judaism, that really emphasized the status of learning and privileged those who were able to negotiate the annals of the Talmud with very complex vocabulary and syntax, and place those people on a high pedestal for their learning. If, however, you are not able to achieve any of those three markers of status, the Lithuanian movement, the Lithuanian society, basically had no place for you. And if I could perhaps open up a small window into our contemporary period, I think that in many ways we are failing our youth today because we don't have all that many avenues open to young Jews who are perfectly willing and able to make great contributions to our society, but they can't do it in one of those three ways. Now, what would be terrible if we had a really conscientious, hardworking Jewish plumber? That's such a terrible thing. We need all kinds of people in our society today. But today, like someone who doesn't get a master's degree is sometimes considered like a high school dropout in the Jewish community. We really have a problem, I think, in that, and that carries over from the Lithuanian world. So learning Talmud was considered really the be-all and end-all of status in the 18th century, and there was a particularly pernicious type of Talmudic learning that was very, very popular at the time, something which the greater rabbis such as the Vilna Gaon really railed against, known as pilkur. Pilkur was a style of learning Talmud that was developed in the 15th century in Poland, and it emphasized kind of a mental gymnastics where you could take a Talmudic text, learn the simple meaning, and then twist it in 18 different ways, none of which have any bearing on the actual meaning of the text. And this demonstrated your intellectual acuity, it demonstrated your creativity and artistic flair, but it did not necessarily demonstrate your commitment to the truth of the text as you saw it laid before you. So with this emphasis on that kind of like, if you will, crossword puzzle kind of Talmudic study, the Polish and Lithuanian Jews felt like they just weren't getting any access, they weren't getting any care and love from the leaders of the community as a whole, and it stands to reason that they would find themselves drifting further and further apart. What the Hasidic movement did to try and bring them back in, and focus on the founder of Hasidic just a moment, is that they inverted some of the traditional values of learning, and they took the Kabbalah, which had been considered by the Lithuanians to be the ultimate form of learning. First, you have to reach the age of 40, you have to finish the entire Talmud, you have to be married and have children, all of the poskim, the legal decisors, and only then could you study Kabbalah. The Hasidim essentially took Kabbalistic ideas, they watered them down somewhat to write them in a format that was much more accessible, and they offered them to peasants. They offered them to Jewish dairymen like Tevye. And this was like incredibly impassionately, it was incredibly ennobling. That's just a glimpse of these Kabbalistic ideas, which are very, very powerful. It just turned people on and made them much more interested in learning, at least in that particular direction. So let's have a quick look at the geography of Hasidism. This is not my favorite map because it's all black and white. You can't really put it in context. But basically, we're looking here at Central Eastern Europe. Here is the Poland here in the center. I think I look better with it done up. It's like it has a piece of like stretches in it. My son said to me when he saw me in the video, he says, "You look like you have a six-pack." Not the right kind of six-pack. Anyways, so here's the Baltic Sea up here. The Black Sea will be around here somewhere. This would be Germany, Prussia, of course, Königsberg in this region. Russia proper grew out over here. This region with the heavy thatching is where Hasidism first developed Hasidically. And then it expands from here to see where the more less dense thatching of it. Note, interestingly, that Lubavitchy here is the home of the Chabad movement, and the Lubavitch are considered in many ways to be the most Lithuanian of the Hasidic movements. They have they borrowed quite a bit of the Lithuanian style of learning Talmud, and among the Hasidim, I'm sure that I did a lot of arguments on this, and I get a lot of comments back on my video, but the Lubavitch are clearly the ones who are the most interested in traditional learning historically compared to the other Hasidim. So that's basically how it spreads. Let me pause and take questions. Yes, please. It's an excellent question. I'm not exactly sure, and it goes back far before the Hasidic movement. You see it already with the Maimonidean crisis and the compromises of Rashba. 40 is considered in the Mishnah the age of Bina, of wisdom. The 20s are the age of pursuit. You're running after a job, you're running after a spouse, all kinds of things. The 30s are the age of power. That's when you start coming into your home and things start to fall in place. 40s are when things apparently start to make sense. The age of stability. 50, which I'm pushing, I'm going to be there soon, God willing. That's the age of advice. And oh my gosh, are my kids going to get it? Because up until now, I've been holding back. I want to hit 50. That's it. Okay. So I think 40 is considered, that's stable. At 40, you should sort of have it together. Also, numerologically, it's 4 square. So 4 points in the ground, not tilted, it's not moving, it's nice and square. Yes.
If that's true, if you're a warrior and you're unathletic and you can't throw, to say if you throw like a girl, what do you think every MMA fighter, athlete, combat person, what's their moniker is? You never rise to the level of your expectations. You fall back.
Hi, how are you? Welcome back.
So, if that's true, the man can't throw anything as safe as life. Do you think he can throw a 1-pound grenade 25 meters directly into a window when it counts most?
I think that's very fair. There are definitely in the Ukrainian and Polish regions. This is a very backward region in terms of culture. There are very, very low levels of literacy. And by the way, Jewish literacy, although it's been vastly superior to non-Jews historically, even 100 years afterwards, the census shows that only the Jews living in this region only had 60% literacy. Meaning 4 out of 10 Jews could not read in any language. And that was far better than the surrounding peasant population, but still pretty shocking that 4 out of 10 could not read. So there were itinerant preachers of various types. There were actually some messianic movements that were popular among the peasants. And so to a large degree, there's a certain amount of borrowing back and forth. I would also say, and I better get moving because I want to get to listen to the lecture, but this is a region where folk culture has a very large impact on religions in general. And a lot of specific behaviors really cross that divide between Jewish and non-Jewish world. In some cases, they result in what the poskim call a minhag shtus, a stupid custom that has to be eradicated. In other cases, they actually become very warm and welcome customs that we absorb in our tradition. Okay, let's go a little bit further. How did the Jews get there? I have a couple of maps here, but I'm not sure a lot of map for it. But basically, this map shows the migration into Eastern Europe, from Germany to the 15th century. They're basically invited into these regions to act as leaseholders for the Polish landlords. And so these small villages that surround the part of Poland and Western Ukraine, they're in very close contact with peasant cultures, in particular with women. There's a lot of cultural cross-fertilization with women. That's quite important. Actually, we had a great speaker here in the Shabbat last week, when the mayor sort of gave a fantastic question, fantastic talk on the role of Yiddish. But I took it to task because if you don't know Slavic, you miss a good 50% of Yiddish. It's really so crucial. We borrowed so many tongues, and really the juiciest insults, like paskudna. That's a Russian word. That's a Slavic word. And he talked about the term shlemazel. Shlemazel, he had difficulty understanding it, but the word slay in Slavic means bad. So shlemazel means simply bad luck. Bad luck. Shlemiel is a little more difficult, but at any rate, it was a great talk, very interesting. Here is Poland, where the Jews were living around the time of the Baal Shem Tov. This was actually Europe's largest country at the time, the result of a dynastic union between the Polish and Lithuanian crowns. It was an incredibly weak state, politically and economically, very backward, and it was ripe for capture by its neighbors, which in fact happened in the 18th century, almost exactly what happened in the 20th century in World War II. Germany, Austria, and Russia all felt that Poland was too weak to exist, so they simply divided it up amongst themselves. A series of three partitions, that was important off the map. In terms of the Russian portion shown here, it became the heartland of the Pale of Settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in up until the Russian Revolution. So we'll come back to this map and discuss the implications of it when we talk about Leon Trotsky a little later in the series. But for the time being, to orient ourselves, this region here is where Nazism first reveals itself. Little Ukrainian towns like Medjugorje, and then expanding through Poland and Virginia, Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Israel Eliezer himself. His years are approximately 1700 to 1760. We don't have a lot of really solid historical information about his life, and I'll discuss the implications of sources shortly. He is known as the Baal Shem Tov, and this is a fascinating moniker. He's the only person who is so called. He is called the Baal Shem Tov because this was the period when there were literally hundreds of people called Baalei Shem. A Baal Shem, or a master of the name, is an amulet maker. Basically what we would have happening in this part of the world, again, this is a lot of folk culture. It's not really necessarily high Talmudic culture, although the idea of the amulet definitely goes back into Talmudic tradition. If you would have a problem like you needed a shidduch, or your business was going poorly, you needed parnasa, or your wife was having difficulty conceiving, or something like that, you would go to your local Baal Shem, and you would pay a fee, and the Baal Shem would write you a mystical amulet, which you would then dispose of in some way. You would put it, let's say, under your bed, or you would put it on your door, or you would carry it around with you, and these were kind of like so to speak, a good luck charm. Again, it is definitely authorized by the Hori tradition of the Talmud. There's long discussions in Tractate Shabbos, for example, as to whether or not you can carry one of these on Shabbos, and you wear one of these and so on. But it was an industry. It was a business to buy these amulets and effect various various cures. If I took a poll right now, we had 100 of these Baalei Shem, how many of you would think that they were on the up and up? I'm not going to take a poll. The fact is, the majority of them were not very reputable. And people, this was a business, and they would make a little bit of money by scribbling something, but an illiterate Jew couldn't figure out what's going on anyways, and that would be a small parnasa for him. However, there was one Baal Shem who distinguished himself as making really high-quality amulets, and he became known as the Baal Shem Tov. His amulets taka really work, and so that's why the name was applied to Israel ben Eliezer, that he distinguished himself in all kinds of stories of actually being able to effect miraculous cures and other changes to the physical universe, which we'll discuss in a few moments. He was born in the Carpathian Mountain region, perhaps the most backward region of all of Europe, and he eventually settled in a medium-sized village called Medjugorje or Medjugorje, which I will show you shortly. Now, trying to understand his life is very difficult because the sources are heavily corrupted. He was a charismatic life, are in the category of hagiography. Hagiography means basically legendary stories, and you can't really accept them on a base level. You can't accept them as absolute truth. Even the second generation of Hasidic followers, the third generation, if you take the stories about the Baal Shem Tov or the Besh, as the acronym goes, if you take the stories of the Besh seriously, you're a fool. If you don't believe them at all, you're an anti-Torah. You're a heretic. In other words, you have to read these stories, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're accepted based on the situation. He was not well educated.
The person on the gun was the medic. So the medic has to come off.
Well, he had a rudimentary education, probably somewhere around primary grade school level. And his education was more characterized by his tardiness and absences than by his actual performance and study. He was often found wandering in the woods, meditating and things like that. But nevertheless, his athletics were considered highly effective and desirable. We'll talk a little about this later. So, the sources that we have, such as, for example, Shivrei Abed, in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, have been demonstrated over and over again to be corrupted with stories that refer to other miracle workers and were pasted into the Baal Shem Tov's name, or contradictory events and all kinds of mystical things. It's very hard to deal with them as a historian. So I'm going to try in this class just to focus on what we know from the actual historical data that's verifiable and objectively confirmed. That's not to take away from the tremendous power of the Gadol, the great one of Baal Shem Tov, but just for our purposes, I'm going to try and use this as a history lecture specifically. We know that he was orphaned at a very young age. His parents were not very well educated, but were well respected by his communities, manual laborers. At age 5, he lost his surviving parents. His father, apparently on his deathbed, charged him to, above all else, love every Jew, which is very, very characteristic of his teachings and his practice. He has phenomenal Ahavas Yisrael. It's something that really you can see as a common thread throughout all of his teachings. Just to give you one example, we were talking about Pirkei Avot earlier. So there's a beautiful, there's a Mishnah in Pirkei Avot that reads, Harchek Mishachet Ra. Separate yourself from a bad neighbor. And that's pretty clear advice, right? Don't hang around with people that will drag you down. So apparently the Baal Shem Tov says you're putting the comma in the wrong place. His teaching was, you distance yourself from a neighbor, that's a bad thing. You gotta get close to your neighbor, you gotta bring him close and so on. That's kind of like emblematic of his teaching. He, as I mentioned, he did not go very far in school, but again, this is Ukraine, this is Southern Poland, there's not much school to speak of anyway. There's a tiny amount of school till about grade 4, and then you're expected to go off and make a living somewhere. Apprentice yourself, that's what he's saying. He ended up doing all kinds of odd jobs. One of his most well-known jobs he was about health there, which was sort of like children's park. His job was to bring children to school. That is, he would wander all the homes and collect up the children and walk them to school, and then bring them back at the end of the day. He was a shamish, the school, things up around the shul, all these kinds of manual jobs. And then much of his married life, he dug clay for a living. Until he really was well established in Medjugorje, he dug clay and lime and sold that for a living. Again, not such an I profession, but something that really put him in touch with him. This guy was well, he was himself by himself. He was married young, unfortunately became very young. And then perhaps a major turning point in his life when he remarried to a very wealthy woman. The story behind his wedding is he began to develop a reputation while he was still single. He began to develop a reputation as someone who could affect mediation. He was able to, people who were arguing about something, he was able to bring them together before they went to Beit Din. He was able to find a pshara, a compromise that left both parties feeling satisfied. And he handled many cases like this on an informal basis. And his expertise in this regard was observed by a particular wealthy man whose name unfortunately is and this man interviewed the Baal Shem Tov and he said, Taka, I think that you might be right for my daughter. And he wrote down on a paper that information. My daughter's name Hannah, my address, and I'd like you to come visit me and we'll talk more about this. And they separated, and then the man died. So the Baal Shem Tov went to visit his potential marriage partner, and he was greeted at the door by his future brother-in-law, who thought that he was a beggar and asked him for money. Imagine how he was dressed. So his future brother-in-law went to give him some money. The Baal Shem Tov said, no. Well, the paper indicated that. So the story was, his brother-in-law didn't want to hear anything from this because, it's his sister. Look at you, look at my sister, This sounds like a scam. She's a wealthy girl. But when his sister Hannah heard that her father had suggested this might be a match, she insisted on marrying him. You hear that, girl? Bring anyone home. Okay, but she insisted on marrying him, and she went from her house of great wealth. Her brother was not at all pleased with this, and she joined the Baal Shem Tov for many years. She delivered the clay that he dug out of the ground. Tremendous self-sacrifice. They had two sons together, and at this point, his life begins to turn around because his fame as a miracle worker is growing. I'd like to pause for a second and take you to some of the research of my colleague Moshe Rothschild from Bar Ilan University. He and I work in similar fields. He was in the 18th century when we were both. He had a big influence on my thinking in many ways. My first book was published by Harvard University and joint publication from the Ukrainian Research Institute and the Center for Jewish Studies. And that was the second such collaboration that those two institutions ever accomplished. The Center for Jewish Studies and Ukrainian Studies, they generally didn't get along so well. But the reason I published with that particular organization was because Moshe Rothschild published his first book with a similar kind of organization. So I'm very grateful to him on many levels. At any rate, when the Soviet Union fell apart in the 1990s, Moshe Rothschild went to Poland to look in the state archives for evidence of the life of the Baal Shem Tov. And he found it. He found all kinds of data about the Baal Shem Tov. He found tax records, real estate negotiations, we found contracts involved in all kinds of things about the Baal Shem Tov that the Jewish world had never known before, all as a result of getting into the Soviet archives and the Chartorisky family archives. And what we learned about the Baal Shem Tov is that by the time he arrived in Medjugorje, he was already quite a respected figure. He was referred to as doctor, which is something that is generally a term used for important religious figures who weren't priests. He lived tax-free. The state had the primitive state at the time, but the family had granted him free access without taxes to his property and so on. And he held title to a particular home in Mexico for many, many years. And there's strong indication that he had a significant number of followers who came around him in his town in Mexico. Here's a picture of his shul, this picture was taken in 1915 and was destroyed 20 years later. But you see that it's quite a significant structure for the 18th century. And so we see that the fact that Baal Shem Tov was a real figure with a significant weight in Shadchan. Can we pause and take some questions, perhaps?
That statement alone, you can just make that statement.
Well, it's an excellent question. What exactly is that Judaism needs to be educated? He was not a Talmudist. He never wrote Kedushim on the Talmud. But he had a deep and profound, abiding sense of Jewish morality. And the stories of the consideration that he had for other people were legendary and inspiring. And people went to him because he was a charismatic individual who they felt really cared about. And I'm going to get to that specifically when I talk about past Israel ben Eliezer and going to the Hasidic world in general.
It's essentially a sniper training that I want to use it. Mike G and I grabbed a three-way and a four-way Cheyenne tactical machine and climb up into the tower. Mike is going to get my spot.
I should actually pause for a second here. Remember, I'm restraining ourselves just to the historical data. According to Hasidic lore, he studied with an angel who's his name is a figures in Tanakh. I can't remember exactly what it is. He's on like Hasidic. Not Tony Amon, it was Achimelech or something like that. But apparently he had, like some kind of legend, he had a mystical, supernatural teacher that put him at the top of the class. But I'm restricting ourselves here to historically verifiable data. There's no evidence of that in Moshe Rossman's research. Yes.
He's talking about the Shaitan form.
Well, if you actually, let's look at the map again for a second. And this map shows Hasidism really in the 19th century. There in Hungary, which is right down here, is Bokach, major center. There's a mountain range here. It took a while for the ideas to go over the mountain. Once you get to the southern region of the Carpathians, it was huge. This is a very, very strong Hasidic stronghold, but it's primarily in the second half of the 19th century it becomes significant. Earlier in the 19th century, it hasn't penetrated over the mountain range.
I had to make sure of this, so I called Range 37. Now, Range 37.
Well, it's basically an Ashkenazi movement, to be sure, and I suppose you can have Sephardic Hasidic, but you can also have Lithuanian Hasidic too. Besides Chabad, we have fellow travelers. I consider myself sort of a closeted. Okay, let's go on because we have some important other things to discuss here. I'm going to go to the social protest elements right now. Now, let's understand why did. So here we. Really, what David's question is quite profound. So here we have a person who does not have the status of money, doesn't have the status of lineage, although later on, his lineage will be back to King David, he certainly wasn't recognized in his early years. And he doesn't really have the status of learning, at least through conventional curriculum. So, what's the big attraction besides the fact that he's a nice person? So here's the money part of it. There is definitely an economic element. You have to understand the way the non-Hasidic rabbis got their jobs. You recall that the Polish latifundia, these large land holdings, were owned outright by Polish nobles. And the villages in these latifundia were completely under their control. So whatever happened in these villages was really a direct result of Polish noble sponsorship. Including, I'll give you a few examples. You couldn't bake bread in the Lord's bakery without paying the tax on the bread. You couldn't fish in his pond. You couldn't hunt in his fields. You couldn't cross his bridges. Everything had to be done with the authority of the noble. And one of the things that developed as the Jews moved into Poland is that the noble reserved the right to appoint the chief rabbi of every town. And that was a right that over the 18th century eventually became an object of sale, so that Jews who wanted the job of rabbi could buy it. So why would you want to buy the position of rabbi? There's a lot of kavod and things like that. It's nice, but really, if you got the position of rabbi, you got an automatic revenue stream from kosher taxes. Because the Jewish community were paying all kinds of taxes for sort of Jewish services. Like, for example, today, we live in an age where kosher meat is exactly the same price as treif meat. So, okay. Obviously, we pay a tax on kosher meat because, it costs money to do shita and to do mishkafa and things like that. And all kosher products have that kind of tax applied to them. There are all kinds of things like this, but in Polish society, if you wanted to get your chicken shechted, you brought to the shochet, and it was done, you had to pay the shochet. The shochet collected a tax, which was then forwarded to the rabbi. If you wanted to buy Shabbos candles, if you wanted to partake in all kinds of Jewish activities, there was the chief rabbi, and you had to pay a tax for all of these things, and it's the chief rabbi. Now, once the rabbi is ensconced in this kind of position, and he's got his revenue stream intact, doesn't necessarily care about the pastoral aspects of it. Keep your clothing, receiving the sick, and counseling people with problems. What do you want to bother yourself with people with problems for? You can basically show up at shul late, sit on the eastern wall, let everybody else daven, and just collect your funds. So not surprisingly, a good portion of the chief rabbis of these Polish towns were good for nothing. And people felt, they felt like so far from Judaism, no one cared about them, and everything in the Jewish establishment was far from their identity. Getting no spiritual encouragement whatsoever. So when you put in place a local charismatic Rabbi to distinguish him from the rest, a Rabbi actually does care about their learning, about their joy in Judaism, offers them a glass of lamashka, and maybe sings with them, and engages them in appreciation of Judaism that is outside of the traditional activities, then all of a sudden people get very enthusiastic about this. So instead of going, we'll talk about more details, but let's say, for example, maybe I'll have to give you one example. I see a question, Joe. Let me just give you an example and I'll take your question. Let's say, for example, so there are certain antinomian aspects of the Hasidic movement, things that were not done the way the halakha was interpreted traditionally. For example, if I were to take my iPhone out and I punch a few buttons, I would see exactly the times of prayer. Right? You're supposed to, you can't pray before a certain time in the morning, and you can't say the Shema or the bracha to appropriately after a certain time. There's very strict standards for praying. But especially if you live in the northern part of the world where the sun rises very early in the summer, it's like, why should I get myself out of bed so early to be able to fulfill the mitzvah of saying Kriya Shema? I'm half asleep. I'm not focused. I'm just going through the motions. So if you have a Rabbi who says, what, does God want that kind of prayer? No. Get your rest, wake up, pull yourself together, and then you can daven like a mensch. So that means you have to have a separate minyan that davens later. And that means that people stop going to the traditional shul of the chief rabbi, they start going to the shtivo, little home-based minyan of the Rebbe. And all of the pledges on Simchas Torah, they don't go to the traditional shul, they go to the Rebbe. All of a sudden, this opens up a new revenue stream with an alternate power structure that really alters the balance of power in the Jewish community. There are reasons for it, which are philosophical and theological, and very much so economic. I'm going to give you more examples of this in a moment. Yes, Joe.
Never mentions any mission that he went on with anyone else. He only references this. I suspect that he went out with anyone else. He had tons of pictures about it. He tells stories. And of course, it'd be wild stories. That are true. He would have been
started very early morning.
And then when he gets to
like
the actual
immediately
shot, he never gets to the shot tag.
Up to the dawn.
So
and it was
we've already
all this
established
continued
that
until
he didn't get it from the US.
7
So
o'clock.
the only
1
other
minute
answer he could try
where
to
is the Rabbi
weasel his way out of
was
I
not the
got
synagogue.
those guys.
Interesting.
But
So
that's
you
not
don't
an answer.
don't miss. If even
Because
if
I
it
can
comes
assure
from
you
working,
that's a
okay,
sensitive item.
start
No
from
one's
the
coming to
work
me
and
and asking me for
very
you
interesting. Yeah.
want to use my gun permission? Here you go. Here's my
The
sniper weapon.
rabbis or the
I'm
rabbis?
signed
The
for
crown
it.
rabbis?
Give it to
I
a
mean, like the
foreign
regular rabbis that are appointed by the state?
And oh, by the way,
They had to have nominal qualifications. But the Polish nobleman was not giving them any kind of error. He was basically saying, you show up, I'm going to be the rabbi. Am I going to have a problem with the Jewish community if I appoint you? No, so fine, you got it. You got two bidders. One will get a little bit more of a bribe, the higher bidder gets it. And it just totally brought down, the whole effectiveness of the Jewish community at the time. So it's not surprising that the Hasidic movement jumped in to address it. Now, the anti-Hasidic protest took about 20 years for it to really bake, but then it got so hot that the controversy between the Hasidim and the way it came to be known from this time on as the Snagdim, which means the opponents. What are they opposing? They're opposing Hasidism. So what exactly was so upsetting about it? Let me give you a couple of examples. This, by the way, is a purported picture of the Vilna Gaon. It's most likely not what he looked like, but on a generic level, on a general level, and in many ways, the Hasidic movement was developing in a parallel, totally alternate power structure. By the way, right now I'm borrowing heavily some research of Vince Ciantino from the University of Jerusalem, who did some pioneering work on the economics of the Hasidic world. But there were some legitimate halachic disputes which also had implications for the multi-cultural. For example, I mentioned the final play. Another very important aspect is the issue of slaughter, kosher shkita, and the Hasidic version. Now, some of you may be more knowledgeable of this than I, please don't hesitate to correct me. In the laws of shkita, there are 5 specific things you can do wrong with slaughtering the animal. 2 of them are you're not allowed to push on the neck. You can't force the blade to cut. And the second thing is you can't have a nick in the blade. In both cases, you're causing the animal additional pain. It has to be really sharp so you can draw it across the neck of the animal, and it has to be perfectly smooth so it doesn't tear the animal up. Now the problem is, if you want to do both of those things, you have to strike a balance between the rigidity of the blade and the fineness of the blade. So if you have a razor sharp blade, it's so easy for it to get nicked. Even just moving it on the cow's neck can cause a nick on it. So you have to find some kind of balance between how sharp it is and how rigid it is. So the Lithuanian standard was one way. I've forgotten whether the Hasidic standard was a sharper blade or a more richer blade. At any rate, they developed a different opinion on how the blade should be prepared. So all of a sudden, you have a whole new system of shkita. Oh, did I get that wrong, Joe?
With a last shot, just the whole position is squeezed off the second round. Is a perfect headshot. Whoever is downstairs on the mic, he starts laughing. He falls off. Says that worked out. What happened? I hit him in the first round. He pauses for a second and asks, "Why did you shoot twice?" To be sure, I respond. He seems satisfied with the answer. And everything started. Amazing.
So we get in front of this woman and just say,
what do you do with that kind of story? That's interesting. But at any rate, think about it economically, right? In Marxist terms, if you will. I'm sure Karl Marx loves it.
I asked you to
So,
there is a tower here.
I'm sorry?
Did anyone go to the tower?
Glad comes into it a little bit later, but let me pause on Glad for a second to say that if you, so let's say we have 2 different ideas of how shkita is done properly. We have the Lithuanian style and we have a Hasidic style. So all of a sudden, if you want to hold a Hasidic shkita, that means that your kosher meat tax goes to the Hasidic shochet and the Hasidic Rabbi. And so again, it reinforces the separation between these communities. Another charge against the early Hasidic movement was that they engaged in raucous behavior, which was very true for the 18th century, somewhat less so as you get deeper into the 19th century. But for example, some of the early Hasidic teachers believed that in order to get rid of your gahava, of your pride, your arrogance, you have to literally turn yourself upside down. And so they would quite literally turn somersaults. And this was like kind of weird for Lithuanians to see such things. Karl Stolen, another Hasidic movement, argued that you have to pray as if someone is about to plunge a dagger into your back. And so they would pray out loud at full volume. I've seen this. It's amazing. It's a totally different form of behavior. So there are all kinds of the Bretzlover Hasidim are very happy to clap even during Shemona Esrei, which Litvaks consider a time not to be really silent. And these kinds of behaviors were considered undecorous by the the attitude to learning, again, accepting Chabad, which had a very pro-learning tradition. A lot of the early Hasidic movement said, you have to achieve the Dveikus, Hashem, cleaving unto God. And you don't necessarily have to do that through the pages of the Talmud. You can do it through song, dance, alcohol, all kinds of ways of reaching closeness to God. I mean that seriously. Alcohol played a very important role in the Hasidic dish, as it does, some would say, today. Perhaps one of the most difficult aspects for the Litvaks, the Snagdim, was some of the rituals that surrounded the Rebbe, particularly as we moved into the 19th century, the 4th and 5th generation of Hasidic leaders. The Rebbe became an almost saintly figure that was very close to the object of worship by the Hasidim themselves. In particular, there was one issue, at this point I'm relying on the research of Norman Lamb, the former president of Yeshiva University, who did a lot of pioneering work on Hasidic theology and also Joseph Weiss, who was very focused on Hasidic prayer. There was this idea of Mesirat HaMachshava, transference of thought, in which, let's say, you're an ordinary Jewish peasant, and you want to pray to God, but you say, who am I to pray to God? I'm just a worm. I'm nothing. I dig clay all of my life. What am I going to do? So, but my Rebbe, on the other hand, he is a very, very holy Jew. And I'm sure that his prayers are accepted by God immediately. And therefore, I am going to pray that my prayers be included in my Rebbe's prayers. And this is kind of like a transference of prayer from myself to my Rebbe to God. And a lot of the Misnagdim said, well, that's not Jewish at all. All Jews pray directly to God. No intermediaries. Don't pray to saints or to angels or to human beings for sure. So there are all these charges against the Hasidim, some of which were well borne out by the evidence. And what ended up happening is, in the bitterness of the dispute, particularly the last quarter of the 18th century, this is long after the Baal Shem Tov himself had passed away in 1760, but very much characteristic of the generation following Maggid of Mezrich, who passed away in 1772, that where the Lithuanians literally complained to the Russian authorities about some of these antinomian practices, indicating that the Hasidic movement was like fomenting dissent within the Jewish community, perhaps even anti-state dissent. And then sometimes the Hasidim would come back and do the same thing to the Lithuanians. They would place bans on each other, left and right. It was a period of tremendous dissension in the Jewish community, not something we should be very proud of. It all ended in approximately the year 1815. And a major rapprochement as the Lithuanians and the Hasidim realized that they had a much more powerful common enemy. And that was the Haskalah. So we'll be discussing really next week in greater detail. The Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment, which began in the 1780s in Germany, began to penetrate into Eastern Europe, and some of the ideas of the Haskalah were very much against the cherished ideas of both the Hasidim and the Snagdim. For example, the Hasidim and the Snagdim were arguing over how to shech the chicken. The Snagdim were saying, why don't we just serve pork? So they realized, wait a second. Sorry, did I say Misnagdim? That was like a sort of Hasidic. I gotta say that over here. It was the Maskilim, the people from the Haskalah, right? Sorry. So the Maskilim were saying, let's just serve pork. So they, obviously, if they're arguing about what makes the chicken kosher, and the Maskilim are saying there is no such thing as kosher, that's a huge challenge. The Hasidim and the Misnagdim are arguing about whether they can daven before 9:30 about moving Shabbos to Sunday for greater convenience. So clearly they realized that they have to present a united front, or there's going to be a much more serious challenge to Jewish belief and practice. And that's ultimately what happened. The Hasidim and Misnagdim stopped feuding in the second decade of the 19th century, and they effected an uneasy truce that has implications for the present day. Mr. Collins.
And that would get Black Ops shot out of the sky. It's because, setting a pattern like that. So it's not because this place was so absolutely dangerous.
By the time you get to the second, third decade of the 19th century, it is quite that far. They're already putting church bells in synagogues at that point. There's already, I think, one vote to move Shabbos to Sunday. The Philadelphia platform, which was in 1888, that's the most egregious example, I think, when they actually had some kind of convocation ceremony to the reform movement, and the menu had pork and shellfish all over it. I think it was 1888, so that's a little later. But definitely, not so much Moses Mendelssohn, but his students, David Einhorn and others, definitely very open to all kinds of these things. So the Hasidim and Misnagdim said, obviously we have to join ranks because we disagree with these people. We have so much in common, it's ridiculous. It's like there's I can't put this on tape. Oh yeah, after this. Okay, no, don't put it. Let's finish the lecture and then we'll tell you. So the legacy of the Baal Shem Tov. He passed away in 1760. He had two principal students who would continue in his teachings. And after one of them, in particular, the Maggid of Mezrich, had 5 different schools of Hasidic thought developing. And we now have literally tens of Hasidic movements, all tracing their ideologies back to one figure called Hashem Fletch. Here's his gravestone. Actually, a little earlier I showed you the building around which he's the Hasidic movement has had a phenomenal impact on Judaism as a whole. I've already given you the demographic impression I have of them. But it's also interesting to note that the culture of Hasidism has, in the century and a half since that rapprochement, really come to make an impact on Lithuanian style Judaism and vice versa. For example, this is the research of Joseph Dunn, who's looked at contemporary Hasidic and Lithuanian movements. The Lithuanian movement has been very taken with the Hasidic adulation of the Rebbe. And the regard for the Rosh Yeshiva, in many ways, is the transplantation of Hasidic attitudes into the Lithuanian way. The concept of Das Torah, which has very controversial repercussions in some circles, is certainly something that moves from the Hasidic world into the Lithuanian world as well. And at the same time, the Hasidim have clearly moved far away from their early deprecation of traditional Talmudic learning. And now Hasidic yeshiva, although they still have a different balance of the curriculum in general, about how much time they spend learning Talmud, how much time they spend doing chesed, for example, nevertheless, traditional Hasidic yeshivas now place Talmud at the center of their curriculum as well, influenced highly by the Lithuanians. With that, I'm going to conclude for tonight. Thank you, as always, for your attention and indulgence, and see you again next week. Thank you.
Let me know that I am like Charlie or Michigan. You're done, Tim. My piece of this operation is done. I messaged and said I have 2 options. The message said I have 2 options. Option A, which is what he very strongly wants me to do, is fly back on the Black Hawk because I'm a coalition asset.
The most junior dude of this whole mission is a coalition asset.
Because I'm a coalition asset.
find Sergeant Major Flaherty because he would be the key to this. No one knows who he is, who's ever heard of him. And some people would say, well, he's probably using a fake name. And I would always reply, oh, trust me, he's using real names. I've talked to former EMS guys with them, to former firefighters with them. I talked to former names.
Today, as part of the Total University,
And a lot of people were very upset about that.
the Jewish heritage trip to Poland, Lithuania, we visited the notorious death camp of Treblinka, which I've studied quite a bit in my research on the Rabbi, because this is where the vast majority of the Jews of Warsaw lost their lives in the Holocaust. They were deported here beginning in the late summer of 1942. Weather very much like the day that we visited this camp. And it's an incredible, moving experience, because the camp was completely plowed under after the war, as it's an attempt to completely erase any trace of its existence here. And it's really quite far away. It's about an hour and a half north of Warsaw, and it's in a deep, deeply wooded area. As we walked through, I could not shake the feeling that it was so much like when I was a kid going to summer camp, with the sound of the bird song and the smell of the pine trees.
We got our dress, and this was ultimately 10 gifts. So with the permission of Dr. Lyman, I'm going to say a few words, and then with the hope that he will add to them at some point, and I'll just give you our experience here. So this was a death camp. Beautiful place. No? As Dr. Abrams said, this is like coming to summer camp. I'm thinking in a few hours, my wife runs a camp for special needs children. The buses are going to be driving, the kids are and warmth and embrace and smiles. Looking forward to an incredible summer ahead of them. When our brothers and sisters were brought in, as Dr. Lyman said, when they got off at the platform, there was a train station motif here. There were ticket stands, and there was benches and so on. But what they also were greeted with were SS guards and Sonderkommando with attack doors. And the prisoners literally had to run for their lives. Run for their lives and run towards their death. Dr. Lyman said it took minutes for this process to unfold. Prisoners that were in a stupor because they were on a train with no air, no water, no comfort, were roused from their slumber as the train doors opened up, and they were screamed at, they were beaten, dogs were sent to attack them, and they headed in this direction, and there was only one purpose: you're running to your death. Very, very few were pulled out to serve in the Sonderkommando, and they eventually were also sent to their death. When you walk up to this monument, you're going to see a lot of tombstones, memorial stones, representing, and on the stones are written different towns, Stetler, countries of the victims that were sent here. Different signs say 800,000, 900,000. The numbers are astronomical. They lose their meaning because we throw them around like statistics. These were our grandparents, uncles, aunts, great-grandparents.
The memorial consists of a large open area of jagged stones of various sizes just scattered about. Some of them seeming at random, some rare occasions, even people, like the stone commemorating the heroic Janusz Korczak, also known by his birth name Hendrik Goldschmidt, and the children, because he famously went to Treblinka with the orphans under his care. And the whole field is dominated by this massive structure in the middle. It has this big crack right through its center that looks from not too far away like it's an escape route, it's a path out. But when you get up close to it, you see that it's just as sealed off as everything else. And the experience of walking through this field of jagged stones just amplifies the sense of the tremendous loss, the incredible demographic impact of Nazi Austria on the Jewish people in the Holocaust. It's kind of an overwhelming experience. The field of stones is transected at strange angles by these lines that run throughout it, and they don't seem to have any direct purpose or direction other than the fact that they seem to know where they're going, as if there's an inalterable force that is organizing all of this random destruction represented by the upright obelisks. And it's a very unsettling feeling to step through all of this, especially when you hear in the background the sounds of nature on a beautiful day. It's so jarring in its contrast.
It comes to my mind when I go to Auschwitz or anyone else. We came in, we were going to leave. All those who came here would never leave. I was talking about boys and girls, fathers and mothers. Ein bias of Shrein Shomnes. We're Ashkenazim here. It's impossible not to have some relative here. You may not know who the relative is, but you have distant relatives, whether in Auschwitz, here, wherever it may be. It's impossible that you don't have some cousin, some ancestor that died here. So everyone has a personal place. To these camps, there are 700 to 900,000, 100,000. So just as what is that we're going to leave. There's nothing. What is this? We'll be alive. How many carers died and got descendants? The end of the line. So, if we're survivors, there has to be some reason that we're here and we're able to do things that they couldn't do, they wish to do, but never be able to do. So, we have to learn a little bit, we have to do some mitzvahs, we have to sudden maybe a little more than we would do if it was just for ourselves. But we have to make up for some sense. That's what everyone in my walk here and walk out to be a better you.
Mother Rock, I've been shaking by Rabbi. I'm saving with the head of Gante Ashida. The Malas, Kidoshim, the Taharim, Kizor, Kiamasilim. Esnishmas, Akidoshim, Vahatohorim. Shehom, so the Shenego, the Shenishkato. Al Kiddush Hashem, Al Yedei Atzma Germani, Ve'ozreihem Yimach Shemam V'Zichram, Bavur, Shemli Neder, Etein Stop, Yilam Mikar, V'Yaraskova, Su'inu Nishmashayhem, V'Ganei Detehei V'Nukasam, L'chein Balarachamim, Yastirein V'Sei Signafav, L'Yahilamim, Yitzran V'Tzara Chayim Es Nishmashayhem, Adonai Hu Nachal Osam, V'Yeduhu V'Shalom V'Shtivei V'Neimar, Amen. Here I am in Sipnas. This is my ancestral homeland in Lithuania, in the Elite District. This is the first time any member of our family has been back here in 100 years, since my grandmother left. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing the streets where she grew up and where all of my family is from in Lithuania. Walking, I'm at the top of the town, so you can get a sense of where the shul is located in terms of the town. You can see the cobblestone area behind me is the old medieval town square. This town is over 500 years old, and Jews were here at least 400 of those years. So this is the grand expanse of downtown. You can see right to the very end of it, and just scoping around behind me, that's the other end of it, and it stops there. And there's this big, rather new municipal building. Looks like it was built in 1990s or 2000s, perhaps, or after they joined the EU. And then right there is the old synagogue, and you can see how prominent it will be in the overall geography of this little shtetl, that just right off the main square, at the other end of the street from the church. Very typical to have church on one end of town, and if you find a church, you just go to the other end of town, you'll find a synagogue. That's where the synagogue will be located. Very prominent, closely related to the actual town market, and closely related to the Jewish stores in the neighborhood. So one of the things that my grandmother always used to talk about was how when she was a little girl, the peasants would come into Simnas from their villages, and they would come to my great-grandfather's house, and they would change their clothes there. They would take off their traveling clothes and their heavy, muddy boots. She specifically remembered muddy boots, and they would leave them in her house when they went to this church back here. So if we think about that, it's hard to tell, but perhaps my grandmother lived somewhere along this street, or maybe down further behind me. But we have no idea which house it would have been, or even if the house is existing. So this is the end of the street is basically where the large building is, correct? Yes. And the other end of the street is basically just past the church a little bit. Yeah, so the main street is probably about 3 kilometers long at the most. So it's this one big street and a few smaller streets coming off like this.
This is a little direction we came.
Yeah, this is a very grand building. In the day, 1902.
So that's your that like synagogue style.
Yeah. This is the shul that my family would have davened in. My grandmother left in 1930, and this synagogue was built in 1905. So it certainly would be their synagogue. Let's go. Here we go. Afghan campaign memo. We'll throw this up on the screen. Afghan campaign memo. With campaign started. Here's that the windows were bricked over. I think that's the mayor who's come with the key to let us go into the building. National Defense
Hello. Vlad. Henry. Приємно вас пізнати. По-русски, по-українському легкіше мені.
Я Владос.
Владос, окей, приємно.
Сыны у нас этого города. Ну и что это?
Yeah. Це дуже цікаво, дуже прекрасно.
Я слышу. Я тоже помню.
So. We're trying to communicate with my broken Russian. You can see that there's some architectural features that remain to the synagogue. I mean, compared to the looks like the original houses that are, most of them are wood. Wow. Inside the shul, my family davened in.
That's the type of guy who's going to hide a purple heart. Yeah, right.
Just one second. Let's see if there's a mezuzah marking. Maybe. Yeah.
Your time to prove the story was for you to get your purple heart. You don't even have a purple heart. Yet you're hurt. You have shrimp on.
So now it has been transformed into a kind of a sports room, as these spaces were still, valuable to the Soviets, that they could use one another. The ceiling is probably not original too, right? The ceiling was probably, yeah. Which way is east, do you know? So the Aron Kodesh would have been where the goal is right now. So this is, behind me would have been Mizrach, where right now is, where there would have been an Aron Kodesh, and now, of course, there's a kind of a basketball back and like an indoor soccer ball. But, what this meant to my family when it was intact and functioning, it gives us some for the last century. Okay.
So he's getting really healthy right now. No one can force all the hell about it. When's the last time he got healthy?
So this probably would have been a gallery, it's the women's gallery.
He's going to have to make a public apology about that because it didn't happen. Here he is again, pretending to be this guy that I do what I want. You can't make me. You can't move me. I'm all about combat. If you're all about combat, you will know.
This is a sauna, right? For heat? Or it's just the smell of the wood? Yeah. Yeah. So what would they do? What was done here? Что-то yeah. In here too. Oh, for exercise. Okay. The Toya Ezrat Nashim, this is where the women would sit originally, where they built new walls.
And there was like a balcony here where these windows here. А почему закрыты такие? Why do we close them?
They changed the solar times.
Ah,
Nobody knows what decided to
they kept the shape of the arch.
at least.
Yeah.
Not stuff formers like that.
Okay. Maybe someone will renovate this sometime.
You know,
Bring it back, restore.
yes,
Yeah.
it will be in future. Next
Oh.
time you will come, it will be.
Is this with the original ceiling up there?
It was the chimney,
Oh, I see. And this maybe was small room for the rabbi or something.
It was administration, it was the school.
Oh, I see. These are for school.
That's
Okay.
solar times.
And what does this word mean? You need to solid?
Wrestling ball.
Wrestling, huh? Okay. Okay. I would like to say a small prayer here, if I may. Just in here. Yeah.
Okay, so
Just 1 minute. Just one minute. Thank you. Kivisela kisa nafshi v'di baro hochalti. Nafshi lado noimi shomim laboker. Shomim laboker. Yachel Yisrael el Adonai. Kihim Adonai chesed. V'hazeh imafidu. V'hi Yisrael mikol adonai.
There's no way he meets this film builder. This guy hugs him and he just starts
אחינו כל בישראל, הנוצרים בצד בשביעה, העומדים בין ביום ובין ביבשה. המקום ירחם עליהם, יוצא מצר לברכה, ומאפשר לאורה, ומשיבו לגאולה. השתה, בהדרה, בזמן חביב, ונאמר אמן.
Now insert picture of Tim and his crew, which they're really.
So what I learned is that, after the war, the Soviets took advantage of this large open space, and they made it originally into like essentially a kind of a city hall, because it was a prominent, unfortunately empty structure. And then when they built this building next to it, which is much more grand, my guide calls it a palace, that's the new municipal center, and that's when they switched the synagogue into the sports hall. And we should bear in mind that, although it certainly is distressing to see a synagogue into a sports hall, in some ways it's actually preserved the structure, because if it was completely abandoned, and people would be coming in here and kids would be messing around with it and building bonfires inside and things like that. At least in use as a sports hall, it meant that the roof was maintained and the outer shell was maintained, and then now it is ready for someone to finance for renovation, so that it can be preserved by the cultural heritage. So it appears that
this open field behind me, which is really just a 3-minute walk from the center of town, is the area of the Jewish cemetery. As you can see, there's no more matzevot, no more gravestones. They have all been taken away and repurposed by the locals, various building foundations, things like that. But this was the cemetery that would have been used for several centuries. Until this point, I have seen everything that I had expected to see that conformed to my research in advance of what was available in the town. But the last part of the trip was going out to the killing site where the auxiliary Lithuanians, together with some members of the Einsatzgruppen, murdered my family. And what I did not expect was the sudden realization that I was actually traveling along the same route that they must have walked from town. It's about 6 kilometers, so somewhere in the neighborhood of a 45-minute walk. And I turned on my camera to record it, and what it must have been like. Now, we were traveling in an air-conditioned Volvo to get there, so it would have been a different experience, obviously, for them. But I tried to meditate on what it must have been like for them to take these last steps with dread and fear of what would be at the other end of the destination. At several points, technology seemed to be warning us against what we were doing. We came up to a very, very narrow sort of a tunnel under looks like a railway or something that I think was more appropriate for a horse and cart, and it wasn't clear if the Volvo would make it through. And then it was sending off all kinds of warning sounds. And then when we got to a certain point, going from a paved road to the dirt road to a couple of ruts in the road, till finally, the GPS just stopped. The last road was called an unnamed road, but we could see on the GPS that the site was some distance off, but there was no way to get there. Obviously, we could get there only on foot, as if the GPS was saying to us, you have to leave everything behind in order to experience what you're going to experience.
Треба ходити. Я не бачу. Недалеко. Yeah, we're getting close to it. Yeah. Okay, дякую.
Once again, I was assaulted with the similarity of where I was to my memories of my childhood in Northern Ontario, with the pine trees and the smell of the needles and the sap. And there was a huge number of black flies that were huge. They were the size of small cats, and they were buzzing around my head like the Luftwaffe as I made my way through the clumps into that clearing ahead.
These texts
Yeah.
here, they are from the early Soviet times.
I understand.
And they are totally incorrect because what is confirmed that here the graves are of 414
414.
old people, men, women, children who had to walk the same way we did now.
I was thinking about that.
Yes, so undressed and they were white, and they were taken here to this remote place, well, just 3 kilometers from Simna's homes, native places, and that ditches were already here dug before that, so they were shot here in this place. That was September 12, 1941.
September 12, 1941.
And well, the shootings they were shot by the group of Lithuanian murderers from Kaunas came, led by Officer Bronius Norkus. There were several Germans as well participating, organizing, and some people were taken from Simnas, locals, Lithuanians, who were forced to dig later or to bury them. And they saw that the soil was moving still, and the shootings were continuing, shooting them buried alive. So that's the facts, the numbers of the victims, 414, which is mentioned in the Jäger's report. Yes, exactly 68 men, 197 women, 149 children, because men, strong men, before 160 of them were killed in Alytus. Before, usually they killed the people who could resist to fight, and then later the rest. So that's the place, the massive graves of the people, Jews from Simnas. The monument now from 1965, made by a Lithuanian artist. A mother in pain lost her children. So that's the murder site of Jews from Simnas.
Give me a minute, yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be speaking today with my colleague, Dr. Schneier Lyman, who is one of the great names, the visionaries. He doesn't like when I talk about him like this, but one of the great names in the history of the Jews of Eastern Europe, in particular, rabbinic history. He knows so much about the yeshivas and about the Hasidic dynasties, and it's just going to be such a fantastic experience to visit Poland and Lithuania with Dr. Lyman and hear so much of his wisdom about this remarkable civilization that existed for 1,000 years in Eastern Europe. So I just want to have a brief conversation with Dr. Lyman. Can you tell us what's on your mind about this trip? What are you thinking about?
Well, first, Professor Robinson, I want to make it very clear that it's a great honor for me to be traveling together with you. On behalf of Torah University, this visit to Poland and Lithuania, you are a distinguished scholar and historian, world traveler, and I hope to learn a lot from you and from the group that will join us on our trip. I think it's very important to make such a trip for Jews to visit the sites of where Jews once lived and thrived and learn from the history of those Jewish communities. So I thought I might give a small sample, if that's all right with you.
That would be great.
And of the kind of thing that interests me, and hopefully that will interest others as well. The founding father of the Haskalah movement, and very briefly by Haskalah movement, I'm referring to a group that arose in the beginning of the 19th century, lived throughout the 19th century in particular. In Eastern Europe, I'm concerned with Haskalah in Lithuania, and early in the 19th century. And the founding father of that movement, who I'm going to talk about, his name was Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg. And he was a great maskil, the founding maskil, the father of all the other maskilim. And he died in Vilna in November of 1846.
Can I interrupt you for a quick question?
Sure.
Like if I hear the phrase "founding father of the Haskalah," I would immediately say Moses Mendelssohn.
Right. So I'm referring to the founding father of the Haskalah in Eastern Europe. Moses Mendelssohn should certainly be considered as the founding father of Haskalah in general, but that was in Germany.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
But it didn't make its way to Eastern Europe, and certainly not to Vilna until the beginning of the 19th century.
Okay, fascinating. And Mendelssohn, of course, died, I think, in 1786. So it took a few decades before it made its impact.
That's right. There are people who are called in Hebrew Mivasrei Haskalah, maskilim before Haskalah started. There were such people in the 18th century in Vilna.
How you living, Pimp? What's good?
All medical doctors, actually. But none of them were really maskilim. Yep. So the Haskalah movement that I'm referring to in Eastern Europe begins at the beginning of the 19th century.
That's very good. Let me just ask you one more question, and this is really for the benefit of my viewing audience. Could you just define Haskalah in a thumbnail definition?
Yeah, that's very difficult to do, but I'll give it a try. The maskilim in general, whether it was Germany, France, or Eastern Europe, first of all, came under the influence of the Enlightenment, and whatever values the Enlightenment pushed forward, they were interested in those, very specifically rationalism, for example, and they felt that there were some changes that need to take place in the lives of Jews in the countries where they live, if they were going to be living in the modern world. And the modern world begins for us, with the emancipation. That's in a nutshell.
Okay, so what kind of changes?
I'll
let you go. I'll let you go.
I'll get to that shortly.
Okay, all right.
Okay. So, Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg dies, and the maskilim, his followers, and by the way, we're talking about a very small group of people when we talk about Haskalah in Vilna at the beginning of the 19th century.
What's up, Tim? How are you?
Or so, in the entire Pale of Settlement, there were 2,300,000 Jews.
What's good for Rusty?
Not more than 150 maskilim. So we're talking about a large minority. In any event, as Jews did in Vilna at the time, they turned to the Maggid of Vilna.
Very cool. Do you enjoy it?
And asked him to speak at the funeral. And very briefly, you asked me another question about it. The rabbis in Vilna,
Are they nice to you?
after the end of the 18th century, when no chief rabbi was ever elected in Vilna, for a variety of reasons, the decision was made that they would appoint rabbis, but rabbis would never have the title of Bet, which is what we would ordinarily translate as chief rabbi. Instead, every rabbi appointed in Vilna received the title Moreh Tzedek.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
And
Which translates as
righteous judge. The point was, they're not a victim, they're not the chief rabbi. It's a smaller title, and many rabbis who share that title. Vilna was a huge city with a huge Jewish population, and at times there would be as many as 50 Morer Tzedeks. One was an expert in Gittin, in divorce documents. Another took care of the mikveh, made sure that everything in the mikveh was kosher, and still another, and many others were in charge of kashrus, shoftim, and so on. And everyone had the same title, and even the greatest owner in the world, and there was very great owner in Vilna, who were members of this committee, we'll call it, the Morer Tzedeks. They had the same title, Morer Tzedek. Of course, everybody recognized who the greater scholars were, but they all had the same title, Morer Tzedek. One person, among all the rabbis, had a different title, and he was called Morer Tzedek Magid Meisharim. He was the preacher of the Magid of Vilna. And the Magid of Vilna,
and how does that make you feel?
Grand synagogue by Vilna, the Knesset HaGadol, and he certainly would speak on all those occasions when any rabbi speaks, Shabbos Shuvah, Shabbos HaGadol, and so on, and on many other occasions too. We actually spoke fairly regularly. And he would be a very special kind of person, trained to speak publicly. He would entertain.
All right, Pimp.
He would large crowds would come to hear the Magid of Vilna. There were many famous such Magidim. One of them, Rabbi Jacob Joseph, became chief rabbi of New York in a much later period. Anyway, so of course they immediately invited. One of the tasks of the Morer Tzedek Magid Meisharim was that he spoke. He delivered the eulogy, usually at any funeral. That was part of his job. And so, of course, the committee went immediately, family went, and a committee of other Jews, important Jews, they all came to him and they told him that they wanted to speak at the funeral. He initially refused, because remember, this was the first Jew in Vilna who agitated for changes in social policy, changes in educational institutions, programs, and so on, that he felt were necessary to somehow advance their status in Russia, in particular. Of course, from 1795 on and through the 19th century, Vilna is part of the Russian Empire. Well, they came back with other rabbis and other important people, all telling the Magid that we're very sorry, but you're a paid member of our community. We pay you for this. This is your job, and you have to deliver a. He realized it was a difficult situation, and he had no choice, and he decided he would deliver a eulogy. And nothing is impossible for rabbis, if you don't know that yet. And he was very wise and clever. And, rabbis using their skills can have East meet West. And he was very good at it. The Magid of Vilna, this Magid, his name was Zalman Ze'ev, but he was known popularly as Revolf. Revolf, the Magid of Vilna, Wolf is the Yiddish translation of Ze'ev. And he got up to speak, and his opening line was a verse from Yeshayahu, the book of Isaiah. Hatzadik avad ve'ein ish sam alev. The tzaddik has died, and no one takes to heart. The righteous man has perished, and no one takes it to heart. And all those present at the funeral listening to the opening were
well, look who the fuck it is.
Both the traditional.
Are you ready to lose? I asked you a question.
Did you miss me?
Like a fat kid misses cake.
That's sweet. What do you say?
You're welcome, Pimp. What's good?
Nothing much.
Did you know that you had an invitation and everybody's waiting on you?
Haram, interesting selection.
Dog, I'm dirty at this game.
Alrighty. Oh, first mover advantage.
Fine, then I'll hit it in the fucking thing. Douche.
I'm kidding.
No, I don't want to hear that bullshit. I don't want excuses. I don't want your fucking excuses.
Well, you did the hard one. It's
What,
not shitty, it's just more difficult.
what do you want me to do, pimp?
That's not gonna work.
Dog.
It will not work. What a terrible decision that was.
You know it was great.
Are you happy with that shot? Are you proud of it?
I'm proud of that shot. That shot sucked.
Now that's a shot right there.
That shot sucked.
Want to see this shot? Look at this shot.
Put my ball in, baby. Put my disc in. Get your fucking thing in. You could clear everything on the board, and I'll come back and guaranteed. That's a miss. I'm just telling you right now, that's a miss. I'm telling you right now, Zoot's never beaten me in this game.
Do you see the noofiness of that shot?
Yeah, I saw it. Did you watch William Montgomery on yesterday's William Montgomery show?
I did watch the college episode, yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
Thought it was okay. I mean, yeah, it wasn't bad.
Did you watch William Montgomery on Kill Tony?
No, I don't really watch it.
Yeah, because you're not a true William Montgomery fan. Well, just so you know, he wasn't on this week.
Why is that?
Any true William Montgomery fan would know. Get in. They didn't give a reason.
Are you gonna move some of these shitty white discs?
No, they're blocking. That's a miss. I've got you right where I want you.
This is an embarrassment. I can't even.
Yeah, what the fuck do you even do there? You just gave me the game. I won. I'm Zoot. I won.
You have. Yeah, I just won.
I just won. Look at this. I don't even need to move the striker. Just sick as fuck. Welcome. How are you? How you living, pimp?
Yeah.
What's
What brings you the Discord?
Yannick? What's good, son?
Yes, good.
Hey, you've got to be 20. You've got to be 18 to be in here.
Okay.
So leave if you're not 18.
Maybe he's just got helium in his lungs.
That could be. I know he's German. He doesn't speak English super well. Do you hear me almost say you have to be 21 to be in here?
I mean, yeah, isn't that kind of
Redonk? Dude, you've got a difficult shot here. What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? That's a shitty shot. That's garbage. And you just gave me a fucking disc. Thanks, dude.
I didn't give you a disc. I gave myself a disc. Thank you very much.
Look how sick.
Terrible shot.
What do you mean, terrible shot?
You just moved the red thing out of the most difficult spot.
Dog, doesn't even matter. I'm going to hit everything in, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I mean, 18. Are you going by drinking age or Pornhub age or what age are you going by there?
I don't know, wherever you are. Hey, dude. Remember you were making fun of me? Hey, do you know what the dragon attack is? Yo, Pimp, do you know what the dragon attack is? Did you see me?
Was egregious. That was egregious.
You know that was one of the best comebacks you've ever seen.
That was egregious. I'll give credit where credit's due.
Dog, I looked you in the face. I breathed hot air on your mouth, and I slapped you on the cheek. Here's your bitch ass way of playing. Here's your bitch ass way of playing.
You fucked me harder than Adam Sandler fucked up Happy Gilmore.
Dog, and I gave you the first shot.
Oh, now you're cooked.
Oh, I'm cooked.
Yeah, you are. You're cooked.
You're not going to hit anything in. Dog, your time is ticking down. Dog, your time is ticking down. Nice shitty shot. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Dog, what do I hit?
You ever hear the expression, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say it at all?
Go fuck yourself, dog. Go fuck yourself, dog. You know that was amazing.
Piggybacking off luck is pretty cool. No skill involved.
Dog, I just beat you. I had one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Are you ready for this Newfie shot?
What's the opposite of a Newfie?
Nova Scotian.
I thought a Nova Scotian person is a
Dog, do I have to teach you about Canada? Nova Scotia is different than Newfoundland, dog. And technically it would probably be...
No, but why are they just... I forgot I could get the white ones in.
Oh, you forgot you could get the white ones in. Well, you didn't. That was garbage. Okay, it's probably a Vancouver Islander.
No.
Yeah, dude, it's on the opposite side of the country.
Yeah, but
look at this Newfie shot.
The Newfie joke is actually, like, I guess, rooted in truth. Even though I've never heard, like, I didn't know that Newfie was a derogatory.
Dude, I've heard Professor Henry Abramson say that on here. He says if you're from Newfoundland, it's like a tongue-in-cheek joke that you're dumb.
Oh my god. I thought it was bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do? Are you ready?
My thing is hacked. I'll still win, but...
Oh, like you won the last game?
I'm pretty sure I'm winning here, yeah.
I
mean, it's a good strategy on you to just not get any of your shitty pucks in and just completely around my fucking shitty disc, so I had to, like, move your shitty disc out of my way.
Yeah, it was a pretty good strategy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was a great strategy.
Good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
What a great strategy.
Thanks, big dog. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a big miss. You don't even know what Doug is. You don't even know who Skeeter is. You don't know who Patty Mayonnaise is.
You don't know who fucking...
You don't know who Patty Mayonnaise is. No, that show sucks. No way.
Are you fucking serious?
Dog. Look at this move.
Well, you better cover it. Or no, you don't even have to cover it.
Yeah, I do. And I just did because I'm a pimp. No, 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 no.
You just fucked up. Boom. Colossal error.
Dude, that was huge. That was huge. Dog, you know that was huge. Dog, you know that was huge. Giant. 70-point swing. Yeah, because this version sucks. It doesn't take any skill.
How many mental gymnastics coping? If there's an Olympics for mental gymnastics.
Yo, dog, how about you just go? How about you just go? How about you quit jerking yourself off raw and you just go?
An impossible shot.
Not impossible. Look how sick this shot is. What are your thoughts on this move? What are your thoughts on this move? I'm not even going to move this shit.
How about you go break up some of the ones that are on Buster?
Dog, how about I just win without the red one?
Take the easy black one.
Dog, how about I just win?
Actually contribute something to the game. Break up.
Just win, baby.
Oh,
New fee. New fee. Oh, just win, baby.
What the fuck was that?
Dog, you know what that was.
What kind of Lion King Simba bullshit is that?
Look at this move.
Alright. Now you might actually need to have like a skilled shot.
Okay, well then maybe I will. You're fortunate. You got fucking fortunate.
Oh,
You're gonna miss. Don't miss, dog. You're on your fucking giant iPad playing on a billboard. This motherfucker's playing on a billboard.
oh, what the fuck?
Dude, that's an easy shot. I'd make that shot.
How is this an easy
It's
shot?
easy. You hit the wet one into the corner. You hit the white disc into the corner. It's easy. That shot sucks. That's a miss. Don't fuck up.
Where would you aim it?
Right there. I'd aim it right there.
Oh, right there?
Yeah, like that. Just like that.
Alright, I might lose now. Probably gonna lose.
Yo, dog. Remember you were talking such a big fucking... Remember you were talking such a big...
That was very close to missing.
Hey, dog. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, bitch.
Oh, sorry. What are you at? 2 in a row? What did I get on you? Like 8 in a row?
Dude, you're making up figures.
You're not
Dog.
a quarter way to my
Dog.
record.
I am a quarter way up to your made up figures.
Are you a sanitation engineer? Because you're driving a whole lot of garbage right now.
That was the longest insult I've ever heard. How about you accept my invitation? Yeah, dude, I am gonna win. That's a miss. You're guaranteed to miss this shot. There's no way you make it. Impossible. Look at all the thoughts that are going through your head. Boom. They had to go with an easy one.
Oh, yeah, right.
You know how that is.
Yeah, right.
Dog,
Absolute malarkey.
move all this shit out of the way. Dog, move all this shit out of the way. Look how sick this shot is. Now, you ready for the noofiest shot you've ever seen?
Are you gonna hit it?
I've got you in the perfect position. I've got you in a perfect position. Nice shot. Good job. That was really good. Dude, you got shit all over the way.
Are you gonna win this game, or are you just trying to lose?
Dog. I'm gonna win. I'm the greatest player in the history of the world at this game.
Maybe get your skinny little disc.
Dude, that's what I keep saying to you. You got these black things everywhere. Miss. That's a terrible miss. I could tell that was a miss from a mile away. Dog, look how sick this shot is.
You're gonna get one more, and then you're gonna win. If you get another one here, I'll be really shocked.
Dude, how do I get this?
I mean, there's always John Watson.
Dude, how do I get this?
Oh, that's an easy shot. That is an easy shot. You could have shot one of the black.
Yeah, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to touch your ugly ass balls. Discs. Whatever, dog. Look at this scoreboard.
Have you ever done archery in real life?
Yeah, when I was a little kid.
Did you excel at it, or did you suck?
It was just like a one-time thing, I think.
Who is winning all of a sudden?
What a shot. What a shot. Now get the red one, douche. Get the red one. It's not impossible. It's an easy shot. That's an easy shot.
No, like the black one there is going to be.
No, that's easy. I'd get it. I know I'd get it. Just like that. Except don't miss. Don't miss. Don't miss. You missed, dude. Now the red one comes back.
Well, you have all easy ones. Notice how I have to clear the board again for you to get the easiest.
Look at this Newfie shot. I put it in the perfect spot.
Do I really have to pocket the fucking queen again?
Yeah, you do. There's no way you get this shot. It's impossible. That's impossible. That's a miss. It's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Thank you for making it so difficult on yourself. That red one's coming back and you know it. No way. Dude. That was fucking great, dude. That was great.
We're gonna get to the point where it's like those side ones in the middle are just gonna be like a cakewalk.
You know what? That's enough of that fucking game. Take me on in a real game.
We're Mancala.
Oh, dude, you've never beat.
Destroy you at Mancala, Johnson boxes, anything.
Did you watch your thing on Mancala yet?
What?
Did you watch your thing on Mancala yet?
I don't need to, dog. I got all the intuition.
Riser, you suck. Just grade A dick, dog. Look how sick this shot is. Did you see that?
I've seen good shots, and that's not one of them. Are you gonna go or are you gonna J or?
Are you gonna go or are you gonna J your?
I'm J-Orin, dog. I'm J-Orin. Give me a moment.
What a sick shot I just had.
What a bitch move.
What a sick shot I just had.
What a bitch move.
You're done. It's game over. Thanks for the win, son. Oh, dude, fuck you.
Wow, amazing move, dog.
I didn't even make it. It was the computer. I was still thinking. You fucked up. Are you gonna go? This game is over. Maybe. You're done, son. You're done. Dog, do you know what the Jagged attack is? Oh, this is a big win. This, I can't count this high. Get in the 40s. 42-6. What an absolute ass kicking.
I don't know what happened there. I think. Oh.
Free turn, B. Free turn, B.
Are you gonna go or are you gonna fucking
J-Yor. Look how sick this shot is.
garbage? You're done. I just won. I just won.
What happened?
What happened is I just won.
It like glitched. It glitched for me. It doesn't count unless I win.
Nothing glitched. It's your turn. You made a move and now you made another move.
It glitched. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J-Yor?
Oh, you're fucked.
Fuck. Fuck. Oh, I won. What a win, dog. I had 2 points and then I just came back and destroyed you, son.
Ow.
Because I'm better than you are.
Ow.
Because I'm better than you are.
I don't fucking
It's the intricate. Oh, you want basketball? You want some of this fire? You've never won in basketball one-on-one.
I have.
No, you haven't.
I have.
You've tied.
Send me an invite. I'll do it right now.
You've tied.
I think I've downright won, but
No.
you're blocking it out. You don't
No.
have
You
mental capacity.
in a three-way game you may have, but not in a two-way game when I've been focused. That's a miss. Oh, one make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. 7 points? You think 7 points is good? Are you happy with that? Do you want to be interviewed?
I'll be interviewed on the Tonight Show for that incredible 7-point performance. Airball.
I didn't airball anything.
Airball. Wish. Alright.
How'd you like that, son?
Phone advantage. It must be nice having a little phone advantage.
What do you mean phone advantage? That's not even a thing. If anything, it's more difficult. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. Dude, you're doing well. You're doing well. Dude, 7 points. That's good, dude. That's good. I remember when I used to suck. Look how sick these shots are.
Airball. 0 for 3. Half your time's done. Are you proud of it? Are you proud of it? Progeny? Are you proud of that?
I am.
Can you do a little air guitar performance to like Bob Dylan after that?
Maybe. I might. If you don't suck dick, you're still losing. Dog, you're still losing. Okay, finally you take the lead. Oh, okay. 19, 20. I have to get 3. Do you know I get 3 in the first half of this? Dog, I dedicate this to you. I dedicate this to you. I dedicate this to you. That's 1 make.
This is not even a warm-up.
That's 2 makes. That's 3 makes.
Pre-larva, non... Wow, 23. That's dog shit. This is dog shit.
Oh, it's better than the 20 that you put up. Wow, 55 wins.
That does not make your 23 good. It's still dog shit.
It's actually pretty good.
Run it back. It's not.
Right, sir? You suck dick, and you know it. And it's a publicly acknowledged fact that you suck dick. Dog, it's a public...
Have you ever gotten 40?
No. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 4. That's a 5. Oh, you're doing well, dude. You're doing really well. 8? That's really well. Really good job, man. You ready for me to just light this fucker up?
Yeah, try and get to 15. Only switches. Alright, this is some auto aim fucking bullshit. Kobe Bryant over here. Oh, damn. It's possible to get to like 18, probably.
Yeah, probably. Doug, remember that time you told me that you were going to beat me? And then I looked at the score, and you still hadn't matched my score? You've got 11. You need 2 more to match me. 1 more to match me. 1 more to take the lead. You took the lead. Are you proud of that?
No, I think there's something, the software or something. I think it's played out. People are conspiring against me.
No, I called them. They said that was untrue.
Airball. You're like Airbud the dog, but
Yet I still have the lead.
You're like Airbud if it only caught airball.
You're like Airbud if he sucked dicks. That's a miss. That's one miss in a row. One miss in a row.
Oh, cool.
Dude, you did pretty well. 8 points is not bad. For a dick sucker. Now watch me destroy you.
You only need 6. Miss. That's a miss. That's another miss. Another miss. 2 misses. You need one more.
Doug, why do you suck so much dick at this game?
On the iPad. Archery. Archery.
Fuck archery. Mancala.
No, archery.
Okay, you said skee ball? I'll play skee ball. Have you ever beaten me at skee ball?
The worst game on it. Worse than basketball.
I don't think you've ever beaten me at skee ball.
Darts sucks. Skee-ball sucks. Basketball sucks, but at least it's entertaining.
Hey, Doug, did you know?
This game has delay, so you can't even chirp the guy as he's missing. Yes.
Yo, Doug, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Yeah, he was like swimming on the land, right?
No, he was scuba diving in Costa Rica. Yo, dog. It still hasn't got. There we go. That's your first shot. That's a miss. 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 Is he going to miss them all? Oh, he got one. He got one, folks. He's only down 100 points. That's all.
Why do you always go for the right one? Alright, maybe the delay will stop.
No, delay continues forever.
3 misses. 4 terrible shots. 5 terrible shots. 6 terrible shots.
You're up, dog.
7, 8, 9. Were you happy about that?
Yep, because I'm up 200 points. Let's see what you can do, son. That's how you want to start. Oh, no way. No way. He may get his first win, folks. He may get his first win.
No, I'm pretty sure. I definitely beat you.
Maybe, maybe not. No one remembers.
Everyone remembers it's documented in this fucking time capsule screen.
I love it.
Look, time capsule people of the future. Look at this terrible miss. Not even close. Didn't even hit the rim.
I love how delayed you are. It says it's your turn on my end. You need 200. Let's see it, big dog. That's a miss. 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 Dude, you just lost. You just lost. What are your thoughts on losing? You had the lead.
I think you're too afraid to play me in chess, even though my elo is like equivalent to like a carrot.
No one needs to play that. It takes too much out of me.
That makes no sense. You just fucking move a little piece on the board. You don't have to care about winning so much
I do. I do like some kind of savant.
We're doing fucking archery. I'll play you soccer.
Okay, you have the invitation, and everybody's waiting on you. Are you gonna play it, or are you just gonna sit there and?
No, we're doing archery.
Are you J-Yorn? Dog, are you gonna J-Yorn? Are you gonna J-Yorn? You have the invitation. We'll play archery perhaps later. You're J-Yorn. Dog, you're J-Yorn.
That's getting declined. You played your shitty skee-ball game. You played your shitty basketball game. You played your shitty fucking college game. Now we're gonna play a real game called archery. This is how I know you're gonna lose is because you're too afraid to play.
Dog, I'm waiting on you to go.
To send the invite before the game starts. Look at this shitty shot.
You make me laugh.
Not even an 8.
Are we watching the same game, son?
Getting slightly more difficult. Okay.
Oh, that was bad. That was bad.
I was almost worried for a second.
Go. That's a miss. That's an 8. Yep, I got it. You got an 8. That's a miss. Big time miss. It's another 8. Now the most difficult one in the world. Don't miss. That's a 6. You're
Why did you not do the quick draw one? Or we can do that one after.
Nope. You just said archery. And you did.
Yeah, I thought it was like colloquially known to be a quick draw one.
Dog.
I'll win that vote. I'm not even worried.
Dog. Let's see what you got. That's a miss.
Give me a 5.9 insane win.
Yeah, I had a 6.3, dog. Welcome.
That Mr. Quick. No. Who's that girl?
I don't know. You've got to be 18 to be in here, dog. It all comes down to this.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're too young to be here to witness a brutal 3 over Rabbi in archery.
I need one of the best shots of my career right now. I didn't do too badly. I didn't do too badly.
It's your career now? Your Play-Doh career?
That's correct. Let's see how you do, son. That's an 8, and that's terrible. You need right now. What are you going to get? A 9? You need an 8, and there's no way you get an 8. That wind is going at 5.9 miles per hour, and you missed, and you lost. And you lost. You lost at the game you wanted to play.
1 point off.
You lost.
All right. Do another one. You're not going to go. That was a warm-up game. Doesn't even count. Two. Easy 2. This better be a 10. Fuck's about 7. Unacceptable. Robin Hood here, back-to-back 7. Putting no pressure on me for sure. Oh, we're doing a quick draw. Interesting. That's even worse now. It takes forever to shoot. That's not good. Are you kidding me? That was bullshit. The last one at the end was bullshit.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Ooh, bullseye. I'm scared. Oh, terrible. Look how long it's taking you to shoot.
Oh, that shouldn't work. Wow, tied? Are you serious? I tied with this guy? You know you're terrible when you tie with taking way too long. Way too long. For a 5? For a 5, you take 3? I haven't seen a 3 in this game in like 20 games. How does that make sense?
No way.
Oh, I'm just killing. I'm just like not even in your league. Destroying you. You're done. Taking forever. It's never gonna work. You're gonna have to move a little quicker, guy. You're a 4. What was that? What? Did anyone seeing this hack? He literally insta-shot like a 9. Like instantly didn't move the cursor. I mean, he's still gonna lose, but like, he's relying on some external program.
Bullseye.
Oh, look, when the game's actually not a warm-up game and it actually matters.
Dude.
It's quick draw and not some ridiculous.
Dude, it's easier for you. It's easier for you. This is normal.
What?
This is normal.
All I'm hearing is excuses for why you suck. And, it's just, okay. Changing the format, eh?
Yeah, A.
Oh, off to a good start there, bud.
Don't fuck up. That's a miss. Very strong win, dog.
What?
Eek.
Yeah, they changed the
Eek.
era.
Eek, dog. Very strong win. Oh, dog.
Shifting the wind direction. Not even close. Okay. Just close. I take that back. We did see like back-to-back 3s. Now we're seeing back-to-back yellow.
You need every shot. Don't fuck up. Look how strong that wind is. That's a miss.
That is the highest score you can achieve.
That's a miss.
That should have been a 10.
It might have been, but it was not. Oh, easy one.
Oh, that's been
dog.
I'm down by like nothing. You're gonna have to not rip any shots here. That was a good shot. 1.9? Are you kidding me? That's the amount of win.
It's over for you. You need 3 10s. A flawless round. It's never been done. That's a miss. It's over. It's over. You should just click the 3 dots in the corner and press resign. Because this bitch is over. I mean, good job, but you lost. That's another miss.
I didn't run away from a quick draw and change the game. I understand. Too scared to play the actual game format the pros play. Are you doing a quick draw here? You didn't make it a quick draw? What the fuck? Why are you? Because you lost in quick draw. You're too scared. You need like. Oh wait, this is a quick draw. You did the right one. Not fast enough. Simply not fast. Simply not fast.
That's a miss. Wow, you are taking so long. You are taking
I don't know how it feels when I'm watching you.
So long.
That's what she said.
Oh, you got fortunate.
I appreciate it. It's been terrible. Way too long. Time's ticking. Oh, fine. That's good. 6. That's terrible. 9 doesn't make up for those 2 previous terrible shots. 7 garbage. 3rd crap. 4 even worse.
You just lost. Dog, you need 3 bullseyes. You got 1. You got 2. Dude, that was amazing. Get it. You got 3. Oh, dog, that was beautiful.
3 in a row, dog. 3 bullseyes in a row. 3 bullseyes in a row. Now the pressure's on you to not perform terribly. You're going to see. Oh, 4. Oh, 4. He just shot himself. Self-stimulated with 4. Again, another hack shot where he instantly shoots like the arrow. I don't know what that was. It shouldn't be hard at all. No. Easy win.
Yeah, that game sucks. You can't beat me in the real way.
I made less shots than you. I made 2 less shots than you, and I still had better quality shots. That's how precisely.
Did you know that you had an invitation?
Your fragile ego can't.
Dude, I fucked up. My first shot, I fucked up. Dog, I fucked up.
No, hit your shitty shot. No.
Dog, I fucked up.
Go get your shitty shot. No one cares.
Oh, dog.
Oh, you got dunked on, bro. This is over. You fucked up. You're done. This is like not even close. Not even close. Not even close.
Yeah, because I fucked up. I even said it.
Not even close, dog.
Yeah, let me do it now without fucking up.
You're done. You went first. You lost back-to-back archery.
I did not lose back-to-back archery. I won the first one. I won the third one.
No. Sorry, pardon me, go.
Yo, you have an invitation. Go. Quit fucking around, dog.
I actually need to calculate.
Dog, you're fatting. You're fucking around, dog. Are you gonna go again? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
No one asked you to speak. No one asked you to speak.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna J-your?
Oh no, you. It's kind of.
Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna J-your? Are you gonna go, or are you gonna J-your? You're J-yoring. WTF was that BS? Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-your?
You're actually like screwing up my shot. I'm trying to play the site here, and I can't listen to your.
Doug, I can't hear you over all the sounds you're making, sounding like a little bitch.
You don't even know how over it is.
Look how sick that shot was.
Are you tired of this?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Congrats on losing, big dog. No, I just lost.
Good job losing, dog.
Oh, it should be a tie. Oh, I think it might be a tie. Yeah, we tied. Actually, is it 24?
I won, dog. Tie.
No, it's a tie.
Tie.
We both lose.
That's true.
Can you read numbers?
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Look how sick this shot is.
Did you know that Martin Luther King died?
I did. That was a brilliant move.
No, Albert Einstein. Incredible.
Oh, fuck you, dude.
What?
This bitch might be over.
Why didn't you, like, try and get my thing? You could have signed 7 of my...
Because I chose not to.
Oh, you're so done. You are so done. It's like...
Yep.
It's not even funny.
No, it's not. Are you gonna go?
Trying to run away from the still...
Dog, I'll win right now. You have an invitation, everybody's waiting on you. You just J your him. Look how good this shot was.
I don't even know how to play this game, and I still just...
I like how you keep saying that when you really do know, to the point where you were even going to look up strategies online.
I legitimately, I swear on the Bible, holy, like, spirit.
Yeah. Go. You do know how to play.
I don't. I literally just said that I don't.
I literally just heard you, dog.
No one even knows what you're talking about.
Dog.
That was a terrible move.
Why?
That was a terrible move.
Why?
That was a terrible move.
Why?
That was a awful move.
Oh, fudge. Are you gonna go?
No, I'm not. Like, I just gave you an extra. Congrats, dog. You want to make it like 4 in a row?
Yeah.
Are you getting tired of losing, or is it?
I'm letting you win. Are you just gonna J your, or are you gonna accept?
You're done.
I don't think so. Joey Diaz called, And he wanted to know why you suck so much dick.
It's one of the worst moves I've ever seen in McDonald's. You could have captured my,
I could have done a lot of things, son. I could have done a lot of things, son. Are you gonna go? That was a major mistake. Are you gonna go, son? You fucked up. You fucked up.
Thanks, dog.
Fuck.
You lost again. Good job. Right.
I actually won. Or tied.
Oh,
Yep.
in what world does 25 tie?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
25.
You got me. No, archery sucks, dude. You have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you.
This is my biggest win streak ever, by the way. Just so. Still trying to cheat by going first with advantage, which, for those that don't know, it's actually impossible to lose if you play correctly going first.
I'm the one who taught you that, dog. I'm the one who taught you that.
No, you didn't. I've heard that. I knew that before I even started.
That's bullshit. No, you didn't.
I just don't suck. Terrible strategy. Terrible strategy.
Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna just J your? Are you going to go? Or are you just going
I need
to?
to calculate what the best move is. That was a terrible move, just so you're aware.
Thank you. Are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J your?
of the worst moves I've ever seen in the history of mankind. You lost again, 4 in a row.
I don't know about that.
It's just not adequate enough.
I don't know about that, dog. It's your turn, and everybody's waiting on you. You just lost.
Oh, now you lose. Now you 100% lose.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I know so.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna keep flapping your lips?
Oh, you're cooked. You're done. You're done. You're done. Very good. Actually, no, I lose. Damn it. No.
Hey, dog. Remember that quote-unquote streak you had? It's over, son. It's over.
Mini golf. Mini golf. Mini golf. 1v1.
Dog, you used to be afraid to play me at mini golf. What changed? Were you inspired by Happy Gilmore too? Yo, dog, were you inspired by Eminem's performance in Happy Gilmore too? Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna J-or?
There's like rat poop that you're smoking or something. That would never happen.
No one knows what you're even saying. Are you gonna go? Oh, what a shitty shot. What an absolute dog shit shot. Now you want to see something beautiful? I don't even know if it's possible for you to get in the little part. Oh, keep rolling, baby. Keep rolling, baby. Do you know the song "Rolling"? Do you know the song "Rolling Down the River" by Ike and Tina Turner?
Everyone knows that.
Do you?
No, not really.
It starts off like this. We're gonna tell you a little story now, and it goes a little something like this. Now, first, you should know that we ain't never, ever, ever do nothing nice and easy. We do it nice and rough. Left a good job in the city.
Look at this fucking bullshit fucking cash out. I think they need to change the map.
Water.
Go water, but
Look how good. Dude, look at the scoreboard. Look at the scoreboard, dog. Riser. Right? You know you're supposed to get points, right? You know you're supposed to get points, right? Dog, do you know that you're supposed to get points?
I don't have to rely on shitty fucking bullshit fucking cheats to get by.
You're stealing my strategy, and that sucked. Look how sick I am. Get in the hole. You stole strategy. You should be punished. Water.
How salty would you be if mine bounced right in the hole? Are you fucking
Dog. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. I don't even have to play from here on out. Dog.
Why would I try it with warm-up game?
Dog. I don't even need to play from here on out.
You have a host advantage. You go first. These empty little bullshit shots. Honestly, it's like very. Do you think that was gonna work, though? Did you think that was gonna work? Water bumpy. Water bumpy, dog. Terrible. That shot sucks.
Dog. Do you see the scoreboard?
Yeah, just I got a point. You didn't get a point.
Dude, scoreboard.
Scoreboard doesn't matter. You're only as good as your last hole. And your last hole sucks.
Dog, I can't hear you over all the dick sucking you've done. Look at that. I won.
Obviously, it's more than like a 5-round game. I would have.
Dog, I just won. I just won.
This was actually at all similar to real golf.
Not if it were like what they played in Happy Gilmore 2, then we both would be losers.
Oh, yeah, this game's terrible, but.
Look how sick this shot is. Are you going to go? Because everybody's waiting on you. That's a make. And you get another one. That's a make. Are you proud of that? That's a make. Are you proud of that? That's a miss. 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 That's a whoa, way off. Terrible shot. Just like you said, this game sucks. That's a miss. That was your first win ever? All right, one more game of carom. My arms are getting tired.
Sending you an invite and you have to
Okay, but it's my last game. Are you gonna send it, or are you gonna keep jerking yourself off raw? Yo, are you J Yorn? Are you J Yorn? Are you gone? Are you? No way. No way. Absolutely not.
Good, just play. It's fun.
Nope.
Just play.
It drains me, dude.
No, it doesn't.
It drains me.
Just play one game. You don't have to try.
It drains me. You and I have played. And wait, and I'm telling you this. I'm telling you this. When we play, it always comes down to whatever person was white. Yes, it does. We played about.
Join and play. Join and play.
Nope. My arms are tired. I need a break.
No. Play.
Let's go through who won the most games. I won the most carom games. You won the most Mancala games. We tied in archery. I won the most basketball games. I won the most skee ball games. You won the one game of Pong that we played. I won the golf game.
I'm gonna win the chess game if you fucking join.
I refuse. It takes too much out of me, dude. Mentally, it takes too much out of me.
It doesn't. There's no reason for that. Why? It's not. It doesn't require brain power.
I've played you numerous times, and it comes down to whichever person starts as white.
Okay, I don't want to hear this nonsensical argument. Are you gonna play one game of chess?
Dog.
Just play one game. It literally is not going to kill you. You don't have to try it. It takes no brain power. It's no easy.
My arms are tired.
I don't care.
Did you know that Hulk Hogan died of a heart attack?
Are you going to join or are you going to keep fucking J-Order?
Dog, I rejected that invitation like years ago.
You have an invitation. You have an invitation.
And I rejected it.
Join.
I rejected it. I rejected it.
Join. I'm sending you a new one.
I'm never playing you in chess.
Join the game.
We are equals. Except I'm a little better.
Yo, can you please stop being incredibly annoying and just join the chess game?
No.
You can. You'll actually like it when you actually play and realize. You've played before on Discord and it works.
I know. And I beat you many times. But it comes down to whatever person is white.
That's not true.
Yes, it is, dog.
So does Mancala comes down to whoever starts first there, but
No, it doesn't.
it literally does more than chess. There's way more combinations of chess pieces, multiple chess pieces arrangements than Mancala.
Dog, I beat you in Go.
Yeah, that is more taxing mentally than chess. I don't know why.
Dog, if you think I'm playing chess, you're wasting your time. Come back when you want to play Mancala.
No, just play one game of chess, dude.
Absolutely not.
Why are you being such a little bitch?
Dog, I'm the West Side gangster and the East Side pimp. I'm the East Side gangster and the West Side pimp.
Rabbi, can you just like...
You said please like a little bitch? Absolutely not.
Please,
No.
please.
No.
I will never play a Mancala. You actually said one day that, oh, if I play Mancala, you'll play me Testament Sales.
I never said that.
I'll never play.
I never said that.
I'm never playing Mancala with you again.
Okay, fine.
No, it's not fine.
It's absolutely fine.
No, because the moment I join Discord, you're going to see, like, you have an invite to Mancala. Let's get over this, like, irrational belief system about chess and taxing. It's not.
Doug, are you still trying to get me to play chess?
It's really not. It's seriously not. It's not. You don't have to apply any effort.
Doug, it's over.
You accept?
Nope.
You can go white. I don't care. Make yourself go white every game.
It's over, baby.
What's over?
The game. We're not playing.
Send me an invite.
You want to play Mancala?
I'm never playing Mancala again unless it's like that.
Okay.
One time.
Nope.
One time.
Let me see if I have an invitation. I do, and I'm rejecting it.
Why are you so stubborn? It makes no sense.
It takes two. Chess literally makes me think really, really hard, and I don't want to.
Why? You literally analyze where the opponent's pieces might go and you react accordingly.
Like Mancala.
Crazy.
Like Mancala.
So you have like 170 IQ. I think you can pop over like a few gigs of RAM for a fucking cookie.
It's 160, according to Zoot.
Okay. Well,
Zoot's the only person I trust to evaluate my IQ.
yeah, if you study for an IQ test, does that make you stop cheating?
I kind of think so. Yo, dog. Did you see what those Canadians are using to build houses? Like big recyclable Legos?
Yeah. I guess it works. I don't know the price of it, but I guess it works.
I don't either. I have to tell you something.
You're gonna accept the invite?
No, I think I'm down on Blue Sky.
Oh yeah, I saw some like thing you said, and they're like, yo, they're deleting my account.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you did see that. And then they muted me. They must have gotten they had some team work on it so that if I create any account, I can create the account. That's not the big deal. But I can't describe myself in the
Like as soon as you write Rothschild, you're just like fine.
Oh, it's been like that for a long time. I can't even write like R and then the @ symbol and then 2 8s and then a 1 like as Rabbi. They fucking every time I spam somebody, they just take that name and put it in a big database that if anybody uses these characters, they're automatically banned.
Why don't you just not describe yourself then as the world's longest streamer?
Then they take the term world's longest streamer and put it in there. And then anytime you use the
How
word,
do they know that it's your account though? How do they know it's your account?
nobody else just follow, or nobody else.
Frequency of like the posting.
Yeah.
Like, are they analyzing the frequency?
Yeah, I think they finally got some kind of system to see what devices I used, and that's okay. I had a bunch of people in here last night. I have another strategy that I've been using that I have to work on right now. Um, it's beautiful. So it is. I have a Kick bot and I have a Twitch bot, and they basically, as it currently seems, they work without me having to do anything, which is the key. Even the Blue Sky bot, I had to do a whole bunch of work for it. I was doing captchas all day for months, and that's just not very enjoyable. But Kick does not require a captcha, nor does Twitch. And so what this bot does is it creates a clip of somebody, and in the clip it has my username, and it has, or not my username, it says YouTube Rabbi Rothschild, and then it has a link to the Discord. And I had somebody on me. They're like, through a Kick clip. I'm like, no shit. They're like, yeah, I'm going to get my friends in here. And they brought in like, I don't know, 6 other people. And they were nice. And we did an interview on Kick. And I was like, I can't believe that worked. They're like, I'm like, so you just were randomly scrolling on Kick? And like, how did you find my clip? And they're like, they're just looking at one of my friends' accounts, and they you had your clip in there, and so I went to what you said to do, and I did a whole bunch of research on you. And so I, like, even when the guy came in here yesterday, he was like, I know all about you. I'm like, hey, do you mind if I tell you about myself? And he's like, I know all about you. I mean, go for it. But he's like, I did a bunch of research on you. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And so I've built 2 bots. I have to build a 3rd bot, which should take me about an hour to build, and then another 2 or 3 hours of quality assurance. And then I'm going to try to build them on, or like some kind of version of it on cell phones. So that should be enjoyable. Do you like my story?
So why? Tell me more about the Blue Sky.
Dude, I just annoyed the fuck out of them so much. I must have had, I don't know, maybe over 100 different posts about myself. Probably over the course of the last 6 months, maybe 500 posts about me. Maybe not that many, but a lot. Well, maybe as many as 1,000, because I didn't see them all. But they just got to the point where I had like 1,200 accounts that I had made, and then just one day, when you start putting in those in, they're all banned. They just went through and mass banned me. That's why I said, like, I think that they developed something on their end that they could see what device I was using. Like, basically it's really hard to change your MAC address. I mean, it's not, but there are so many ways to fingerprint you using the internet that I just felt like, you know what? I will.
Try changing the MAC address.
Yeah, and even if I do that, that's fine. I can create accounts and stuff, but it's whenever I use a name to tell people who I am, they ban it. So if I use like the letter,
Why don't you just not use your name?
I did. So then I was just doing join my Discord, and they would ban that. Like if you use the term Discord, in your name, they started to ban that. If you used a Discord link in your name, it would ban that. If you use the term rabbi, if you use the term Rothschild, if you use the term pussy eating, or like,
How are they banning the Discord?
because nobody calls themselves by Discord. Like, people use a real name. They'll use, like, John Smith or whatever.
Why don't you copy some actual users' names on Blue Sky that they can't ban? And then
I did that with one lady. And they ban it. But because she already has the name, they don't do anything to her account, but they ban me with new accounts.
But how do they know you're, like, they just automatically detect that you're a bot?
No, what happens is they get a complaint that somebody is liking and following, and then their moderation team looks into it, and they see how many likes and reposts I've done in the last hour, and it's like way more than any normal person would do. And then they take the name, whatever name I used, copy it, put it in their banning database, and then they ban the account.
Right. So it's like your frequency. They finally caught on to catching the frequency.
Yeah. And I was kind of sad because, like, I had 1,200 accounts that were ready to be used, and they banned them all. And that's a lot of work. That's like weeks of work. But it's like, okay, whatever. I did everything I could to go viral on that. And at least on Discord, like, I couldn't tell everybody what I wanted on Discord, or not on Discord, on Blue Sky. On Kick and Twitch, I can spam a whole lot of stuff. Like, I say, please join my Discord. We discuss Santa Claus machines and mind uploading and life extension technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, invisibility cloaks, gray goo. I mean, like,
Okay, I have an idea, Rabbi. I think it requires you to potentially leave the house. I think there's like a good way to get viral.
I
don't have a.
Do I need data? Do I need data? I leave the house, but
Need a big dick?
no. Do I have data? Do I need data?
Like a phone plan?
Yeah.
To stream it? Do you have that or no?
No, that's why I don't stream outside. I can only stream around where my Wi-Fi is.
And a team of Wi-Fi extender that reaches your house and then walk around with a giant like fucking satellite dish on your backpack.
Okay, but what's your idea? I mean, if it's good enough, then I'll consider. Like,
I think you have to do something so insane that it like actually captures like the media's attention. And I'm thinking along the lines of like Nathan For You. If it's done where there actually is like a hoax or something that actually gets like the news, like put you on the like or like something that you're doing involved with one page of the news that's just like so insane that like literally it's on TV and like people are.
Doug, you sometimes have really good ideas, and then sometimes you have dog shit ideas. Your salmon cannon was a dog shit idea, and this is a dog shit idea.
That's the fucking greatest. You can ask your non-Joey Diaz fucking pessimistic prompt if it'll override the sense of the bear, and it will.
Not if it's charging you, dog.
I read on a daily basis people getting mobbed to death by grizzlies, and I just think, you know, if they had the fucking salmon cannon, there's probably a 80 to 100% chance that they'd be fucking alive right now, but they didn't.
No, if they had bear scare, there would be. The salmon cannon just makes you
bear scare would obviously be an additional self-defense
No,
device.
it's the
but
primary.
literally the
No,
salmon
it's
cannon
no, it's the
is
primary
fucking-
self-defense device. No, it's the primary self-defense device.
No, I agree with that, but the salmon cannon is like a great distraction so that you don't even need to use the bear scare.
No. You use the bear scare and fuck your salmon cannon. That's just going to attract bears to you. You're going to smell like salmon.
No, dog, it only fucking releases the salmon. It's encapsulated in like a smell-proof device. It only deploys when the grenade explodes. You're going to be drawn by the scent to like 50 feet away. You're going to be, the salmon's dispersed all over, so it takes them like fucking minutes, like 8 minutes or whatever, to get all the pieces of salmon. You're gone. You're not cooked.
There is a, I heard it on the radio. Hold on. It's called like the, Burna. It feels like a gun. It simply doesn't kill people like a gun. The Burna pistol, a non-lethal weapon, is a device designed to provide non-lethal self-defense. A non-lethal self-defense option. Looks and operates like a gun, but does not kill. What are your thoughts? Let's see what it shoots.
It's nice out, and I'm going to sit on my belt.
It shoots a 68 millimeter caliber or 68 caliber kinetic projectiles and or chemical irritant rounds, such as pepper balls containing pava powder, powered by a 12-gram CO2 cartridge, capable of disabling a threat from 60 feet away. Then they make another one that fires 68 caliber chemical irritant, kinetic and inert projectiles with an effective range of up to 80 feet, utilizing an 8-gram CO2 cartridge and delivering a muzzle velocity of up to 330 feet per second. Then there's a compact one that launches a 61 caliber kinetic and or chemical irritant projectiles using compressed air, effective of up to 60 feet, designed for maximum concealability.
How does this shield you from a bear?
You shoot a bear with it.
Hey, you can't just shoot chemicals at a bear, dude.
That's what the bear scare is.
No, a bear spray is designed to not be like harmful to bears.
Yeah, so's this. Instead of using like a human chemical irritant, you use bear spray.
The idea sucks. Okay.
It's better than your fucking idea. Hey dog, why don't you just get on TV or get on the front page of the newspaper?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great place to start. Better than getting your bots banned.
You don't think I've tried that? You don't think I've emailed the LA Times and the Orange County Register, tried telling them what I do, and they were just like, it needs to be.
No, that's way different. That's not a, like an insane news story. It's a interesting. It's a noble quest, but it's not like a crazy thing where they have to be like, oh, what the hell? Like, I'm asking the Nathan for you, ChatGPT, right now.
Okay.
We're gonna find something. I mean, I could probably help out too, hopefully. Audie.
Yes.
to do a second chance program. I have to fucking cook. But if I really need a second chance, I guess I'll take it. And when I start that, I started.
The second chance program for
like for criminals. I have a record that just fucking developed. So that's why I haven't been able to find a job.
Can I ask what your criminal record is like? I'm not judging. I'm very close to having a criminal record for vandalism.
I had a DUI when I was 20 or 21. I can't remember. And the case got closed. And then since then I had nothing. And then my mom was my grandmother. So it kind of like, when I'm looking for employment, it's showing up like I'm some kind of like crazy person that doesn't know how to act in public type of a thing. But I guess this place like assesses you to filter out whether or not you're able to continue. Like, you know, while it's still like affecting you, you know what I mean? Because I have to wait for it to finish in order for it to get expunged. But it doesn't matter. Like, I have to get it expunged either way because basically it doesn't matter if you are not wrong. Like, you just can't have a record, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to care if you have a DUI, but it doesn't matter because somebody thought that. So, basically.
Yeah, so it's like if I'm getting this right, like your family put like a restraining order or something against you that is like more tainting your image?
Yeah, I have 2 restraining orders against me. They're actually, they're not even restraining orders. So they're civil no contact orders. They're both not supposed to contact any third parties, which they both have done. And
I thought the order is for you not to contact them.
it is. But if you don't want somebody to contact them, do you go and bother them? No, you don't, right? Because you didn't want to talk to them.
Yeah. So do you know why they're reaching out to you?
Because they love you. Through and through.
So I mean, are you able to ask them to get rid of those like things on the record? So you can
no, I just expunge it a little bit. And I just have to go through the process. Do you think that the judges give a fuck? They don't give a fuck. They don't, you know, I made it to this court date for the things being fucking enacted. For my grandmother, the judge talked to me. First of all, the judge talked to me about fucking abuse of somebody with a disability. I'm like, the only disability this bitch has is a learning disability. That's what I'm talking about. So, you know, I was respectful and everything. And she wasn't. And so I ran out of the courtroom. I said, you know what, I got my, I've got to serve the paper. I've got to serve the long form by you now. I'm not going to go over there. I'm not going to contact them. But right now, you're not talking to me right. And I'm going to leave. And then, you know, and just for the record, so-and-so is leaving. So I walked right back in there and I said, yeah, and for the record, I'll be at my next court date and I'm leaving because you're fucking abusing me. You should fucking know what the fuck you're talking to. I wonder why in that court case, they don't want to offer you or ask if you're about to have a lawyer. Because at that next date, I'm about to say, oh, pardon me, but you're not allowed to talk to me like that or at all. I'm gonna need a public defender for this one, bitch.
At least,
Listen.
anytime. Have you heard of the website Trusted House Sitters? Or I was talking to some lady on the beach and she said that sorry, did you? Yeah, you get paid to look over people's houses while they're away and like water their plants and like make sure their cat doesn't die. So like not a lot of work. I mean, sometimes you get paid, sometimes the pay is like you get a free vacation in this person's house, and it's basically like do nothing for like a free Airbnb. You don't like babysitting cats? I thought you liked cats.
Yeah, I like cats, but like right now, like it's just right now. Like, for instance, right now, this is cat. I would love to do that. It makes my brain not think because I have to focus on work. But I don't have the luxury of just making an odd end type of money. We already tried that, and the only way that odds laws make money is if she is dropped off somewhere and picked up hours later, right now, until she has her own money. Then she can pick whatever job she wants. But she has to work with what she has right now, and I mean, I have to do what I have to do. It is what it is. I don't need $50, $100 for what right now. It's not really going to help me. Like, I just have tasks that I have to complete, and like, I wish I could be making more money, but it's not like something like that is not going to help me. It's going to just like, it's actually going to create more issues because the aid that I have in order to do anything right now is incapable of coherence. Therefore, I have to work by myself, and I also don't think that I can stay in other people's houses because even if I'm just babysitting their cat, I'm sure I would have to hear about. Oh yeah, and please you didn't get dressed too because I bet y'all fucking some homeless man in there right now.
That's a great impression.
It is, right?
Word.
Yeah, so my partner has been receiving money from random women. One's named Erica, one's named Colleen. $300 and $500. And at first I was like, these aren't real people. They can't be. They can't be. So I started to, investigate. And this all started about 2 weeks ago. Actually, a month ago, if you look at the cash out statements. No, I just have to do what I gotta do. And they're not getting that. Oh my god. I already said Erica's titties must be better than mine.
about the inside of it, or are you talking about the outside of it? I don't know. But what I do know, this shit's not right. And I saw it long ago. This shit is not right. You fucking looked at my porn history. Okay, hold on. You looked at my Google history. And you found porn in there, right? So he screenshots it and he sends it to me. And the shit is funny as hell, though, because, like, after one of the searches, it's a Bible search right after. And then he's like, he's telling me how lesbian. What's that?
Oh, not charity Bible there.
No, I think it was a couple hours there. It's just part of the routine. Like, the Bible's part of the routine, and then, like, at one point, sexuality was, so then, like, when I was away, I'm like, well, I guess I gotta go to the internet for it. That's not a person, because that's weird. So, he caught me, he's been calling me a lesbian, and I tried to tell him that the reason why it's that and AI porn is because I don't want to get seen and watch anything that's specific, you know what I mean? And I actually expected this to come about. I expected this to be a problem. And I was like, you know, porn has been a problem in our relationship for a while here, actually. It was like a year ago, he told me, just randomly, you cured me of watching porn. I don't watch porn anymore. Like, I have this photo gallery. But in order to get to that point, first he, like, would watch it next to me in bed. Ew. A couple times, like, ew. Like, I freaked the fuck out. Was watching it, like, in the bathroom, loud as fuck. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on in here? It's like, oh, that's you. And I'm like, really? Show me the video. Never saw the video. I'm, like, confused because I'm like, I'm literally right here. Like, and you had to be so disrespectful about it. Like, that's what it is. It's like, you know, so anyways. Then, you know, he had stopped doing that shit in front of me. And one day I was in his car and his fucking, I noticed it on the fucking home screen. There's Pornhub and some kind of, like, I don't know which one it was. Like, but it was another porn site. I knew that. And now, I was like, really? Like, a whole app for it? Like, and you want to show me your phone? Like, I swear, it's like you must want me to see this shit. I'm like, you got 2 apps for porn, dude. I don't want to see that shit. You know, don't show me your phone.
You actually downloaded an app for that?
2 porn apps, bro, on the home screen. So anyways, in the future, yeah, he stopped, and he was all like, yeah, like, I don't do that anymore. And then, like, I don't know, he got a hold of my Google searches. Now he's like, you always told me. I'm like, whoa, like, porn is cheating. You're not supposed to watch that on your partner. At least, like, that's how I feel about it. Like, that's why. And I even told on myself before, like, when I did it during the relationship, because, like, just me as a person, like, I'm not trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? I've been down that rabbit hole, and I don't want to be there because it hurts. And so, now that I'm out of it, like, I'm not trying to get pulled back down into it. At least not, like, I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, so whatever. So now, you can receive money from women, you can describe their bodies in detail. And then the other day when I said she had big titties, he's telling me, like, I don't know what her titties look like, blah, blah, blah. Then he switches up and describes them to me. And I'm like, well, it definitely don't sound big, but whatever. It's been, wow. Every day is something new. I'll tell you that much. And I don't know. Of course I feel bad about it. I feel embarrassed about it. Like, but I don't need to be yelled at like that. Like, bro, like, if he, like, actually reflected on the way that he had been talking to me lately, he might be able to see where fact, I think he was being so mean to me that he drove me to the corner. Yeah. And I think he's just lucky that I didn't go fuck a homeless guy. You know what I'm saying? And then I gotta hear about, you gave it up for a Black Mile. You just gave it away. Oh, so you admitted it. Man, every day, I swear to God, he goes inside, it's 2 to 3 hours of him trying to convince me that I wasn't fucking raped. But, like, I'm not understanding.
Crazy.
Yesterday, he told me he was gonna go steal an HIV test. He talked about they didn't have it at this store, so I'm looking online to see if they have it. I'm like, steal an HIV test. Take yourself to the hospital. Because he wants to yell at me about, like, he thinks he's gonna get a disease from being inside of me after this, you know? Because, like, well, understandable, you know? But he just wants to find something to harp on me about, and it's really frustrating. So now that I've agreed to check in between my 2 appointments, now we can't just go to the appointment. He has to steal the test. And now I'm the one who's stupid for telling him you're gonna go steal an HIV test on camera. You could just go and get yourself tested for free since you're the one who's so fucking afraid. Using a fucking condom and complaining to me about how it feels. Like I could get 2 fucking shits. Jesus. It's torture. Every time I have to fuck him in order to have my goddamn fucking little shit so that I could be in my own little bubble rather than in the fucking community cloud. It's like, you fucking think. But actually, after stabbing me so many fucking times, there's no coming back. There's no fucking coming back to this shit. I'm just settled right now, you know? And I'm learning more as I need to about Bison's father so that I can figure out exactly what type of head he's allowed to have in it. Because this shit doesn't make no motherfucking sense. If you do that shit to me, who's to say you're not about to do that shit to my motherfucking kid, and especially on the day that you're mad at me, or because I went to go kiss somebody else? Let's be crazy. Absolutely are. Amigo, I've been tested. He won't even let himself do the fucking test to fucking see our son, and then he's gonna blame on me that, oh, you know, the reason that none of this is working is because you got an attitude about everything. When the caseworker, this is now the second caseworker I'm having, and the same problem. I'm telling her, like, literally, like, I'm leaving messages to talk to your boss, and you're not doing your job. You're straight lying to me in the text, and in the ACR meeting, where the fucking officer watches to see if everybody's doing their fucking job, you're fucking lying to them, saying that, oh, I already checked for paper. When you didn't check for paper, she's absolutely fucking garbage. This is the second place I've called to talk about parenting classes, only to find out they don't even fucking service that fucking age, nor do they even do those types of parenting classes. And that's one of 3 places that I contacted numerous times and had to talk to about how they cannot help me. So today I got some texts about how whatever quote-unquote name of organization is going to call me, and they're going to get some information from me so that we can set up the parenting classes. However, so online parenting course offered. That's what the fucking clerk directed me to, and I ran it past the child's court guardian right now, and she's like, I can't not confirm that those are the classes. In fact, I wouldn't have the knowledge. It would be them. So I'm going to contact her on getting you, you know, since you're telling me now, like, you're right, this is weird, right? You know, now we're on the second fucking case person who can't do their fucking job, and I think it just so happens to be my fucking route. So it's real lucky for me because This bitch now has respect for me, and she's can understand. And now I think it's a little bit more clear to see what's happening right here. We just had the meeting, and this bitch is being told by me, my mother, and the fucking dude doing the fucking thing to just do her job in a very nice way. Now today I told her, hey, you know those people that were supposed to contact me? As I just sent you the message about me saying I'm gonna be proactive about it and let you know if I make contact or leave a message. Hey, I did make contact, and again, they don't service kids until they're at least 8 years old or have finished second grade, and they don't even do those types of classes. So, literally, what is going on? You know, and she's like, they do offer those classes, they're gonna call you back. I'm like, listen, the lady didn't just lie to me on the phone right now, and like, you've been trying to pull this shit for months, you've had the case for 6 months, and you know what she tells me? Contact me by email. I said, that's not in your employment description. You're supposed to be sending me a link tomorrow to do a FaceTime call in place of an in-person visitation. I don't know what the fuck this bitch thinks that she's on, but I think she's on some misappropriation. And I also believe that I'm learning more about how cryptocurrency works, and it's real weird. Doesn't make any motherfucking sense at all.
Don't bother researching this cryptocurrency. It's all garbage. Except Bitcoin and like Harry Potter or Obama.
And yellow on red. I haven't given up on yellow on red yet. Do you still?
I was actually a spokesperson for Harry Potter.
I know, it's actually the only reason we're friends.
That's actually true. It's very strange how we met. So it is completely strange. So I was just randomly sending mass messages to people on Twitter with my driver's license and just like a message. And all of a sudden this random chick comes in here and I'm like, oh, hey, how'd you find out about me? Blah, 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 blah. And she's like, Twitter. And I'm like, oh, no way, that worked? She's like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, well, I tell her about myself and I say, sponsored by cryptocurrency, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10, you knew? And she's like, yeah, they threw me out of their Telegram like a year ago. I was like, you've heard of it? She's like, oh, yeah, I was in their Telegram. And I was like, that was a shock.
Did you know that Dogecoin has been pronounced Dogecoin this entire time and everybody retarded?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's doggy.
Yeah, I pronounce it like Doja. Like Doja Cat. There's Doja Cat and then there's Doja Coin. Do you know the artist Doja Cat?
Yeah, but her name is... Yeah. Well, anyway.
But yeah, she found out about me through Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10. Technically through Twitter. But the reason why I even had her Twitter account was she was following the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 group. Or she was following its main account. And I did a thing where I exported all the followers of the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Twitter account and then just sent them all a message.
Rabbi.
Yo, Pimp, what's up, big dog?
Have you come up with any ideas yet for how to go? I'm gonna ask your goddamn angel Diaz how to create like a popular newsworthy stunt or commentary I have an idea. I don't know if it's good, but it's where you send a whole bunch of letters in the mail to people in LA. Or I guess you can use a spam bot for it. And you say, like, we're in, like, honor of Rabbi's 24/7 world's largest longest stream, where we're going to put on a free concert with, like, special appearance by, like, Diplo or some celebrity. And then when they get to the event, you say, maybe just like a 1-second clip of like Diplo YouTube video. Okay, we're actually here to do a different activity. We're gonna set the world record for most people in a human centipede position, not stitched face to butt, but just in that position, and then set the world record for that, and then that brings awareness.
Dog, you are swinging and missing with good ideas right now.
No, actually, don't like. Maybe if you presented it slightly different, like. When they do that, like people sit in a big circle. You know what? I think it's time that we do. What is that? What's that logo? You know that logo? That's the one you want to do.
No, I want to do that, but when I go viral, it's called Hands Across America. But we have to do the world. Dude, there was a thing in the 1980s where they did that. And it like brought peace in the United States for like one day. Like everybody did it. No, I know what logo you're talking about too, with the multicolored people.
Maybe it should be like a peace building event.
Yeah, but do you know how big?
The world's largest peace gathering protest, and then we protest for. I don't know. Maybe just a protest for peace.
Go the opposite way and see if we can fucking make this shit. You think that we can make the bird stop? If we walk the opposite way. Probably not, right? We have to put a couple rubber bands.
Make the earth stop spinning?
It makes for a good, like, tragic event, though, because there's, like, as many people as there are willing to be, there are that would just destroy that because it exists. Now, is it possible? No. That's what I'm trying to say. Are you fucking crazy? You think that we can actually do that all the way around the earth? We don't have the funds, the time, the energy, the willingness. This might be all of it right here.
That would be like very possible to get to the moon.
Stop. Sorry.
Rabbi, sorry, what's your amazing idea to go viral?
I don't have one. I mean, I'm just creating a robot, and that works pretty well for me.
No, I want you to dedicate your chest, like all the amount of energy that your brain is drained by
Well, you had the idea about sending out letters. I did that in my first year. I sent them to every television station. I sent it to every.
I already told you why that idea is not an actual trade story. It will cover the trade story.
I sent them to Brad Pitt, Jennifer Aniston. I sent them to Woody Allen. I sent them to Bill Gates. I sent them to Jeff Bezos. I sent them to like everybody in Hollywood, like literally Gwyneth Paltrow. I sent like $500 worth of letters to people. I sent it to Donald Trump. I sent it to Joe Biden. I sent it to Ivanka Trump. I sent it to Jared Kushner. Yeah, through his manager, I did send it to him. I sent it to not Joey Diaz or William Montgomery. They weren't big enough. But everybody who's big, like name an actor who's big, I sent it to them. I got all their addresses on this website, and of the like.
I think I might have a. I mean, this would just be a cool.
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up and let me continue my story? And of the 1,000, Doug, you're done. What's up? What's up, Audie? So that was the interesting thing. Some of them, well, like some, I didn't have, like the address was outdated. But one that I found was interesting was Ivanka Trump. So I knew I had the correct postage on this thing. I sent them all USBs with like in a letter, like so they could see all the content that I had. So I sent all these people USB sticks and like what I did and what I wanted to do and all these things. And I sent them to like the top and also like big trusts like the Gates Foundation and things like that. And the one that sticks out in my mind when I sent it to Ivanka Trump, it arrived and they wrote back like needs higher postage. Now I know the other ones already had higher postage, so then I put even more postage on it and sent it to them, and then it said needs higher postage again, and I was like, okay, so this is the way that they like don't accept some things. They just say it needs higher postage, which was kind of enlightening.
Well, we can do that. We'll
Yeah.
just charge you money to send them mail.
You just charge them. I mean,
How do I set that up? I mean, in Telegram, you can charge people to send you a message.
yeah. So, but yeah, so I did that, and I've done press releases, and I've contacted like news organizations, and not just in Southern California, but like globally, and I mean, what I was told when I would contact the news organizations is it needs to be newsworthy, and they didn't consider it newsworthy, even though I'd been doing it like for a year at that time. And then to get it into like a newspaper, which I did, at least some online publications, you have to pay to do that, which I did. And the biggest one that I got it into was Market Watch, which was pretty big. I was gonna get it into Bloomberg, but it wasn't gonna. It wasn't gonna be published that long, and they were gonna take it down. It wasn't gonna be like permanently published, and it was gonna be like $1,500 or something to do that. Yeah, I mean it's pretty expensive to do.
Why didn't they do it?
Well, it was $1,500 to have it in there for a week, and I just didn't think that was necessarily that worth it. It wasn't like it was going to be.
Forbes, you should be like the Forbes magazine for like world's first
Okay. Yeah, to get into Forbes is like $20,000. It's expensive. I've been in Forbes. Well, yeah, I mean it's expensive. Um, there's a news.
Just select the hotel. Just select the hotel. And you just like charge it to the room and be like, just ding the Rothschild the invoice and then they'll pay it.
Yeah, I wish that was all.
That like the person that just like committed like millions in fraud by just sending fake invoices to major companies. Like,
Yeah.
that might work with the Rothschilds, to be honest.
Yeah.
We don't know how firms or accounting firms.
Yeah, I mean it's the best accounting in the world, so I doubt that. But I tried every like mainstream outlet that you could try, and then I tried emailing them, and I tried some Jewish groups, and I tried, yeah, of course, I tried social media and such, and it's like, it's like, I mean, it's like, okay, what did you like? What's the most exciting thing that you did during it? And I'd be like, well, I mean, I guess like going to Santa Barbara, going to Beverly Hills, or going to Disneyland, but those aren't like newsworthy events. And going to San Diego, driving like 118 miles per hour, but that's still not like a newsworthy event. And then when you really start nitpicking it, it's like, wait, so you're just showing copyrighted material the whole time? And it's like, well, yeah, I am. They're like, okay, well, that's not something we want to be associated with. We have customers, our clientele, our clients are advertisers, and we just don't want to endorse someone who basically is infringing on copyrights. So it's like, yeah, no, I understand. So I tried all that.
I think I have an idea. And I think it's so dumb that it might work.
Okay, what's your idea?
It's perfectly involved with you. You're going to make the largest human centipede Guinness World Record ever assembled for world peace awareness. Or like for in the name of world peace. And I think that a headline of like Guinness World Record for largest human centipede ever recorded for world peace would go viral.
Okay.
Can you stop making that reference altogether? That's like that's up there as one of like the worst things that my eyes ever saw.
That's why it's so perfect. It's because it's such a contrast between this like disgusting thing and like world peace that it's like it's gonna attract people's attention and they're gonna start talking about like why the fuck would they choose that symbol as like their protest, but we argue that it's the obscurity and absurdity that will get our message through a lot better. And we're not like gonna do it naked or anything. It's just gonna be like fully clothed, like head near crotch area of the person in front of you. I think it could work.
Why can't we crisscross applesauce and hold hands?
Because no one can care about it. It's not like controversial enough to get people's attention if it's something like has to be something really weird.
The largest human centipede was done in Singapore. It was 1,600 people.
For a human centipede?
Yeah.
Why don't you do like a string and have everybody bring a string that is like their wingspan and then tie it together?
What do you mean there's already a fucking record for the world's longest human?
Welcome, Jay Miguel. How are you? Jay Miguel, can you hear me? Jay Miguel, can you hear me?
Where did you get the longest human centipede? Oh, that's kind of different than what I was thinking, but they were not doing like head in like the butt of the person in front of them. They were doing just like a squiggle in the grass, which is not really what we're talking about. Singapore Book of Records. Book of Books. Did you know that there's a Singapore Book of Records?
I was unaware. Great question.
It might.
Yo, what's up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
Yeah, thanks a lot. How we living?
Right, so he just asked you a question. You're just sitting there jerking yourself off raw. How about you fucking answer him?
I couldn't even hear him, dude. I was still Frosty. What did you say?
He asked you how you're doing.
My apologies. Doing good. Just looking at the high school if you want to survive the goals. Are you concentrating still, right? I'm listening to you. Are you concentrating still? Concentrating on this phone? Yeah, I was just sitting on this phone call. Are you concentrating in general again? Like, do you do that often? Do I have ADHD or something? Probably. Yeah. Probably, I was thinking about getting an Adderall prescription today just to try it, but I don't know if that's a good idea. So how do you do that? Bro is gonna get Adderall. What do you think the Guinness World Record for most amount of records broken in a day was? I don't know, the less you fast and joke yourself off. Less you joke yourself off, the better you are at things like that. And then it gets to a point where people don't build themselves up at all, and it just would affect random stuff. That's what I think it is like. Sorry, your mic's really glitchy, but I kind of heard what you're saying. Rabbi thought he said he jerked off 18 times in a day. And
Dude, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. It's 28 and 24 hours. 28 times. It's documented on camera.
Okay, well, I was just thinking that's a good amount, but
no, and let me just say this. And I wasn't even trying. I wasn't even trying.
Okay. Would you like to try them?
No.
Okay.
Not only did I have it documented for science.
I try getting on so much clean, just not so like that. They just refuse to invite me to their Discord.
Well, fuck them.
Yeah. You're honestly diving right now.
I know, Frosty, you sound like you're scuba diving.
I'm not scuba diving. Something's very wrong with my internet or some shit. So.
Frosty, are you using that headset?
Yeah, I mean,
Is there any way not to use that headset? Frosty, big dog, we can't hear you. Is there any way you can not use that headset? No, we can't hear you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't know why this is happening. It is on there. Yeah, I was Oh. You know what the world's largest Singaporean shopping mall is?
Singapore Mall?
This is like weird trivia.
Yeah, it's Singaporean world record trivia. You gotta study for this.
I find Singaporean women really hot. I can tell the difference between someone from Singapore and someone not from Singapore. Singapore is an interesting place. They have like the highest per capita income of any country.
Oh, it's so small. What the hell?
You didn't know where it's an island nation, dog.
I didn't know how tiny it was. It's literally.
It's at the very tip of Asia. It was a
Malaysia is a very poor country, but Singapore is like
I don't know if it's that. It's wealthy. They don't abuse people like that. Though they will throw you in jail if you chewed bubble gum.
No, if you like spit it out and create trash.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. And there is another guy, some guy in the United States. He was caned there. They don't fuck around. Riser, what's the largest contiguous land empire in global history?
The fuck is a land empire, like Russia?
That's number 3. Or no, that's number 2, contiguous.
Oh, wait, like, what do you mean, like, by land empire? Like, who's on their land the longest?
No, I said largest, not oldest or longest or whatever. The largest, meaning what empire controlled the most amount of land territory in a contiguous fashion. So not like bits and pieces, but like all the land.
That's a good question.
That's why I asked it.
Was it the Ming Dynasty?
That's close.
Orientals. That's for sure.
The Mongolian empire?
That's correct.
Mongol. Got it.
Yeah. What's the largest empire in global history?
The Han Dynasty?
Incorrect. The British Empire. When did it reach its peak?
1304.
1920.
They're still operating.
Yeah, but they gave up a lot of their colonies.
Yeah, but they're just the same thing. Just
I agree with you. Maybe not using those words, but I agree with you. Riser, how many times have you ever played Valorant?
The video game, Valorant, I've never played that one.
Why not?
Because video games suck. I don't get any. I like Adodonia for video games. Usually. Except if it's chess or Mancala or Play-Doh.
There you go.
Do you know that you know where the only underground mosque is located?
Indonesia?
No, it's in the Singapore train station.
Oh, that's tight.
Do you know what a satellite town is?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you have any ideas for like a crazy like hoax or like newsworthy story or something? That won't get us arrested, but we'll get like the front page of all the newspapers and media for a day. Rabbi, you know the like assassin of that CEO of like the insurance company, Luigi?
Word, dog.
There's a musical about Luigi and Simon Bankman-Freud and
Sam Bankman-Fried and Sean P. Diddy Combs.
Yeah, because apparently they're all in like the same cell.
They weren't in the same cell. They were in the same facility.
Right. There's a musical about them. That could be coming from New York. Okay, I will give you $1 million if you can guess the name of the first indoor stadium in Singapore, and I'll give you a hint. Happy Gilmore.
It's not Singapore Indoor Stadium.
No, that would not have anything to do with the hint that I just gave.
But Singapore Indoor Stadium is the first indoor stadium in Singapore.
You wouldn't know that unless you're cheating and Googling stuff, so you're automatically disqualified.
I'm not Googling anything.
Would you like to
Yeah, do you mean the Gay World? Do you mean Gay World Stadium?
Would you like to make another?
Do you mean Gay World Stadium?
That's not what it's called, but you're very close.
It is called Gay World Stadium.
What the fuck? No, it's not. It's not called that.
Yeah, it is. It's called Gay World Stadium. The one before Singapore Indoor Stadium.
Gay World. What's this one? Oh, no. But they renamed it. You weren't using the right name.
Well, okay.
Formerly, it
did
was called
Gaylang?
Happy World. The correct answer was Happy World Stadium.
No, it's Gay World Stadium. It's a Gay World Stadium.
No, not on. According to the Singapore World Record, we are the Singapore country.
Dog, it's called Gay World Stadium.
The Happy World Stadium.
It's
the Happy World.
It's Gay World Stadium.
When it opened, it was called Happy World Amusement Park.
No, it wasn't.
Happy World Stadium.
It's Gay World Stadium.
That makes it even funnier that it's called Gay World Stadium.
Right.
Why did they rename it that? Is it actually talking about homosexuality?
No, gay means happy.
But then why would they rename it from happy to gay?
Oh yeah, it was previously known as Happy World. Happy World sounds cool.
I know, Happy World is an amazing fucking name for a stadium. Like, I'd be shocked if there wasn't lines up around or like miles trying to get into Happy World.
I'm in agreement with you.
Do you think Gay World Amusement Park is popular in the future?
Bigger than Disneyland.
I mean, they're pretty ahead of their... Wait, they don't speak English there, right? So
Some people do.
I know, but I don't think...
Dog,
I don't know. Like,
get this. The name of the amusement park was changed from Happy World to Gay World due to a rebranding effort. You would think that they would have gone the other way. It was originally founded in 1936 by George Lee Joking and was known as Happy World, offering a mix of Eastern and Western entertainment. During the Japanese occupation from 1942 to 1945, the park was converted into a gambling den, and after the war it reverted back to amusement park. In 1966, the park was renamed Gay World. The exact reasons for the name change are not explicitly stated in the provided context, but it is possible that the rebranding was intended to reflect a new identity or attract a different audience. I'm surprised Gay World isn't like a homosexual capital.
Okay, well, this is like a weird name change because they didn't actually change the meaning of the world. They literally went with a synonym of the same word because somehow Happy World Stadium was not adequate enough of a name for the stadium. But then they just changed it to a synonym of Gay World. But they must have known that gay has two meanings, not the other meaning of that is homosexual. They must have known that. So I'm really interested in knowing the reasoning behind that.
You would be.
I am. I'm really interested to know why they would make that decision. I think any newbie would interested in that. Any newbie that understands the value of canon cannons would understand.
Yeah, nobody understands that. That idea sucks. But anybody who wants to understand marketing might want to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important question that I think needs to be answered. Here. There's a Peace and Friendship Stadium in Piraeus, Greece. There's an Aloha Stadium in Hawaii.
Word, dog. That's where they played the Pro Bowl.
What sport is this Pro Bowl?
The NFL, dog. Ever heard of it?
It's called the Super Bowl.
No, that's different. The Pro Bowl is the All-Star game of the NFL. Ever heard of the NFL?
Yeah.
Ever heard of All-Stars?
Of what?
All-Stars?
Yeah.
Yo, dog, what's the next documentary we're going to watch? Yo, dog, what's the next documentary we're going to watch?
I don't know. We didn't select one.
I want you to come up.
One on Happy World Stadium.
Is there one? That sounds kind of boring. Except for the Japanese occupation where it became a gambling den.
Yeah. Do you know the MLB All-Star Game?
Word, dog. They just had it 2 weeks ago.
It was on 2 weeks ago, yeah. But do any other games besides the Run Derby? Or no?
Like, you mean skills challenges?
Yeah.
I don't know of one that they do aside from Home Run Derby. The NFL does a bunch of skills challenges. They used to be really cool. They used to be who could throw the ball the farthest, and who had the most accurate arm, and who could catch the most amount of passes. All kinds of shit like that.
They don't do the most accurate arm ones?
They don't do them anymore like that. They do stupid things like I don't know, it's like they're just stupid. How do I want to describe it? They went from who could kick the ball the farthest and stuff to NFL Pro Bowl weekend games. What are they?
The Wipeout Japanese game show thing from MLB or the NFL player.
So they do.
Or a World's Strongest Man competition where they have full truck.
They do a relay race. They do a game show testing player knowledge of their teammates.
No.
They do
capture the flag.
They do dodge. They do dodgeball. They do dodgeball and tug of war.
What do you mean the NFL people who capture the flag in dodgeball?
They do dodgeball.
Really? There's an NFL dodgeball game?
Weird dog.
That's amazing. I want to look that up. I honestly don't even believe that.
You didn't even know what the Pro Bowl was, dog.
I'm not American. Alright, NFL dodgeball.
Welcome, Frosty. How you living, pimp? Oh, you're a lot better now. Frosty, talk. Let's test it out, baby.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the game. I'm going to
It sounds like somebody's hitting wood while you talk.
No one's taking up on it. What is low temperature or something? You see that fucking taser, ultimate taser thing that I found?
Word, dog. That seems like it would be very dangerous.
I mean, no, I don't know. I don't think tasers kill you because they're high voltage, not air.
Yeah, they can kill you.
I guess.
Somebody with,
not only if you have a heart condition or something.
which a significant part of the population does.
I'll let you tase me in an odd accident somewhere weird and then for that news.
That's not a news story. I don't think they care about that.
That's a good sacrifice, though. I appreciate the effort.
If you make it odd enough, it is. Because what if it happens in a very, very public place?
I mean, we don't want to go to jail.
Yeah, we'll probably get in trouble for public.
I also don't want to be tased now that I'm thinking about it. I don't want to be the subject.
All right.
I mean, there's lots of people on YouTube that get hair sprayed or tased and that. There's a lot of jackasses.
Does anybody get salmon cannon?
I was thinking, so if you were to post a story as random man teases women in this area, then all we need is for you to just be the witness of what you saw. And then you just have to be the person who, like, animates the story.
Yeah, but if we live stream it, then I'd lose my account because we're promoting violence.
Okay, well, you didn't really give any parameters. Now I understand.
No, I appreciate the suggestion, and I love tasers. But it's, I don't know. Maybe there's a way to like do something that includes tasers that would be viral. I don't know what that would be.
It promotes violence, though.
No, there's plenty of violence videos on Instagram. They don't get their account banned.
YouTube, you do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, YouTube's really strict about it. So's Kick, so's Twitch.
Yeah, but the news is not strict on violence. I mean, they won't show it, but they'll discuss violence all day. That's what they're going for. Maybe you could do like a dunk tank, but you're dumped into like a salmon cannon, and then you have to go swim through a pool of polar bears.
I would do a dunk tank.
Oh, do you know what the best strategy for musical chairs is if it's a one-on-one?
Yeah, to just take the chair.
Yeah, do you mean like pull it away from the other person?
If you're allowed to do that, or just like make sure that you keep your ass as close to the seat as possible.
Yeah, I mean, last time I checked, there's no rules in musical chairs that say you can't grab onto the chair, but maybe there is.
Yeah, that's against the rules.
If there is, then you have to like walk really, really slowly while you're in front of it, and then like around the back, and then, or just bribe the person playing the music, or tackle your opponent, or tase your opponent.
What if your opponent is a bear?
Maybe try staring it.
Bear scare might work. Salmon cannon sucks.
Like, I don't know what world you're living in, but it's actually probably the most effective means to deter a bear because their sense is like number one thing. Like,
I live in the real world, pimp. I live in the Joey Diaz world. And even Joey Diaz's AI large language model said that idea sucks.
Because you primed it to be negative. I literally asked it the same question. It's like, yo, that's a genius idea. Like, of course, that'll override bears' anger towards you because it'll just want the salmon way more than it wants to hurt you. Unless you like run between its cubs or something, that's a clutch, but bear scare probably won't help so it actually wants to kill you. And like, someone asked about you in Harry Potter, why you're not screening
I told them I had to reset my computer that I use for that, and I don't have my account for Telegram. Like, I have a bunch of Telegram accounts, but Telegram is not accepting like VoIP numbers anymore, or not that easily. So I had to wait 1 week to be able to relog in, and I checked earlier today, and it said I needed to wait another 9 hours, and so it's probably working about this time. So once I program this robot, that was my next project. Does that answer your question?
That answers the question, yeah.
What did you do with Frosty?
I don't do anything. That's on its own.
Did it sound like somebody was playing like wood knockers when he was speaking the second time?
Yeah, it was like that, but in like a different way.
Exactly.
First one was like scuba diving. The second one was like weird, like McDonald's fryer sounds.
All right.
That's a weird thing about McDonald's. Like, you go into McDonald's and you're being like sound tortured by like these crazy alarms and shit, like bombarding you.
What do you mean? I don't go into
McDonald's. Restaurant.
What do you mean? I don't go into McDonald's.
McDonald's, dude, and it's like beep, 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 beep. It's like crazy ass like fire alarm beeping at you from the fryers constantly the whole time. No other restaurant is doing that.
It's loud in a McDonald's?
I can't believe you've never experienced that. Like, that is like part of the reason I don't like McDonald's is because like the fryer sounds, like the alarms, always going off and like really hectic. It's not calming at all. Not calming at all. Let me see. I can definitely find a clip of what it sounds like. But I type in the fryer beef. Oh, here's. Wait, let's see. Why is there beeping all the time in McDonald's?
And what was the answer?
Because the fryers that make the sounds constantly.
Is this a common question?
I mean, I think it's very, like it's a known thing. Like, I'm not the only person to be aware of that. There's videos on diving where the hell the beats come from.
Did you ever watch that thing by, I think his name is like, oh, I forget his name. Anyway, why, like McDonald's has this issue with its shake machines not working? And it's like, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Jimmy Harris or something?
Johnny Harris? I don't think it. I watched. I didn't think he had a video on that, but possibly it wasn't. But
Oh yeah, he does. It's amazing. His video. That's how I found out about him, because
is it Johnny Harris?
Yeah, it's fascinating. It all goes back to this one company, and like McDonald's has to get their fixed through this one company.
Yeah. didn't know that. I remember it was like a 30-minute documentary I watched, and I guess I forgot. I think that might have also been my gateway into the Johnny Harris world. And I guess I'm kind of like, he doesn't normally cover like topics like that because his channel is like basically like dedicated towards geopolitics and like shit, but that one he was covering McDonald's ice cream machine.
I think his shit is fascinating.
Johnny Harris, yeah, I do like his videos. I watched an hour one, long one on like the deep sea mining that they're doing. I've seen like almost all of these videos. Rabbi, what do you know about Easter Island?
That's the thing that has those heads. And it's like basically an uninhabited island, but it has these tribal heads that are much bigger than just the head, but due to like just vegetative growth, have like there's a body to them too, and something like 500.
Is that revealed in like a LiDAR scan or something?
Yeah, I think people have dug them up though too.
Like the conspiracy is like, how the hell would they move these massive rocks, basically, like the pyramid?
Yeah, that one isn't that surprising to me, especially the pyramid one. When you learn how they did it, or like the different ways that they can do it. Basically, if you construct a log road, you just cut down a bunch of trees and put them down, which like people don't know this, but the Sahara Desert wasn't a desert like 5,000 years ago. It was lush, and if you so there were a lot of trees in that area, or more than there are now, and so you just cut down the trees and make logs out of them and have them all in a row, and you can basically have tens or hundreds of miles worth of road like that, and then you cut limestone from an appropriate quarry, and all you have to do is get it on the logs, and then just have people pull it on ropes, and you can take it as far as you need.
I mean, you wouldn't need like that long. You don't need full roads made of logs. You can just use like 20 of them and then just move the last one to the front.
That's true too. But when you have just like basically unlimited human labor, then why not?
Giant tree conveyor belt. But they'd still be rotating like the trees. I guess they could be spaced far enough apart.
Word, dog.
Do you think they were formed though? Or I don't know. Maybe like formed of the line?
I think it was cut out of like quarries,
Where's the quarries then?
like 400 miles away.
Is there actually a quarry 400 miles away?
Yeah, it's pretty far away. Let me look it up. Yo, dog, how far is the quarry of limestone for the pyramids?
What if they weren't like? What if they weren't slaves and everybody was just down to build a couple pyramids as worship structures?
There's a lot of evidence that they were paid to do it. But then there's evidence that there may have been some slaves or prisoners as well. It It depends, but some as far as 500 miles away. They also built a a canal connecting the Mediterranean to the Red Sea before the Suez Canal was built, but it eventually just eroded with sand. They did a lot of cool shit.
Something to say though, because like think about it. I'm just saying. I'm telling you right now that there's got to be a lot of people that were building those pyramids that right now are happy that they did it. They're happy that they spent their entire life doing it, and they knew that that shit was going to still be here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
I'm saying that I think that we're not like that anymore so much that I think, but for real, that would be so cool to be a part of, like, to say that you were part of that, right? Like, obviously, they didn't take the time to write their names on it. They didn't give a fuck, and probably a lot of them didn't.
Well, yeah, it's like the people who create.
Who really wants to do what they have to do as a human?
The people who,
at least they built the fucking pyramids and whatever you just said.
The people who created like the Hoover Dam, they were really proud of what they did. I'm agreeing with you. Basically, if you were a part of something like a really big project like that, you would want to be remembered for it.
Yeah, and think of it like this, like, for just a really long time, a bunch of people just, like, that's just all they did, like, and then they had kids, and then that's what they did. And then, you know what I'm saying? And that's all they knew. Wow. And it's like, their handiwork, their whole family, just all the energy, just went straight into the motherfucking pyramid, you know what I'm saying?
Word.
That's pretty cool.
I agree. Riser, who's your favorite WNBA team? Go. What do you mean?
They don't even broadcast on television.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you get like the upgraded 700 channels.
No, it's on ESPN.
Probably like ESPN 5 or 6.
No, it's on the main one, but it's just in the summer when nothing else is on. So, who's your favorite WNBA team?
Scarlet.
Scarlet isn't a team.
I'm pretty sure it is.
No.
Pretty sure it is.
It definitely is not. Scarlet?
Is even a question?
What's your favorite women's basketball team? WNBA team?
I'll watch that, but they gotta change it to skirts. I'm saying with the skirt, shorts under.
That's cute.
Yeah, it's like, why do they have to be like boys? I bet you they don't want to dress like that. I bet if you actually ask them, because if you actually look at them as individuals, most of them are not like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? They want to wear those skirts. Trust me. They at least want to have the option. I think that it could cause a lot of chatter, and it's necessary. Also, it could like help with desensitization, which we really need, and that's like causing a huge problem.
Desensitization? What do you mean when you say desensitization? I get what the word is.
Too long, women have been wearing pants. Right when they put us in the factories, they said, bitch, cut your hair. Bitch, put on some pants. Bitch, only red lipstick, everything uniform, no personality, no creativity. That's what the woman is. They made us into a man, into a machine, and we just can't keep going like that. You see? Even in the sports. I can't believe nobody thought this shit out yet. It's not even a bad thing. You mean to tell me that, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's fucked up.
I get
tell
you.
me why they're wearing the same uniform. That's disrespectful. Ain't they making less money? Well, I'll tell you why.
Because the WNBA is not profitable?
It's not profitable. But let me tell you something. You know how many girls watch basketball? Let me tell you why they watch basketball.
Not enough to make it profitable.
Not enough, right?
Word.
Okay, well, why do men watch basketball?
Because they like the game and sometimes the girls are hot?
Right. See, that's the thing, Rabbi. I was talking about men's basketball.
Okay. So then they just like the game?
That makes sense. That's the answer that makes motherfucking sense, what you just said. That shit makes sense. Especially for a little girl who likes to play basketball, right? She would watch the WNBA as well as the NBA. But if you were a regular person and you didn't really like basketball, you would just watch the NBA as well.
Doug, nobody even watches the NBA.
That's the man. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just asking, is that a thing that doesn't make sense? It sounds like it. I think there is.
What do you think, Gotti?
If you make women look like men for too long, maybe that's why we have certain problems in the world. But this doesn't make any sense either because, I don't want to be phobic. You know what I'm saying? So,
Riser, who's your favorite WNBA team? They don't have a team, but Toronto might soon enough. No, but they might have them in the future. If you could name the Toronto female basketball team, what would you name them?
Toronto Hawkbacks.
That's a cool name, man.
The taquitos.
Taquitos? What the hell is a taquito? Taco and a burrito together? What is a taquito?
actually don't know because I was trying to answer a text message. So what happened?
You said that you named the Toronto women's basketball.
Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, because that's cute, right?
What is the tattoo?
So taquito is like you take a tortilla and you roll it up real skinny and you put some meat inside, and typically it's like just like really, really, really seasoned, like thin meat. And then you fry it in oil and it's real crunchy. It got a little crunch. So I think that sounds cute.
And it will reflect the Latinx culture of Toronto.
Exactly, because that shit is Tex-Mex. It's not even real.
So if you name the
Toronto Titty Fox?
Harry Foxers, what did you say?
No, the Toronto Titty Fox?
I like the Toronto Terry Foxers.
Oh, that's a good name.
The real Canadian name.
Even just the
what's funny is that the guy who swam, like Terry Fox, gets like so much fame and recognition.
Right.
The guy, Amazon Swim, got like nothing.
Exactly. Oh, that's a good point. Dude, the Toronto Fox or Toronto Vixen, that's a really good name. I like the Toronto Vixen. Or Vancouver Vixen. Dog, that's a really good one.
The reindeer. The reindeer.
No, a vixen is a female fox.
It's also a female reindeer.
Okay.
But yeah, I got it. Name of Vancouver basketball team. Vancouver Happy.
What about the Vancouver Gay Worlds?
Vancouver Gay World Stadium, Singapore. Yeah, that could work. I see a lot of people going behind that. A lot of tailgaters for that. They should just rename. What would you rename the Vancouver Stadium to?
Gay World?
Oh, that's already taken. Yeah.
It's not taken. They closed it down in 2001.
Oh, you have to make an original name. You can't piggyback off of Singaporean entrepreneurship and greatness.
The Homosexual House?
Okay.
And I'd have it in like, I don't know, where's the center of homosexuality in the world?
I guess in Irvine, California.
Good one. Good one. I mean, it could be in West Hollywood. So we would just call it homosexual Hollywood, I guess.
I mean, that can work as
A club.
for a lot of things. But it's good.
What sport is Vancouver missing that you think they'd be really good at having?
Squash.
Squash, okay. I was gonna say pickleball.
Polo.
Okay.
What do you mean, Vancouver?
The one
Vancouver
with
has
like little rings. There's one with like the upside down wooden hammers.
Upside down wooden hammers.
Yeah, then you gotta hit this little it's like a
Oh,
ball you gotta hit.
yeah.
okay.
Not bocce ball. Yeah, what? Croquet.
Yeah.
What is a competition that you would like to see that has never been done before?
That one sport, it was like competitive raping.
Suction cup? No, that's very vulgar. The suction cup one, like they have like those like rock climbing contests or whatever. Have you seen that? Where it's like there'll be like two people at the bottom of like this like 80-foot like rock climbing wall, and they have to like speed run it. It could be like that, but with like the suction cup.
That's a great idea. I like it.
The World Suction Cup Championship. Could there be like a sport that involves like suction cups?
They should do the plunger up a cement wall. The highest. Just a plunger.
I like that. I saw this one video one time of this high school, and somebody had a dildo with the suction cup end, and it was in front of the whole school, and they threw it really high, and it stuck on the wall, and all the teachers are trying to get it down and trying to stop people from taking video. That was pretty hilarious. So it's basically like you throw a suction cup dildo on a flat surface, and it's like it could be like darts.
Right. That's a great idea.
Thank you, big dog.
I thought you were gonna say like they did like the rock climbing thing, but with like the suction cup dildos like ascend a wall.
I don't think that'll hold you up.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, maybe if the wall was like good enough.
I'd like to see. Did you ever see the movie Beer Fest?
I've heard of that one. It's funny.
It's okay. I mean, it's kind of fascinating though why they don't already have. I guess it's probably a liability issue, but like sports, like beer pong, and like who can chug the beer the fastest, and do a beer bong, and like all the kind of stuff that you do when you're trying to competitively get drunk, like play flip cup. Like why they don't do that professionally. I would love to watch that.
I mean, I'd like to watch like this like those. They can't have the beer competitions too, but I want to like people eating the really weird thing. Well, have you ever been like really lost before traveling? Just like totally lost.
Yeah, one time at a Dave Matthews Band concert.
You get separated from your friends.
Yeah, we were all fucked up, and I we were like drunk and stoned and like fucking mushrooms, perhaps. I don't even fucking remember, but I just remember like I mean I barely remember anything that happened, but it was this amazing concert, and then afterward, I think it was like they had like this fair or like I don't know. They were selling like all kinds of stuff, and they had brownies, pot brownies, and I ate one, and it put me on like another. It put me on like another level, um, and it. I just remember just looking at the stadium, and I'm like, man, that's far away. How the fuck did I get all the way out here? Like I was like in the middle of nowhere, and just like staring at the stars, and I did not know how to get back or how I was going to find my friend. And I think eventually we had cell phones and we called each other or something. But I just remember being like really far away and not knowing where I was. I'm trying to think of another time I got really lost. Um,
One time I had like a similar experience, but I was just like, how did I get so far away? I was on Edmonton and also Peru, and I went for a kayak, and the ocean water, which like if you fall in like the middle of the ocean, you're gonna like die basically if you can't get to the kayak. I've experienced kayaking, but like the ocean water was like perfectly flat, so I was not worried about that. I just go out on this kayak, like fucking, or paddling out to like, the middle of the ocean, and then like 15 minutes later, I turned back, and I was like, oh my, like I'm so far away. It just felt like the land I was seeing was just like a tiny like little dot, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so far away. Get that.
oh, yeah. Well, that's scary that you were on water. Yeah, I remember one time I was in downtown LA and I parked my car in this garage and I went to this club, and the reason why I went to the club was it was advertised as the biggest MILF bar in LA. It just won some award, and it was this rooftop bar with a pool, and it was really fun. And when it was done, I I got out and I couldn't remember exactly which parking garage I had parked in, and my cell phone was about to die, and I kept like walking around and like to the point where my cell phone was gonna die. I didn't have any GPS left, and I needed to get to my car. And then this guy like started following me. I was really dressed up, and this guy started following me, and I was in like dress shoes, and he was like some homeless guy, and he was really mean to me. He was like yelling the N word at me, and um, and I remember like I'm like I have to just walk, or like this guy's like gaining ground on me, but I don't want to just take off running because if I do, he's going to take off running, and then it's just slippery, and I don't know if I'm gonna. It's just like it's going to be him or me basically, and so I remember I was like near this bank building downtown, and I thought to myself, if I turn the corner here, the second that I turn the corner, I'm just going to take off running. And I did. And when I did that, I looked behind me, and the guy didn't realize that I had taken off running. And then he started to take off running after me, but I was already like a block away, and I had lost him. Oh, there's another time I got lost too. I'll say that one in a second. And then I still couldn't find my car, and I kept looking and looking, looking. It took me like I don't know, an hour or 2 hours to find it, and I finally found it. And yeah, like downtown LA is a fucking wild place. This other time, this wasn't. I didn't get lost, but I was in my friend's wedding. He had this big, beautiful wedding downtown LA at the like near the Biltmore Hotel, and I had parked at the Biltmore Hotel. And he had gotten um, he had like the honeymoon suite there, and I had helped like I had stayed till the end of the wedding, and it was just this huge Orthodox wedding. It was beautiful, and I went to go get my car when it was done, not knowing that they locked the parking garage after like 10 p.m. And when I got there, I'm like, there's nobody to help me. And I was like locked in, and I had to get to work the next day. Fortunately, somebody was at the gate and was like, they let me out. Okay, so one other time, I was in downtown Santa Monica, and this one's on camera. It's on a GoPro. And I parked on 6th Street, which is like the big promenade there, and or 2nd Street, I should say. And trying to think what I was doing there. I think I was just going. I would do all kinds of like videos at Santa Monica Pier. I did a bunch of them because they had like a Ferris wheel and some other stuff, and it's just a really cool place to go. And so I'm on camera. I do all kinds of stuff on a GoPro, and then when I was done, I go to get my car, and I didn't realize that all of the parking garages kind of all look the same, and I could not find my car, and this guy was yelling at me, like just yelling at me, like he was yelling both the N word at me and yelling Jew at me, or the K word or something like that. I remember it was on camera, and I was like, what is going on? Why is this guy so pissed off at me? I didn't do anything to him. Like, he's across the street. He's just screaming at people. And he was just somebody who had lost it. Anyway, I finally found my car. Oh, but the first story that I have, the way that I found my car, Do you know what a tile is? It's like a thing that you can put on your keys in case you lose them. Yeah, it's like an AirTag, but it's like it was before AirTags existed.
Yeah, I just had somebody's tile to their keys to their car when I was on a little almost run myself here. I turned him into the police because I didn't even know what car he went to.
Very well, very nice. So I couldn't.
Coordinates to your key?
Well, basically, there's an app on your phone, and it would tell you where the tile was. And I had an extra tile that I just had in my car, and it showed up, and it allowed me to find where I was. And I was way far away, and so fortunately, I got that done. And yeah, those have been like the big times that trying to think of any other time that I've been really lost. Um, not not like really badly. One other time I was in downtown LA. I get lost in downtown LA because it's big, and usually like when I've been doing it or when I would do it, like I'd be on camera and I wouldn't be necessarily paying attention to what I was saying or whatever. And
Where you park?
well, the last time I did, like the story I'm telling now, I did. But I was trying to find Olive Street, like the where not just Olive Street, but where Olive Street began, and I was able to find it, but it took me a little bit of footwork to do that. But and I remember saying on camera, like it's one of those things where you're lost, but you eventually find your way. It's just a matter of time, and not to worry and not to panic or anything. And that one was during the day, so it wasn't too big a deal. Go ahead. What's your story?
I was freaking out one time, like low key, because I was in Vancouver and I decided it'd be a good time to consume LSD, but I parked my car. I even took a screenshot of where I parked, like what street I was on. I dropped the tab, and then I go out like exploring or whatever, and then I'm trying to find my way back to my car to just like grab something. I was super high, and the screenshot I have like was like so zoomed in that I was like I couldn't like zoom out of the screenshot, and I guess I was like I was too stupid to figure out how to type in the name of the street or something. Or I was basically in like this. I had like this horrible realization. Where I'm just like, there's like 10 million streets with like a bazillion cars. And I'm never gonna find my car. Like the odds of me just stumbling across my car, just walking around here without any direction, are like nothing. And I had like a panic attack here a little bit, trying desperately to like figure out where the hell I was so I could find my car. It took me quite a while to finally find out where the car was.
I'm glad you did.
Also, what happened in that is that there was this, as I'm looking for my car, I believe, there was like this Asian family, and they were driving this electric vehicle, and the electric vehicle, when you put it in reverse, just made like the weirdest, like loud reverse sound that just like, there's like some weird like McDonald's beeper type of sound, and I just like remember thinking like, well, first off, they like barely knew how to drive, since I wanted to videotape it so bad because it was so funny to me. But they're like putting their car in reverse for like freaking like 30 seconds, trying to like parallel park or something, and then they'd like screw up, and then they put it in reverse again for like another 30 seconds, and it just kept like repeating with like this really annoying reverse sound. I cannot. I'm never gonna buy a car that makes annoying sounds.
Word, I can see that. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
approaching the gas station doors, walked by, said, "Hola, Poppy." So I said that he's, I said, "Are you a girl?" No, I said, "Hey, you boy, princess, are you a girl?" "No, you're not." And I don't even remember what else I said. But that shit was weird to me. Like, I thought that was appropriate to say, please don't talk to this heterosexual male this way, because look, I'm right here. Like, are you saying that that doesn't make any sense. Okay, so, anyways, I told the person that, and then, like, I was being racist, and they're light-skinned, so I told them that they were a white boy and not a white girl. So, then my partner's like, what's all that about? And I'm like, dude just fucking hollered at you, and I told him that, like, the fuck, like, don't be showing that gay card out here right now in front of me, when obviously I exist right here in this place. Like, that was weird as fuck, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I got fucking reprimanded for that, talking about, oh, you're always blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, you mean to tell me that somebody could just come up to me and say something? No, exactly. You're gonna fucking check them. So I can't do it? That shit didn't make no sense to me, but I'm glad it's fucking over and that I'm not fighting about you're not fucking gay. But whatever, this doesn't, it's over. But you know what? There was another Hispanic man right at the front of the gas station, and when the dude hollered, he had fucking walked by. That's when I was like, "Hey, you!" And the other Hispanic man, I then spoke to him in English and said, "That is not appropriate behavior for the city. You saw that, and you know that's not right. Like, I don't know what the fuck you think this is." He didn't even say anything because he knew that shit was weird. Come on now, like, I mean, maybe, but like, this isn't a YouTube video. I don't know what I'm gonna be going on.
Why you doing this gender then?
Nah, this man in Spanish asked my partner, which is a man because I'm heterosexual, he said, "Hey, Papi." He said, "Hola, Papi." And I said, "Hey, boy, princess, what the fuck?" Like, I was trying to tell him that, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, you cannot just be doing that right now. That's gross. So I told him that the only people that should be calling him dad is his kids. If you want some man on the street calling you dad, I didn't think so. And if you do, if they came up to you and said, "Hey, daddy," like, you're gonna just take that? I don't think so. I think you're gonna feel like it's weird. So I'm telling you what happened. It was weird. And that's why I acted that way. Like, that's also why that dude that I fucking said in plain English that you fucking heard, that shit's not appropriate. You saw what just happened, sir. Obviously, if I'm fucking crazy, maybe he would have said, "No, crazy bitch, I didn't see nothing." Or, maybe he would have said in Spanish that he don't know what's going on, or he knew what the, listen, I'm not a boy, you know what I'm saying? But I am a boy, but I'm not a boy. I'm pretty sure I look like a girl. So I don't know what's wrong here. Something is wrong here, right? Do I look like a boy? No, right? So who was that man disrespecting? I don't know, but that was disrespectful, right? Okay. Thank you.
What up, Pim? No, I refuse. I refuse.
Why do you have to?
I'll play you in Carom. Absolutely not. Nope. I already told you, it takes too much out of me.
Why? I don't agree. I disagree.
That's cool.
It takes, you don't have, we're going to get rid of all your notions that you need to expel. I've been playing chess for a while. You don't have to, do
Dog. Doug, it's a mentally draining game.
Kala is more.
Okay.
I'll play with you later. Play with me. Play chess with me and be my friend.
Okay, play with.
Because I like to play cards.
I'll gladly accept that because I'm not like clinically insane. No offense to the clinically insane. The rationalization for recipes and checks. I don't believe that.
Okay, send her an invite, dog.
Oh, yeah, you're going to send me an invite or what?
No, you have to do it.
Do I have here? Are not here? What's here? Like here?
It's okay.
No further technology.
Okay.
Right. Oh,
I don't have yet.
okay, no, I'm trying to tell you that. Ready? It's GALESETLE 23.
Settled.
L? Okay. Here we go.
Underscore right.
I'm sitting in one of them right now. Austin, Texas. It's trash. It's classless. It's classless trash, everybody. It's not cool. Everyone's like, watch with the Austin. The comedy scene's huge here. Like, sure. The city itself is not cool. I'm not saying it's a violent thing. I'm saying it's actively unhealthy. I live in New York City, one of the coolest towns. There's also plenty of others. Mexico City, Red Liver, all cool in Austin, Texas. And the world right now. It seems cool, and my day too. Like, there are a lot of 9-year-old boys selling Viagra at 3 a.m. I don't think I'm comfortable with the darkness of this town. So, like, I'm afraid. Get straight to check out. Enjoy your life.
What do you even do?
That's much better. I'm just saying there's an ability.
So we didn't want to learn?
That's 10 seconds. To go 2 seconds.
You can play again.
You describe that experience.
Yeah, Domino's. Peace out,
Do
big
I
dog.
have your consent? Do I have your consent to organize the world's largest human centipede?
Only a gay world. Only a gay world.
No, that's going to be impossible.
Nothing's impossible at gay world, dog.
It's happy world, dog.
It's gay world. It was happy world, and they renamed it to gay world.
Well, the OG happy worlders still call it happy world.
Well, the OG gay people still call it happy world as well.
You probably would love to go to Europe.
Dog, before you go, I have a really great idea for a theme park. You pick park.
Wait, say it again?
You pick park. It's like made of igloos and stuff.
Wait, it's like what?
It's made of igloos. The Yupik people. That's a brilliant idea that I had. It could save 10,000 lives a year. Doug, it could save 10,000 lives a year. You pick toothpick. Or the Inuit land. Inuit land and Yupik Park. Oh, a Newfie world. It just should be Newfie world. No, it should be called Newfie Land because it's like Newfoundland, but it's Newfie Land. Why didn't you say it? Yeah, I did. Good. Glad. I'm glad. What other kind of... There should be a mayor... What do you call those people from New Zealand? The Maora? No, those are real people. Or those are real people. Maora are real people too. No, the native New Zealanders. The Maori people. Maori Playori. No, that's for Singapore. That's Gay World. No, that's only for gay Maori people who choose to travel to Singapore. Well, now you know.
My friend just sent me a picture of a cruise ship. No, not a net site.
It's a death trap.
Overboardable cruise ship. Selling cow kidney. Features that you add to a cruise ship.
Helicopter pad.
My brother went on one with like water slides that go over the ocean and like a go-kart track.
That's baller. Helicopters. Drone racing. All right, you want to hear a funny joke? Do you want to hear a funny joke?
Yeah.
All right, so I want to preface this by saying my uncle, R.I.P. of blessed memory, he never cheated on my aunt, and nor would he ever. They were married like almost 50 years or something. Anyway, but my parents were on a cruise with my aunt and uncle, and they were watching this person who was shooting skeet. Do you know what skeet is? With those like clay skeets I'm talking about. And my uncle said, "Man, I wouldn't mind sleeping with that guy's wife." And everybody looked at him like, "Why would you say something like that?" And he goes, "Because look, he's a terrible shot."
Did you have skeet shooting to the cruise ship activities?
Yeah, I mean, it was on ones that my parents were on. Yeah, you would be on the side of the cruise ship, and they just throw those clay things into the water, and then you just shoot them. Probably don't do the liability, son.
I'm not hearing many cruise ship ideas.
I gave you one, dude.
I haven't heard one in the last 5 seconds. Oh, golf? You go golfing and you just whack the balls into the water, but they have floating balls, so obviously it can be retrieved, and then you have a glow in the dark
I like it.
Why do you think that there's not a lot of pirating that happens in first world countries? Because there's bank robberies in first world countries all the time, and there's criminal organizations that steal cars, do all kinds of crazy shit. So you don't hear stories.
Is that isn't it like a whole different law? Like maybe there's like sea news.
My point is like there's enough guns and criminals in boats, cruise ships, and vessels to take a pirate cruise ship, but why aren't cruise ships being taken hostage in the first
Do you
world?
commercialize being a pirate and just advertise that you're a pirate and like not to come into the pirate waters? And then like I'm sure that people would just to see what would happen, but after you already advertised for them not to, then you could just steal their stuff.
Whatever you do,
I'm pretty sure that's possible.
you got to have that little flag, the Jolly Roger. That's like international sign that you're a real pirate. Like if you don't have that, that's why I never took the Somali pirates seriously. They didn't have that flag.
And you have to put it upside down so that other pirates think that you need help and they'll come to your aid, and then you could actually just make them subordinate to you.
Whatever floats your boat. Pun. So you're asking why don't people take over cruise ships? Is that your question?
Yeah, people rob banks, but no one's trying to take a cruise ship hostage.
Dude, how are you going to get up there?
And that's like ladder. Do you know how many people there are on there that could call for
They have guns.
It's like, that's a great idea.
No. Like the vessels that Somalian pirates take over, they like the people in those waters literally have like explosive cannons and RPGs and stuff.
Right.
Civilian cruise ships do not have any like barbed wire around the thing. It would be very easy to hop on.
They have guns. They have security, armed security that will kill you.
Yeah, right. I bet they fucking have never even had security. They're not expecting this shit. Trust me.
They definitely don't have adequate security on board civilian. Definitely not in Canada. I've never seen big armed person.
Well, most of them. And let as many as can fit on the lifeboats, get onto the lifeboats and kill. Never mind. I'm not going to be specific.
All right, so what are you going to do? Steal people's traveler's checks?
It's very simple. You get a bunch of people, on board. This is not a tutorial for the record. Please don't. I'm never going to do this. Actually, I probably...
Always wear pearl necklaces and prove that it's this all finger.
No, when you get on board, get guns, you do Captain Phillips, this is my cruise ship now. And I mean, it would be difficult probably to control people, but there's so many of them.
Dude, there are 2,000 people.
You're slicing their necks as they're coming at you. What are you talking about? They're fucking already trying to plan the getaway. You're selectively slicing who you want to slice and dice. What are you talking about? Guess who's coming at you? The ones you want to slice, right? Okay, so like, what's the slice? What are you talking about? What?
I don't know what the hell you're saying right now.
Nigga, you're acting like, what is your question? Because you're giving like, I'm telling you exactly what's gonna happen and how.
Do you think that people on the cruise ship are just gonna come, like you have AK-47s and Kalashnikovs and you think you're gonna come at you with like butter knife? They're gonna warm you with the butter knife from the buffet, is what you're saying.
No, you're a pirate. If you're a pirate, why would you come unarmed looking for a weapon there?
I didn't say that. I said they onboard the cruise ship with guns and take over the captain's room and have hostages.
That shit. You really think that that's what the fuck they're armed with? Yeah, maybe. Like, what the fuck? Are you fucking insane? Do you not know how to? Like, you have like, are you retarded? You have to stealth mode.
Come on with pistols.
And fucking people from all angles. You'll have to go kill the motherfucking people that's driving the ship, first of all. That way you kill the head of communication. And ain't nobody gonna tell nobody about what's going on. And then you'll go see what this motherfucker got the sails, right? That's what we're next. Yeah, that is.
You don't go aboard and instantly start.
And they're all gonna live? They're all gonna live, or are you putting certain ones out of their misery because they're gonna kill you? Are you? That's your question. What are you gonna do when they try to kill you? Try to steal from them. You're gonna kill them first. That's what you're gonna do. What?
I don't think you understand what you do with hostages. You don't kill them instantly, and you don't steal from the hostages.
I think we were just killing
hostages. You say to like the hostage negotiator, we're gonna start killing people.
No, that's how you get caught. You got a bank account to send that shit to? What? What are we gonna tell them to bring us the money?
Being with cash in the train tunnel.
Right, yeah, they're just gonna come with the cash and not with the plan. Right?
I mean, if they don't want their hostages to die.
The thing is, let's say you get on. Okay, so let's say you rob the entire ship of all of its jewels and all of its money. You still have to get on your government's going to have the Navy after you and like the Air Force, and they're going to kill you.
Well, that's why.
Not true. That's not true.
What? Okay, so that they even care. I don't think that's what they're out there doing.
There's like the Coast Guard as well.
They got. Okay, besides in like these places that are right off the land, you're telling me they just got. Like, I know what you're talking about, but like, you know, maybe if you're like, they're gonna look for you the second time, but it is possible to have. It has to happen quickly. You're not like, what are you talking about? Taking hostages, that shit doesn't make any motherfucking sense. None of it does.
Have you not seen Captain Phillips? Have you never seen Captain Phillips?
But that was in Somalia.
Yeah, but the same rules apply to here.
The thing is, the United States government does not have like as many ships at sea in Somalia as it does near the United States coast.
So it's actually, I mean, it is a terrible idea.
Have you seen the movie with Denzel Washington? It's like a bank robbing movie.
It was great to catch.
It's called Inside Man. Basically, they had the guy hide in the bank and then walk out as like a regular prison officer. You could like basically have someone that like stays on board the cruise ship or buys tickets that they're a legal passenger and then somehow escapes with the money. Where the money is sent to a you take hostages with you on your escape craft or something. There's ways to get out.
We have a new friend.
We're trying to track people.
What up, Morph Retro?
You'd be the worst.
Hi, everyone.
Your plan was to go on the cruise ship and just start immediately killing the captain. That's gonna get you shotted.
What are you talking about? Just don't dress like a pirate. Yes, hi, Rabbi.
Hello, how are you?
Riser. I'm good. I just wanted to update you that the post we made on Craigslist was deleted anyway because it's flagged. And I haven't yet to do anything further, and I don't think I will be in that apartment. But I just wanted to say hello.
Okay.
And just let you know that Craigslist doesn't like what we did.
That's okay, no big deal.
Well, you know, Craigslist should just... Craigslist doesn't have a personality.
It used to. All right,
Yeah,
well,
it's okay.
what?
I changed my mind on looking for that anyway.
Okay. All right.
How are you guys doing? What's going on? Trivia?
Riser, tell her what you were talking about. Riser asked the question, why is it that pirates are seemingly common, like outside of the Western world, but in the Western world they're very rare? And then Riser went into a diatribe on how he would take over a cruise ship. Is this correct, Riser? Riser. Riser.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that is correct. Riser, what happened to you? Okay. Well, Morph Retro, this is my friend Audie. Audie, this is my friend Morph Retro. Hey, there he is. Riser, do you agree with that assessment? Okay.
Nice to meet you.
So what did you post on Craigslist? More retro when people ask you questions.
Don't you do that.
Sorry.
Don't you do that.
I usually go listen as a, did you ask me something? Just listen as a, you know what, just listen as an apartment. And, you mean square feet of the room? Yeah. The room that I'm in is 12 by 12. Is that what you want to know? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the room that I'm in is about 12 by 12. Maybe, no, actually, maybe 10 by 10. 11 by 11. maybe I'm alone in it, and I would like to travel somewhere else. What about your rooms? What are your rooms like? Expansive. That's good. They're circular, bro. I mean, gal. Circular. Circular. What? They're circular. Two of them are circular. Go me?
You're in the circular.
Sorry, you're not a dog.
You're in a circular. You're in the circular room. Did I hear that you're in a circular room?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're talking to me or not, because I feel like you're in like a different conversation or something.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I'm only talking to you. Oh, okay. It's more rectangular type of room. Yeah. Describe it more. It's white walls, and it's in Wichita, Kansas. And right now I have a few items that are halfway packed and halfway not packed. And I'm sleep like it has wood floors, so there's no carpet, so that's fantastic. I hate carpet. But it's a temporary location for me. So yeah. Why do you hate carpet? Like area rugs are fine, you know what I mean? But I hate carpet because the traffic within it, crumbs, things of that nature, it's hard to pick up, but you can actually pick carpet up. You can actually clean underneath it better. Like an area rug, right? You can clean those a lot easier. It's basically hygiene. I don't mind area rugs, but I would rather have a clean floor rather than the carpet where there's stains, and then if you get the scrubber thing, it's not really efficient. I would just prefer hardwood floors. With area rugs that you replace every so often, but just easier to clean for crumbs and cats and things of that nature, right? It's a hygiene thing. Hi, Alexander. What's your favorite color? Me, I like black and I like gray. They're not colors? Okay, then red. Pick another one. If it's not red, I like purple. Right. And what's the next one? I don't really have. I guess blue is okay, depending on blue. But I like transparent things, black things, gray things. And then red, I like the color red. And then purple. What about you? Orange. Gold. Those are pretty colors.
What's your favorite color? You answer transparent. The most transparent you can see, but there's a slight shade of you can't even tell it.
Yeah, I work retro. That's what I do. I'm just complex. Retro causality and morphological proof. Here we go. Right. What the fuck is that? What's your favorite color? Like English for somebody like me to understand a little bit less. I don't know what someone like you. I don't know what someone. Yeah, I do talk fast. I apologize. my name is Morph Retro on here, and it stands for like morphological freedom, which is a civic right that's proposed to allow individuals to have the freedom to modify their bodies or reject any modification to their bodies. And then retrocausality is actually like a time thing. It's going backwards in time. Okay, cool. But,
kind of body modification.
Exactly. Is that a question for Audie? No, it's actually you're not allowed to. I mean, you can, but it's real fucking weird, actually.
Calm down, Audie. Audie, you need to be nice to our guests. And look, I don't have to teach you guys how to speak nicely to each other. Riser asked the question basically along the lines of it that name is not that clear. So what can you elaborate on the retro aspect of your username?
Yeah. So retro, I chose it to be retrocausality. If you want to Google the term, you can, but it's just a theory, kind of like a theory in time, where you go backwards. Time, like things that happen in the past have been affected by the future, instead of like things in the past affecting the present. It's instead the future things affect the past. So it's like retrocausality. And there are theories if you want to go into it deeper. I like the terms, but I don't clearly debate very much on them. But it's a lovely topic to get into. If you guys want to get into it, I'd love to listen. What the hell? Hard to be wrong. I guess I did something wrong, but I'm pretty sure you would have told me if I hurt your feelings. Wouldn't you have?
Yeah, you're fine. Just don't be mean and be respectful of everyone, and you'll be fine.
Not being mean.
Okay. Okay.
What constitutes like modifying the body? You're saying certain tattoos are
Yeah, modification of one's body would be just about anything as long as it's informed consent. But in terms of morphological freedom, they're addressing the medical industry pretty much. Like if you want to get a tattoo, yeah, go ahead. But it's basically being able to deny vaccination, or being able to create your own vaccination based upon your own immune system and DNA. There's individuals that do use their own lives to do those types of things. And sometimes the medical industry will frown upon such individuals, like the biotechnology, like citizen science and things of that nature. I think people should have the ability to modify themselves or deny any treatment, including resuscitation, or they want to be maybe uploaded to a computer or composted, after death or even living. I think of course, it's not like, oh, we're all going to pay for it, you know what I mean? But there's insurance companies and what doctors can and cannot do. And sometimes they call it self-harm, and they're controlled, kind of, and they restrict what our options are. Whether it's transgender or trying to do solo IVG, which is like a procreation thing for females, they can get pregnant in a different type of way instead of the natural way. I think we should open the doors to those types of treatments, options, right? Whether you want, if you think it's wrong, then don't do it. If I don't think it's wrong and I want to pursue it, I should be able to without your opinion in my brain. You know what I mean? Type of thing. most of it is the bare minimum, just being able to reject vaccination or get vaccinated, in your own way. Okay. Does that help?
Absolutely. How long have you known Rabbi?
I don't know, Rabbi. What was it? April? February? It might have been February.
Yeah,
February or March.
It's been like 6.
It had to be February.
It's been like 5 or 6 months. We met on Twitter Spaces. She was hosting a Twitter Space, and I went in there and I gave her my spiel, and we connected, being transhumanists, and the rest is history.
And what about you guys? How long have you known Rabbi? I don't know, Rabbi.
For Audie, it's been like 6 months or so, and for Riser, it's been like a year.
I don't know who you are at all.
Still host floor space?
Yeah, I'm currently in one, and I've been in one since February 14th. What'd you say about being glitchy?
Is that a question for me or him?
That was for me.
That was for...
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, I apologize. You're absolutely right. It wasn't for me.
He's everywhere. Rabbi's everywhere. I'm actually going to start doing a podcast thing in the next couple of weeks here with one of my friends that I met recently. It's going to be about basically a lot of topics about self-love and loving others in the adult arena. And we might be doing a podcast on that type of stuff. But I didn't do anything too professional. Most of my things were think tanks for like fringe science and technology. There was a time where everybody's freaked out about AI and automation. And I've been in the topic of transhumanism and posthumanism like all my life. I've followed the stuff. I feel like I'm part of the coined terms, although I may not have enough funds to live the way I want. I do support everything that a lot of these innovations stand for. So I used to kind of help guide the perspective on, whether or not it's going to be evil, and try to turn the conversation into whether or not it's going to be good or evil. The Pandora box is open, so we may as well keep innovating, because good guys versus bad guys, the big brother. It's a tool, basically, and it may or may not become sentient, and your child may or may not grow up to be an asshole or be a savior of humankind, right? We just have to take that gamble, because we've already the door and fitting ourselves now, right? So I'm coming from a place of humans aren't the last step of evolution to me, and we're kind of prototypes of nature, and technology is nature. So I kind of come at it with that stance, and I know a lot of people are scared, so I would jump in sometimes to just give my little opinion or whatever, and update on like AI and lawsuits happening with it, and progress with like artificial womb and things of that nature. So I'm really into the topic. Birds. I'm all for government birds or even citizen science birds. Open robotics or citizen science. If you want to make your own bird, make your own bird. Either way. And then there'll be a bird to spy on your bird, and who's watching and watching and watching. do you feel about government bird? I love him. I got a government bird. He's been my government bird for 2 fucking weeks. His name is 31N, and I call him Zoo Bird. And I go, Zoo Bird, that's you, bird. And he stares at me while I'm saying it, and he knows. And I tell him that he's different than all the birds. Look around. Does anybody else have the tag on him? Anyways, how do I get to the 9-digit code without killing him? I'm going to have to become real good friends with him. I don't know if I could do it, but I sure am going to try while I'm here, and I hope that I have enough time in this park. I'm going to come back to this park, to my zoo bird. That's you, bird. I love that bird so much. I've been feeding them by the hand, and they love it. They're so social.
What is a government bird?
You know, the government research birds.
They're just They're just giving these things out as pets?
Well, like, I think she might be referring to the birds that may not be real, but they spy on civilians. Well, maybe. Actually, I'm not sure, but he seemed like a real bird to me, actually. 100%. He could have had a camera in my balls, but I didn't think about it. But, like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I know how birds act. And yeah, you know, so I strategically put, like, all the food right next to my feet so the pigeons, they're comfortable stepping on me and stuff. And I crouch down right next to all of them. I just sit for a little bit so the pigeons sit. The geese, anyways, yeah, they eat straight out the hand. I've been teaching them manners and not to bite each other. And now the geese come and they eat out my hand. So the government bird that I call Zoo Bird, that's his name. Zoo Bird, when I was feeding them today, I was giving them out my hand. I see Zoo Bird come up, and I was like, Zoo Bird, you're social. Like, you know about humans, come get this food. And I noticed that a lot of the geese, you know, they need a little bit of coaxing to get it out of your hand. And as you know, they're not afraid of people because they will go on attack mode and hiss. I told them they're not allowed to hiss, that is inappropriate. I said, birds don't hiss. The zoo bird, sure enough, man, like, I know the personality of the science bird when I see it. This boy was so social. He was like, he grabbed it right away. He was a little skinny because I think that maybe, I'm not sure. He might have just been made that way. I don't want to confront him. But I love him. So anyway, I took some pictures of him. I put it on the database. I got my receipt, and I'm waiting to hear about his life story. I'm waiting to hear about where he's been, where he came from, who tagged him. And it says that, but it's really confusing on the website because it says he has to get the 9-digit code, and like it's on their foot. And so I saw him again later while I was speaking at more food, and that's when I was telling him, Zoo Bird, that's you, bird. And that's when I was like, you know, telling him he's different and shit. And then, and I told him that we're gonna have to become friends, and that I'm like not gonna hurt him because I had to get to his tag so I can see his 9-digit code. But on the website, they have all the options of how you found the bird, and there's like all of these options for poaching. And I'm like, I just knew there was gonna be a live option. So then in the comments, they let you say whatever you want, and I said that I let him know that he's part of the social class over here at the park, and he's been eating for me, and I'm gonna take good care of him. I also learned they're not supposed to be eating bread. I think I knew that, but like nobody's supposed to eat bread. I already said that. I already said a lot of this, but at least I'm actually saying it not to a government bird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm 100% serious. I got the receipt from the email. Let me start reading this shit right now. Okay, watch. My phone is trying.
I believe you.
Okay, yeah. You sure you don't? Now it says it's an auxiliary marker, which is very interesting. I just noticed that. It says it's not a federal band. So what does that mean? He's a municipal bird? That's kind of hard to say. I think that means he's my bird. I could just give him my social security number, then that way they just have the number. No, I have to get his actual. They ask the latitude and longitude that you fucking found the bird at. Do you or do you not want me to read you the email?
Yeah, go for it. No, read it.
Okay. It says, first of all, I spelled my name wrong. Dear Autumn Purrs, thank you for submitting your encounter information for a bird with a marker. The fact that you have received this email confirms that we have your data in our database. Information you entered about your band/bird. Federal band number, nothing listed. That's when I learned about it. Marker info, neck collar, 31N is his number, and it's black on white because they're talking about different research projects with the different colors. I haven't seen these other colors in a long time, but I remember seeing spray painted pink and blue collars before on these birds. Anyways, it lists the species. It said it was a goose. I don't know any further information on that.
It's a goose?
Yeah, it was goose. It says how obtained, saw or photographed, neck collar, blah, blah, blah. It's not a federal ban while bird was free. Status of bird/band. Alive, released, left on bird. Remarks. I have been feeding this bird cereal and bread in Humboldt Park for about 2 weeks. He has the routine of the social class of the local geese. Today he allowed me to hand feed him. I will protect this bird. Has a date of recovery, location of recovery with coordinates of latitude and longitude, 3.5 miles north from Lake Fort Logan County, blah, blah, blah. Okay. All about you. The reporter of this encounter was the person who encountered the bird or band, or someone who reported it on behalf of the finder. It lists my contact information. There is no need to respond to this email. If you have any questions or comments or changes, please send an email to blah, blah, blah. Be sure to include the marker reference ID from this email and any necessary details. As you probably know, these markers are used by researchers to address many questions regarding bird movements and other aspects of their life history. They enable researchers to track movements of individual banded birds without the need to recapture them. The banding and color marking of birds is conducted by a variety of researchers, some with state, federal, NGO, or university affiliations. Our office authorizes these projects, but is not directly involved in them. We receive thousands of these reports each year and attempt to respond to the citizens with information on each. However, due to various reasons, we are often not able to. Each bird with a color marker is also wearing a federal life band, which bears a 9-digit number that is the code by which we ultimately store our data. There are 2 possible responses to these reports. 1, we'll be able to match the marker to an individual bird by life band number. Yeah, they're looking for heads and feet. Oh my god! Oh god! I'm sorry. And as you're saying information into our database, we're saying a certificate that will give you all the band information. We will be able to match the marker to a bander, but not an individual bird, in which case we will contact the bander asking him or her to explain the nature of the project and what they have learned from the marking. We can, oh god, people are killing these birds for sport here, aren't they? Oh, is that poaching in Illinois? Come on. Oh, we're where was I at? We cannot predict or control the nature of the response you will get from the bander, although we do make them aware that color marking authorizations carry with them an obligation to respond to the public. Many color marking projects are designed to study only local movements, and the bander may not be interested in reports from afar. Because there can be several steps involved in resolving these reports, the process may take a long while. Please do not report the marker a second time. Yeah, right.
Report that marker. They want the data. You give them that data.
Right? Come on, don't tell me what not to do. Because you know that's how I work. If we were unable to match the marker you reported, we will notify you by email. This is unfortunately a common outcome due to the fact that colors fade, markers fall off, codes are misread, and birds are killed. I did that part. Your interest in collaboration agents. I greatly appreciate it. Thanks. U.S. Geological Survey Eastern Ecological Science Center at the Patuxent Research Refuge Bird Banding Laboratory. That has a link to their website and BBL.
They not reach the character limit of the email? Wait, so it's not like a fully electronic government bird, it's like they put a...
There's no way to tell. It looked pretty fucking real to me though. That'd be good money for that bird.
So what do you think it was? Like, do you think it's a real bird with like a collar on it that was like possibly filming you and recording you? Or was it
It acted like a completely regular bird. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it was. But, you know, after hearing that birds might not be real, you know, and about the ability to have two wings birds, I've always questioned it. But I'm a bird person. I know exactly what these birds do.
I mean, that's spooky. What was like the ID number or something? Like, did they just contact you out of the blue with like the ID number, or did you speak out?
No, it's on his neck.
They just contacted you out of the blue?
No. No, what do you mean? I know this bird.
So how did they email people?
Oh, because I fucking said. Because I looked it up and there's like, hey, if you want to report a bird you've seen and add to its research, then here's the website. So then I did that, and then they give me my email receipt where I learn more information about what they're doing, but not yet about my bird. But it looks like you only get to know what happens when the bird is out, and that's kind of fucked up to me because how are you telling me that you can't trace back? You can't. What I read in the email was that based off of my half information, I'm not allowed to know who this bird is. I have to either kill him to get to his 9-digit code, or I have to make him look, you know? And he's a fucking bird. So, like, what kind of fucking experiment is this? You know what I'm saying? Like, at that point, I'm just gonna own the bird. I know what I talked to him about today. I told him that did he even really want that color? This shit looks like he don't want it on.
What color was it?
You're talking to him, eating the bird today, too?
Yeah, I talked to him twice today. And you know what? We'll tell you something. With the pigeons, there's this one pigeon around here, and he is white and light brown. He looks so out of place. He must be a hybrid of sorts. He is so beautiful. His name is... He doesn't have a name. His name is Beautiful. He's so fucking beautiful. Anyways, he stands out from all the other pigeons, and I apologize, but I don't have time to name all the pigeons. You know what I mean? This is a lot of fucking birds out here. So I told him a couple days ago, where's the brown and white pigeon? You know, he looks different than you guys, but like, he is a pigeon for sure. Bring him back to me because I've been seeing him and he's beautiful and I want to see him again. They didn't listen to me at all yesterday, but I saw him today. Yeah, and that was the second time that I was out there talking to my fucking birds. And they love me.
I love this story.
it's really romantic, isn't it? I have to become friends with him, and then I'm going to cut his collar off, and then get his coat. I have to be able to hold him. That's like, so what I can like, this is actually impossible. Like, this could take a whole fucking year. I don't think I have that much fucking time. But, you know what I'm saying? And there's no pay for it. So it's like, as much as I want to, like, maybe it's just, maybe it'll be fine. Maybe it's a girl. Who fucking knows? I just assume they're all boys. I just call them all boys. I call them my boys. Every once in a while I say, hey, girl. I like to sing to them. But I feel like, you know, I never felt disrespectful when somebody referred to me in a group as guys, you know. I feel like as animals, they can take that extra. Thanks so much for listening. Yeah, I love birds so much. I really hope, you know, I'll say it's a lot of progress. You know, since it's like 2 days ago, I was like, let me see if I can get one to eat out of my hand. And once one of them did, I was like, oh yeah, I used to feed them out of my hand when I was a kid. But I think that's just because, like, okay, I remember what I would do. What I would do is I would stand out like a fucking scarecrow. And I would just stand there. And, like, I think because I was, like, short enough, they, like, eventually approach me and shit. But as an adult, to talk to them, to, like, coax them into it, they get very afraid. Like, sometimes I just open the car door and I start feeding them right near the car. It's like, I need them to know exactly who I am. Like, even what car I come from. So, I swear to God, I think they know already. But, I forgot what the fuck I was saying besides I love these birds and squirrels. And they love me too. And I don't know if I had the time to feed all of their mom. Or enough money to, like, feed all of them. But they sure are cute, I'll tell you that much. And, it's like, it's my passion, but it's not, you know what I'm saying? Because where's the money? Where's the money in this? I mean, like, it is, but, like, it can't sustain me, you know what I'm saying? This can't sustain me, so it's gonna have to become a hobby. It's gonna have to become a hobby. I fantasize about it. Let me tell you about the seagulls now. So, when I got, when my fucking partner took me to the homeless shelter right before I was on a bar order, and I was on a little city trek. First of all, a lot of this stuff doesn't make any sense. I decided I'm not gonna wear shoes. I fucking left my shoes, and I'm walking around with no shoes. Okay, whatever. I'm walking around with this homeless man, right? Now, come upon. First of all, I had no shoes. I'll leave it at this story. Alright, to the seagulls, right? We got pizza, bro. And now I'm fucking like, honestly, it was magical. It was magical. Like, this guy just kept complaining about food, and I'm like, not even caring. Because I'm just like, don't even know what the fuck is going on. He took me off my schedule. So now I like just done it. I just like don't know. I don't know what's going on, man. After that shit happened to me, it was like last straw. So here came I'm watching with this one dude, and then there's these other 3 guys just walking with a pizza, and they're like talking about it, like I have no shoes. I look so much. My hair is all everywhere, and I have no shoes on, right? My phone's been dead, but I got it. Now, they say, do you want this pizza, right? knowing that I don't eat pizza, yes. So then, tell me, I asked him when we opened up the pizza. I said, was the pizza about to fly out of my And then we all reminisced about them commercials together for a second, laughed about it. And I said, damn, too, like, you guys must be angels or something. And you know how, you know what, I told this one dude that I liked his hair. He had some red in it. So then came a free pizza. So it's going to this homeless man that is just taking me on a fucking walk throughout whatever expertise is for the fucking day. And he's like, do you want this? And I'm like, no. And like, he just eats the whole and he keeps offering it to me, and I'm like, no, like, I'm like, don't want it. Like, I can see that, like, you're hungry, bro. Like, I'm really just like, oh my god. So then, I'm like, you know what? Just say me the crust. That's my favorite. I didn't eat a single one of them. There was a bunch of seagulls waiting to eat, right? They were coming up on us. We're in the downtown Chicago, and there was a bank with a fucking black metal fence with you know, come on now. Instead of fucking columns, that doesn't matter. Okay, so a black motherfucking fence, right? Here you were just sitting in front of the fence, watching this dude, and you're like mesmerized, like, and like you're like, wow, this is like kind of crazy to watch. Like, honestly, like, how is all of this happening right now? And then you saw that the seagulls were hungry. I mean, I saw them in this seagull. I noticed that they were waiting patiently, and I decided to talk to them. And they were starting to approach us kind of like an angry mob for the food, you know, and I'm like, whoa, hold on, give me some. But like, chill out, right? So there was this one seagull that was on the black fence, and he or she, I don't know, I was calling them girls because they operate differently. So I was calling them girls, and anyway, I'm like saying like, listen everybody, I don't want you to fight. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a piece for each one of you. And they were all sitting behind the fence besides this one who was like very, very like, I don't know, really wanted it, right? Was like ready to give his life for the pizza. He was not afraid of anything. So, here's what had happened. I'm listening. So I had threw some of them over the fence, and they had started fighting. So then that's when I was like, chill out. I'm going to give everybody a piece. Here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a piece on the fence for everybody. And then instead of fighting, you could all just have a piece at the same time. You know what I mean? So I counted how many birds there was, and that's when one of them stayed by the fence. And the rest, and like, I just told him, like, don't grab the ones that I'm placing on the fence while I'm doing this. You know what I mean? And then I placed one on the sidewalk, and I thought that the one closest to the fence was going to get it. But oddly enough, the largest bird came for it being the biggest piece. And I did explain to them that it was an extra piece and that they could, it's crazy. Hold on, I explained to them, watch, how after they all got their piece, they could all come and fight over this piece, right? After I just told them not to fight. Tell me why by the grace of God, made the exact right amount of pieces, right? But it just so happened that the one bird came for the piece that was like according to them. That's all. And there was no boom, I've counted 12 of them. I believe that's the number is actually 12. Then I'm telling them, like, yeah, okay, let me count you guys, right? Don't move. I'm telling them that. And I'm counting them out loud. And I said, okay, and then the one in the middle that was, like, in charge went squawk. And I was like, I seen that other bird just swooping. Don't worry, I'm going to count that one, too. And, yeah, bro, that shit was so fucking cool. So I thought about it. I did think about it. Do I love birds that much? But, like, what am I going to do? Make a YouTube channel about birds? Nobody's going to watch that shit. How am I going to make money off that shit? That's like a side project. Thanks for listening about my birds.
Why don't you make a YouTube channel?
I will in the future, but I don't have the time for that right now. Also, I don't have the ability to visit different types of birds in different areas. I'm limited to these birds. Why would I do it? There's always a reason. There's always a reason. No, I love you.
We love you as well, Audie. I'm glad that you love birds as well.
traditionalists and the Maskilim. The traditionalists were shocked that he would use such words to describe this person who just died. And the Maskilim were pleasantly surprised that he had cited this verse. In any event, the Maggid then continued and he said, but you know, this has been a rough year for us in Lithuania. 7 great Jews died this year. 7 great Tzaddikim, Gaonim. And he listed each one, and this one was from Eshishuk, and one was from Kovna, and one was from Shavli, all famous rabbis who had died in the previous 12 months. And after he listed the 7 rabbis, then he began one by one delivering eulogies for each of these 7 rabbis. I would say 10, 15-minute eulogies for every one of the 7 rabbis.
I think I see where this is going, but I can't wait.
And then, when he got to the end, he said, Mordechai, Aaron, Ginsburg as well. And he closed with closing another famous verse, as many do to this day, and many do with eulogies. Bila, Lovetz, Mocha, Hashem, Elotem, Dimon, El Kopanim, may death be removed from us entirely, forever, and so on and so forth. And he sat down. That was the eulogy that he was doing. This is incredible. Now, by the way, how do I know, how can I tell you this story? Because all those who were present would never forget this occasion, as you hear. And we have 4 or 5 different accounts. I have to tell you beforehand that the accounts have slight differences. I'm not going to spend any time on the differences. I'm just going to give you a general summary of what happened.
So again, if you want to come on this show, that we complete about things, and set the story, set the
present at the
once and for all.
funeral, this would be probably in the great synagogue of Vilna, which is where eulogies were held before, as they made their way, as it were, to the cemetery where the person would be buried. Adam McCoy Levinson, one of the greatest of all the Maskilim of all time, a great appraised and someone who moved beyond Mordechai Aaron Ginsburg and became the leader of the Maskilim, especially his own. So his name was a Cohen, Adam McCoy Levinson. So this could not have been in front of the beer. It had to be in the main synagogue, and the beer would be outside the synagogue. He got up immediately and he said he'd like to thank the Maggid of Vilna for his wonderful eulogy that he delivered, because for the first time, in the light of this delivery, for the first time in his life, he understands a series of verses in Scripture that he never understood before. And he began discussing 2 Samuel chapter 1. And 2 Samuel chapter 1, just to give you the setting, appears right after 1 Samuel. At the end of 1 Samuel, there was a major battle between the Philistines and the Israelites, and the Philistines destroyed the Israelites in this battle. And King Saul and his son Jonathan were also killed in this battle. And second book of Samuel opens with someone escaping from the battle. Turns out it was an Amalekite. I don't believe it's not important for our purposes. Someone managed to escape the battlefield and comes to David, now will be new king, to inform him about what happened at the battle of Mount Gilboa. It was a terrible battle where, unfortunately, Saul and Jonathan met their deaths. So the Hebrew verse at the beginning of check it on your own, at the beginning of Shmuel Bet, Perek Aleph, the first chapter of 2 Samuel. On the 3rd day, the end of the battle, someone managed to flee, and it says an Ish, it's a man that came, and he would be the reporter who would report to David as to what happened. That's in verse 2 of that first chapter. In verse 5, David turns to him and says, Vayomer David el Hanar HaMagid. David turns to him and he says to the one who, after he gave his report, and David turns to him, and now it says he turns not to an ish, he turns to a nar, a fool, or really a young man, who reported. Patach ish, this is what Other Macron Levinson said, Patach ish, you see him now. When he first came, he was an ish. All of the issues together, manly person. And all of a sudden, the verse says, he was a nar. And he said, the solution to that problem I first understood today, because if you look at the report that this reporter gave, what happens is David asks him, tell me, what happened? What happened in the battle? And his words are, Jews, Israelites were fleeing in all directions. Many Jews died. Many Israelites died in this battle. And by the way, Begam, Shaul, Jonathan, Nathan. And by the way, Saul and Jonathan died. I never understood. How could a man say this? How could anyone say such a thing? We just lost our entire leadership. And somehow that was, of course, that's why David, after David hears the report, David says, this is no ish, this is a nar, hamagadol. Anyone who makes what's primary secondary, and what's secondary primary is not ish, he's a nar hamagid. I thank the Maggid of Vilna for clarifying for me these verses in Scripture. And then he went on, of course, to give, that is, McCoy Levinson, a beautiful eulogy for Mordecai Army Ginsburg. And he sat down. People were very upset with what was going on here, and the Jew got up, not just a Jew, his name was Rabbi Danzig, you know who he was, the son of the famous Rabbi Abraham Danzig, the author of who was himself a member of the Morat Tzedek, as it were, in Vilna. And but the son was a businessman, a wealthy businessman, and very wise man. So as you will hear, he got up and he said, I have to get up and speak. I can't let this end with these two presentations. He said, let me tell you a parable. But we've just witnessed what we've just seen. What's been happening here? He said in Warsaw there was a Jew who did business in furs. He used to sell them in the West. And this Jew in Warsaw, who would be visiting Warsaw, this Jew in Warsaw, his best customer was another Jew in the same business in Berlin. And it happened to be that the Jew in Warsaw was marrying off his daughter, and he invited all his business partners and so on to come to the wedding. So the Berliner came to Warsaw to attend the wedding. In Berlin, they dressed differently than the Jews in Warsaw at this time. In Berlin, they wore like we do, and more or less, most men wore a two-piece suit. In Poland and in Russia, all men wore slacks, but above the slacks, not a jacket, but what we would call a kapata, a coat, down to almost to their ankles. It's quite a difference. Anyway, the Berlin Jew came to Warsaw. He attends the wedding. It's the first time he ever attended a Jewish wedding in Warsaw. And as was the practice in Warsaw, you would have a batchen. It would be a Jew who would entertain at the wedding. You could call it entertaining because but it wasn't just entertaining. You had people laughing and crying at the same time. He would speak about the ancestors of the bride and the ancestors of the groom and how sorry we are they're not here and they couldn't be here and so on, who died this year and so on and so forth. Everybody would be crying. Then he would begin with all kinds of gematrias and all kinds of entertainment, and you have the people rolling on the floor about how it turns out that the bride and the groom really are equals, because if you just figure out the gematria and words that go with their names, it all works out perfectly. They were made for each other. This was made in heaven. Anyway, the Berlin Jew saw this. He was amazed. He had never seen such a wedding. Everyone having such a good time. Went over to the Bachman and he asked the Bachman, what do you charge for such a performance? He told him whatever it was, 25 rubles. So the Berliner said, I happen to be marrying off a daughter in a few months. Here's the date. I will pay your round trip fare. I will triple your salary. I want you to perform it this way in Berlin. And sure enough, he came on that day to Berlin. And the time came for the Bachman to get up before the bride and groom, and he came, and he did what he always does. He did exactly what he did in Warsaw. He did it in Berlin, only no one understood a word of what he said, because generally a Bachman speaks in Yiddish. They hadn't the foggiest notion what he was doing. Not only did he not entertain, he basically ruined the wedding. Then everybody's eating at the Suda. The Bachman comes over to the father of the bride and he said, I'd like to get paid. I'm going to get back to Warsaw. And he looks at me and says, you think you're going to get paid? You ruined my wedding. I will pay you nothing. And so there were rabbis still at the wedding in Berlin. So they found 3 rabbis. They sat down and the rabbis agreed. He has to get back to Warsaw. The Bachman's got to settle this matter right away. They would hear the arguments of the Bachman. They would hear the arguments of the Jew who made the wedding and decide the issue one way or another. And the decision was that he had to pay the Bachman for the performance after they heard the arguments. And the Bachman, how did he win? He won because he gave a wonderful argument. He turned to the rabbi and said, look, he said, I did the same performance that I did in Warsaw. He hired me for what I did in Warsaw. I did it here. I have to tell you what happened. In Warsaw, I always go over to the cluster and his name is Chaim. I go over to the Kala and his name is Leah. Chaim, Leah, I live in the Makrius. I have no problem. I went over to the cluster and I asked the cluster, what's your name? He said, Ignaz. I couldn't spell Ignaz, never mind over the Makriya of Ignaz. I went over to the Kala, I asked her what's your name, said Henrietta. I don't know how to spell Henrietta, and I don't know what the Makriya of Henrietta is. I did the best I could on the difficult circumstances. And the Bachman said, however, he said, I spent a little more time in Berlin. I'll go to a few more weddings. I'll be just as good about here as I was here. And that's what the rabbis agreed, and he sent him on. And Peter Duncan then said, the rabbi, the Vilna Stadtmagier did not cover himself with glory. What happened today at the funeral? There's no question about it. But you have to understand something. He's used to saying eulogies over great rabbis, over great Gaonim. This is the first time he ever had to say a eulogy over a maskil. He didn't know how to do it. But in Yer Hashem, there's more and more maskil Mu'var. He'll say, listen, and he will know what to say. That's an incredible event that did occur on that day in Vilna.
That's fascinating. And I love the way that you build into this the texture of the animosity between these frequently
hey, what's going on?
Opposed figures, and the
how are you?
Of course, was in favor
what
of
up, Alexandra? Can you hear me?
Outlook in many ways. Sometimes actually.
Hello. How'd you find out about me? Hello. Hello. How'd you find out about me? Alexandra, how did you find out about me? Hello, how was your day going, Alexandra?
Hi, I'm good.
Very well. How'd you find out about me?
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Oh, very cool. Well, welcome. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm well, thank you. We're just watching Jewish history lectures and just chilling. What are your hobbies? What do you like to do?
But I don't understand so much. I am from Spain.
Okay, very well. Well, you're welcome. Bien viendo.
I am. Okay. I am doing calisthenia.
Okay, very cool.
Calisthenics.
All right, well, enjoy.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Secular practice, which would have been
Thank you, I
antithetical to
appreciate it.
the traditionalists. But they all use the same vocabulary. They're all working with the vocabulary of biblical texts, the vocabulary of mashalim and parables. It's brilliant.
Exactly, that's the exact point I wanted to make, Henry. You beat me to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just appreciating it.
The first thing, the camera can pick this up.
Yes.
Here you see the portrait of Mordecai, our engagement. Take a look.
Wow, that's great. Wait, Mordecai Ginsburg, so this is Maskil.
The first Maskil who died.
He doesn't look so muscular.
Now, here's, so that's what you were saying just now, Henry. Namely that these were all these are traditional Jews from traditional backgrounds. They went to Cheder, they went to Yeshiva. So they were expecting a new Russia, a different Russia, a Tsarist regime. And they knew that they would be tested by the Russians. They wanted two very important early requirements of the masculine things that were on their agenda to repair. First of all, they teach to learn Russian. How can you live in a country and not speak the language of this country? And second of all, if you live in Russia, you should dress like Russia. Now here you see him portrait. This is how he dressed his own.
Yeah.
But he used to travel widely in Greater Lithuania. Today Lithuania is a small country in Greater Lithuania. Latvia, which is a large sections of Latvia were under German influence, where German was the language that was spoken. And the dress was German dress. Whenever he went to Latvia, or whenever he went to Germany, he was in Berlin, he would check pay, cut his pants, and wear a suit. This is how he dressed his own. He said in Vilna, this is the Russian dress. Elsewhere, he dressed differently. But the goal was to reach a point where everyone didn't want to dress like the Russians and speak like the Russians. That's what he said.
Fascinating.
The reason I told this story is not only that it's an incredible story, but it shows you on the one hand how close knit the masculine war in Eastern Europe at this stage is the rabbinate. They had no problem writing the Melchizedek Magen Misharim. They thought it was wonderful. He was going to speak at the time. They were starting a new agenda, which was developed, and ultimately it was radical masculine. That's a lesson for another time.
That was just so fascinating. Thank you. That was really, really quite interesting. We're hoping to stay within a certain time frame, so we should probably wrap it up right now. But do you want to say anything more about this trip that we're hoping to take?
It's a wonderful occasion for anyone who can make it. We'll be delighted to join with you, visit these sites, and you will hear insights from Henry, from Professor Albertson. I will try to provide some color commentary wherever I can.
It's going to be the opposite. I think you're going to be giving the main meat, but I'll give the general picture, maybe.
Let me assure you, it's eye-opening. You won't be the third person you were before you came on the trip, and this person that you're going to be after you come on this trip. So I wish well.
That's amazing. One last question. How many times have you toured this region?
Probably more in Poland than in Lithuania, but I would say, just to give you a very short question, I visited many countries when they were still on the communist rule. It goes back to the 50s and the 60s as a teenager. Because I knew as a teenager it was not going to harm me. I felt very comfortable. I would be afraid to go there, but as a teenager I wasn't afraid. So I visited them first, I would say, 2 or 3 times during the communist period, but after 1991, in the case of Vilna, in particular in Lithuania, my first came to Vilna in 1996, so I made many trips to Poland, maybe 30 over my lifetime.
Wow.
I would say maybe 20 over my lifetime.
Wow. I can't wait to benefit from this breadth of experience.
I've been to Canada too.
I actually spent a lot of time in Canada. And for those of you who watch this video, thank you very much for staying to the end. I am really looking forward to this trip. I'll put the notes in the information box about how to learn more about this trip. We really want to encourage people to come and join us. And thank you very much for watching.
Watch all the mothers. Watch the mothers who have their children and when there's
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Later this year, I hope to be traveling to Poland and Lithuania with Touro University and with my illustrious senior colleague, Dr. Schneider Lyons, where I hope to learn a lot more about the history of Jews in Poland and Lithuania, which is important to me not only historically because of the phenomenal impact they had on later Jewish history, but also because it happens to be the place of my ancestors, and I look forward to specifically seeing the places where they lived in tiny Stettlach, nearby Kaunas in particular. So in the context of preparing not only the lectures that I'll be giving every night on this trip, but also to be ready to really benefit from the scholarship that Dr. Lyman is going to share, I'm doing more research on the specific sites that we will be seeing when we're on the way. One of the sites that I'm especially looking forward to see is the site of the ROM Publishing House, which was one of the most significant engines of cultural creativity in Vilnius for the last, 200 years. Really an important publishing house that produced so many important works. I want to specifically focus in this short video, however, on one of its greatest CEOs, one of the most long-lasting and impactful CEOs of this centuries-long publishing house, and that is none other than the incomparable Dvorah Rom. She was someone who became a CEO by accident when her young husband David tragically passed away at a young age. And so this woman, who although possessing a significant scholarly background herself, she came from a very famous family of Marduk rabbis, the Harkavi family that produced many other great scholars, including, for example, Alexander Harkavi, who wrote that great Yiddish-English dictionary. But she, in her 30s, suddenly had to step up and take over this massive company that had had some drama in its past, and she actually took it way beyond anything it had ever done before. I want to tell you her story because it is really so fascinating. She was born in 1831, and I mentioned a little bit about her family background. She was apparently an educated woman. As we shall see, she may have actually contributed to the Vilna Shas itself, and she died in 1903. Her most lasting publications as the president of this phenomenal company, it became to be known not only as the Rom Publishing House, but during her era, her tenure, it was called the House of the Widow and Brothers Rom, because her late husband's brothers were also involved, although everybody recognized that it was really the Almana Dvorah who was really in charge of things. She published the classic edition of the Tanya, which is used by the Chabad movement, especially significant because of the Hasidic Lithuanian sort of controversy that was especially noted in the publishing industry earlier on in the 19th century. I'll get to that. But she also published, of course, the phenomenal Vilna Shas. These are two great publications that had a phenomenal impact. I myself benefit from the Vilna Shas literally every day with Dr. Yomi, but let's get to her story specifically. So, what were the 5 main things that she accomplished in her lifetime that were related specifically to publishing? First of all, and by the way, I rely on some really fascinating research from Rabbi Texas, who has some great things, and especially giving some phenomenal lectures on this topic. First of all, she was a very savvy CEO. Nothing got past her. She reorganized the company, which had had its financial struggles,
along very modern lines for the 1860s, setting it up in a legal situation not unlike limited liability corporations of today, LLCs of today. So she, as it were, protected her own income and whatever fortune she was able to amass, which of course faced some hard times later on in her life as well, from the business itself, which was insulated by this novel legal mechanism that she used, one of the first of its time in Russia. Secondly, more to the point that we can appreciate it, she had a phenomenal design sense. She shepherded new fonts into existence, new graphic elements were introduced, and perhaps the most memorable of her graphic contributions was that she orchestrated the creation of the famous Scharblatt, or frontispiece of the Vilna Shas. Let's have a very quick look at what that means. Here is an example of the Scharblatt of a competing Talmud, the Talmud produced by the Hasidic Shapira brothers, with whom the Rom family had significant business conflict. And as you can see, it's actually, the interior of this Shas is very beautiful and very well produced, but the Scharblatt is boring. It's got this kind of, geometric form and things like that, and it does not have, a tremendous amount of character. By contrast, have a look at the Scharblatt of the Vilna Shas, produced just a couple decades later. This is actually from my printing from the 1990s, and you can see it's the same version that was used in the original Vilna Shas, because it is really so beautiful, borrowing from these kind of neoclassical elements of pillars and things like that, which are typically used actually in synagogue architecture quite a bit, borrowing from a Greco-Roman kind of model with the pillars and the entranceway into the Aron Kodesh or into some unknown future. You can see it has the top, the lions, which the one on the left is frowning, the one on the right is smiling, kind of mysterious. I really wonder why that is. It is also interesting to note that in modern Shasas, like for example the Oz Hadar version, which is kind of like the critical standard today, they kept the Scharblatt because it is so gorgeous and so inviting. You just want to walk behind and see what's through this entranceway. They've removed the lions, perhaps because the faces are too human. I don't know. That's kind of an interesting thing. But anyway, she shepherded this new design into the modern Shas, and of course had a tremendous impact on everyone who learns today. Now, third, really interesting, she was a technological maven. She really understood how to use most modern technology of the era. And she shifted from the essentially 15th century invention of type, where each page had to have tiny little letters placed into a big box and contained, and then you'd have to print the pages off it. And that meant that, you have this big heavy box of type, of lead type. What do you do with it? Well, at a certain point where you anticipate you're not going to publish this book anymore, you take it all apart and you reuse it. Rather than storing, a ridiculous amount of these boxes of type and then having to purchase new type for every book you publish, that's just way too expensive. A new type of printing called stereotype printing, which involved the use of plates, where the big sheet of metal was then impressed with the letters, and those plates could be more conveniently stored and preserved and printed again and again and again. She shifted to that particular form of printing early on, made a huge difference in the cost, the big upfront cost and investment, but then afterwards, reprinting the Talmud became much cheaper. Now, the fourth item I think is especially fascinating because shifting from the old type method to the stereotype method meant that she could technically drop the price of her proposed Talmud dramatically. But she said, no, let's keep the price high, and instead we'll use that money to invest in the Talmudic page itself. And they went, at her direction, an incredible amount of scholarship was produced, with people going to the Vatican, going to the Oxford libraries, copying out medieval manuscripts, comparing the versions from from various different cities throughout Italy in particular and the rest of Europe. New commentaries were added, and also medieval commentaries were like evaluated and made into critical editions and then placed inside the Shas. And it made her Shas really expensive to produce, but then it became in itself a status symbol. She actually created this concept of the Chassan Shas, the bridegroom Shas, meaning that the father of the bride would present to his new son-in-law a Vilna Shas, a Rom family Shas, rather than just one of the, any Shasas that you can get at the time. Shas, by the way, for those of you who maybe are not familiar with the term, stands for Shishe Sidre, or the six orders, and it's referring to the Babylonian Talmud. That's kind of like a little bit of slang, because it could also refer to the Jerusalem Talmud, or to the Mishnah even, but we call it Shas for short. At any rate, it was Devorah Ram who really created the idea of the Chassan Shas, and that's why the Vilna Shas just completely left all the other Talmuds that were in print in the dust, because everyone wanted a Vilna Shas. And we get a sense of the tremendous amount of effort she placed in producing this amazing edition of the Talmud in an essay that occurs at the very, very end. Volume 20 of her Shas. Here's my own copy of it, which actually my father-in-law didn't buy it for me, but my wife did buy it for me. This is Tractate Yudah, the very last section of the Talmud. And if you go to the very end, you'll see there's this letter here, the last few pages, called Achari Davar, which Ms. Chachik and several other scholars believe may actually have been authored by Devorah Ram herself. We know that she had scholarly correspondence with many other important figures, and this letter, which goes on for a few pages, is signed by the widow and brothers Ram, but most likely it was the widow Ram herself who was the principal author. It's a very beautiful, flowing letter. It says all kinds of things about how, when we started this project, we didn't even know how it was going to be, so we didn't even write any kind of words of introduction, and now we're making up for it at the very end to write about our experiences. And she goes on to describe the tremendous, challenges they faced, political challenges with the pogroms that erupted in the 1880s, and a fire, and challenges getting into the Vatican, and all kinds of amazing things they went to produce this document. It's actually really worthwhile reading. I encourage everyone who studies the Talmud to spend a little time looking at this letter, which may have been authored by Devorah Ram herself.